Throughout all of gaming's history, developers strive to create something that excels in any one aspect, whether that be the gameplay, storytelling, design, art, or any other innumerable features. Any one of these can truly help bring a vision to life. But I think no other franchise has managed to offer such a variety of experiences as the Yakuza games. I don't think anyone would have expected a series about a Japanese organized crime syndicate could provide the medium necessary for players to experience joy, laughter, sadness, and connection. But amongst all of these silly gimmicks, crazy minigames, and over-the-top action is a thrilling drama filled with love, found family, and above all, what it means to be good in a world filled with such violence. So allow me to present to you the complete, unabridged timeline of Yakuza. Now, before I begin, I must preface that since there are so many games in the franchise, I will obviously not be including any of the entries that don't affect the overall timeline. More obvious ones like Ishin and Dead Souls I am not including for obvious reasons. However, I'm sure controversially, I am also not including the Judgment games. While they do 100% take place in the world and universe, their stories are incredibly disconnected from the narrative across the rest of these games. So to just not confuse you or muddle up the flow of the story as we go along, I've chosen to omit them. But with that out of the way, let's begin. While the term Yakuza is all-encompassing with anyone involved in their line of organized crime, that doesn't mean all Yakuza fall under one umbrella. Fortunately, for the majority of this story, there's really only two primary organizations you need to know for now: the Omi Alliance and the Tojo Clan. The Omi Alliance is the largest Yakuza group in Japan with tens of thousands of members and primarily serves as the antagonistic force throughout the series. The Tojo Clan is the second largest organization where the majority of our protagonists will stem from. There are plenty of other Yakuza organizations and mafias from around the globe that will pop up as well, but for now these are really the only two that you need to know. In terms of their structure, each Yakuza organization is led by a single chairman. The chairman is in charge of everything. He has ultimate say over the going-ons of the organization and has complete control over everyone else. If they say black is white and white is black, then that's what it is, and no one questions him. Underneath the chairman, there are the patriarchs. When certain individuals have proven themselves capable, ambitious, and trustworthy, they will be given their own family to be in command of. They are in charge of recruiting their own members, controlling their own areas, as well as the people within their family. And underneath each individual patriarch, there are the captains, lieutenants, and foot soldiers who serve the family. There are nuances, of course, but that's the basic gist of how each Yakuza organization is structured. Before we begin with the life of our main character Kiryu, it is important to cover the man who had the greatest influence on his life, Shintaro Kazama. Kazama began his life in the Yakuza around the age of 20 as a hitman for the Tojo clan as part of the Dojima family. He excelled at his position. He was smart, skilled, always got the job done, and he was a cold-blooded killer. But also as a person, he was also very morally conflicted. Due to what he did and who he is, it wound up weighing heavily on his conscience, and so he founded the Sunflower Orphanage, where the children of the people he assassinated would have a home. This includes the likes of Kiryu Kazuma, Akira Nishikiyama, and Yumi Sawamura. These three, along with a couple others, grew up together in this orphanage, idolizing Kazama. Kiryu and Nishiki in particular strove to follow in his footsteps, much to his own chagrin. He tried to sway them differently, even beating them up on one occasion, but it never worked. He eventually caved in and agreed to let the two join the Yakuza. By the time Yakuza 0 begins, they are still fairly new to the organization, only having been in it for about 3 years. As a bit of pretext before we get into the actual game of Yakuza 0, I think it would be beneficial for me to lay out as much of the groundwork of what's going to be the main driving force for literally everything that's about to happen. The single most important thing in this upcoming story is the empty lot. It's a very small block of vacant land in Kamurocho. The land itself is negligible, but the reason it holds so much monumental value is because Sohei Dojima doesn't own it. You see, he is seeking to create what is referred to as the Kamurocho Revitalization Project, just a fancy public name for his growing Yakuza empire. Property values were at an all-time premium during this era, and the real estate market was a great investment. The empty lot is the one piece of land that he has yet to acquire, and it's halting the entire thing. He's already dumped heaps of money into acquiring the surrounding land, so if he doesn't want all of his investments to go to waste, acquiring it is what stands between him and billions in profit. His lieutenants, Kuze, Awano, and Shibusawa, are all trying to acquire it for him. Speaking of Dojima, there was another problem that had cropped up: Kazama. Despite being the captain of his family, as time had gone on, Sohei had slowly began to see his lack of loyalty to the family, and in fact started to view him as an active threat. To his credit, he was completely correct. Kazama, who believed Sohei was too incompetent to be put into a position of power, was taking active steps behind the scenes to keep the empty lot out of his hands. But the situation shifted in favor of Sohei when Kuze got Kazama arrested. He tipped off the police about his illegal gambling haul, which got him sentenced to 2 years in prison. They may technically be on the same side by being part of the Dojima family, but there are still internal vies for power. With Kazama theoretically out of the way, it was the perfect time for Dojima to both get a new captain and acquire the empty lot. Thus, its importance was made clear to the lieutenants. Whoever was able to acquire it for the family would be promoted as the new captain. Now again, these three are and aren't working together. They are working for the collective interest of obtaining the empty lot for the family, but each of them are going about how they obtain it in their own individual way. So we'll be splitting them up as they each go along. That doesn't sum up all of the players gunning for the empty lot. In fact, that's just the Dojima family's side of things, but it's enough to get the ball rolling into the start of Yakuza 0. The game opens up in the empty lot with Kiryu roughing up a salaryman to collect a debt that he owed to a moneylender. The Dojima family will often run collections on behalf of certain individuals, and the president of Toko Credit is one of them. After taking a stroll through the city, he links up with Nishiki and the two hit up a nearby bar to partake in some karaoke. Outside, he does have a scuffle with some drunkards, which was witnessed by an aging foreigner. I'll introduce him a little bit more later on. After a few drinks and a round on the mics inside the bar, some breaking news comes on the television and shocks everyone. The man Kiryu roughed up was found dead. Murdering a civilian is a big deal in the Yakuza. It all but guarantees the police will get involved, and somebody is going to have to take the fall for what transpired. And behind the scenes, that was precisely the point. To save you the reveal of the game, the truth was Kiryu didn't murder that man. It was all the work of Sohei Dojima himself. He had hired the most expensive hitman in Asia, a man by the name of Lao Gui, to frame him for murder, all in an effort to expel Kazama from the family. Like I mentioned earlier, Sohei wanted him gone. Being part of the Kazama family means Kiryu's actions reflect on his patriarch, meaning Kazama will be expelled from the family for bringing in a murderer. It was all an elaborate plan to remove one big piece that stood in his way. But of course, Kiryu didn't know any of this yet. He still thinks he just murdered a man. Being big news, he gets called in to answer for his actions. You see, despite being the mastermind behind everything, Sohei didn't inform the lieutenants about his assassination scheme, so they're all just as in the dark as Kiryu. This could be because he wants to test their loyalty to him even further. Kazama's betrayal would be reason enough to be cautious as to who to give information to. But as for why the assassination took place in the empty lot, bringing unwanted attention to it, I'm actually not too sure. There's logically very little reason to want to bring attention to that location. Either way, it's a big mess for pretty much everyone. The lieutenants figure that everything will be square with the police once they hand over Kiryu. But after informing him that the victim was killed by a bullet, he pleads that it couldn't have been him as he doesn't use guns, thus he must have been framed. The reactions from everyone vary in opinion. Maybe it's true, or maybe he's trying to save his own skin. It honestly doesn't matter too much to them as they're not the ones in trouble. It just made their own competition for the empty lot much more difficult. The only thing that is certain is that someone in the family was involved, and Kiryu wants to get to the bottom of it. Kuze goes on to explain the importance of the empty lot to him and tells him to turn himself in by the end of the day, and to leave his finger behind while he's at it. Now stressed for time, there's only one man who could have set him up, the moneylender. He told Kiryu to specifically make the shakedown at the empty lot, so if there's anyone who knows what's going on, it's him. The situation is made even more apparent as when he arrives at Toko Credit, he is met with a bunch of goons to keep him away. They're obviously incapable, and when he enters the president's office, he's pointing a gun at him, but is incapable of using it. Without much pressure at all, he cracks. But he doesn't know anything about a setup, but says he was just doing what he was told. When Kiryu presses him further, Kuze walks in and tells him to give them some privacy. You see, despite not being the mastermind behind the whole setup, Kuze is clever enough to exploit Kiryu's precautious situation. He's on the verge of going to prison for a murder with seemingly no way to get out of it. And so, he's offering him a way out. He wants him to jump ship to his side and spy on Kazuma for him. He believes that he knows who owns the empty lot and he wants Kiryu to get that information for him. If he does so, then he'll clear his name and guarantee his future within the family. But Kiryu stands loyal. Kuze thinks he's smart enough to handle the board, but he's too clumsy to handle the pieces. Kiryu would never betray Kazuma, and he's willing to make an enemy out of anyone who does. He regroups at the family office where Nishiki and Kashiwagi reside. He tells them all about what's going on and how he plans on rectifying things. Even though he didn't do it, he doesn't want Kazuma to be punished for something that he let happen. So long as he's part of the family, his actions reflect on his patriarch. So he plans on terminating his oath and retiring from the Yakuza. Nishiki is obviously against this as there's no saying what his punishment will be. At worst, he'll be killed, but most likely, he's not leaving in one piece. But regardless, Kiryu won't know until he finds out. He plans on going directly to Patriarch Dojima himself, but runs into Kuze in the process. He tells him his wishes of leaving, and Kuze tries one last time to try and get him to betray Kazuma, but when that doesn't work, he orders his men to kill him. When Kiryu questions if he's just gonna kill a member of the family without the boss's permission, Kuze tells him that it's not his problem because he just left the family, giving Kiryu exactly what he came for. Just like that, he's a civilian now. He's no longer bound by the Yakuza code and his actions don't reflect on Kazuma any longer. So Kuze's men are free to try and kill him, but he won't pull any of his punches. And that's exactly what he does. He fights his way through the family headquarters till he comes head to head with Kuze. At this point, this is something that he's gotta handle himself. It's a close match with Kiryu gaining the upper hand. There's no outright winner as the two are interrupted by the other lieutenants and Patriarch Dojima. Kuze has caused more than enough problems due to his own bullheaded nature, and as a result, he has to suffer the consequences. Due to his actions, Sohei has no choice but to honor his word and expel Kiryu from the family. While he vows to catch the person responsible and prove both his and Kazuma's innocence, understandably, Sohei tells him not to worry about it. He's a civilian now, it's not his problem. And just like that, Kiryu doesn't know what to do anymore. He's directionless. But that's when he meets a new character, Tetsu Tachibana. He's the president of Tachibana Real Estate, a company centralized within Kamurocho. After taking Kiryu back to his suite and allowing him to clean up, he tells him that he's after what everyone else is as well, the empty lot. He says that if he gets it, he'll be able to help out Kazuma and clear Kiryu's name of murder. The situation seems too good to be true, and typically, that means trouble. So Kiryu chooses to take his leave and do some digging himself. Nishiki's heard some bits here and there on how they'll bribe, threaten, or harass tenants to sell or abandon their property, but it's clear that they're a direct competitor to the Tojo clan. Kiryu even gets to witness their tactics firsthand and meets Oda, Tachibana's right-hand man. Being so close, Tachibana wanted to get his approval before officially bringing him on board, and after a fight to prove his worth, Tachibana reveals that his plan to rip Kamurocho out from the grip of the Tojo and recruit Kiryu was all orchestrated by Kazama. He presents him a pocket watch to prove the validity of his claim, and as a result, Kiryu allies himself with him, ready to see Kazama's plans through to the end. To make himself useful, while Tachibana and the rest of his people work on clearing his name and finding the owner of the empty lot, the least Kiryu can do is help out with the rest of the firm's work. But first, Nishiki helps him pick out some new digs. Unfortunately, it seems no matter what he wears, he just can't seem to blend in. Oda had told Kiryu to meet him at a bar named Serena to relax. But when he arrives, he's shocked to see Nishiki there. Turns out he's a regular, and as a result, he's quite close with the proprietor, Reina. She's a very kind and caring woman who's always allowing Nishiki, and now Kiryu, to use her place of residence. As Kiryu waits for Oda, the two kill some time. But it becomes evident that something's not right, and it isn't. Oda stumbles into the bar, bloodied and beaten, followed by Awano and his men. Tachibana has been making waves on the Tojo's radar, and they'd come to know that Kiryu had recently joined them. So Awano's kind of bandwagoning on Kuze's idea and trying to threaten and blackmail him into handing over Tachibana's location. He gives him until the next morning. In the meantime, Reina takes the courtesy of tending to both Oda and Nishiki's wounds as everyone contemplates what just happened. Nishiki's worried for Kiryu, as if he continues to go down this road, it means making an enemy out of the Tojo clan, which all but guarantees his death. Oda is worried that Kiryu will take Awano up on his offer and sell out Tachibana, so he calls him and tells him to go into hiding. With very limited options now on the table, he decides it might be best to try and clear his name for murder. He plans on going after Kuze and getting him to clear his name by force. But first he chooses to go back to the empty lot to give it a proper once-over, but is shocked when Tachibana shows up there as well. He tells him that he's uncovered the owner of the empty lot and asks that he hold out just a little longer until he can locate them. With his refusal to sell out Tachibana, Dojima officially gives the order to take him out. Kuze obviously wants Kiryu for himself, but with that, a Yakuza-wide manhunt begins. Kiryu is forced to fight his way through pursuer after pursuer until seemingly he catches a break, when a stripper offers him a secret route through the sewers as her own way of sticking it to the Tojo. But it was all a trap. Kuze set her up so he could have his rematch one-on-one. After beating him once again and being given the opportunity to kill him, Kiryu instead chooses to walk away. He's got his own sense of pride, and he's not the type to take another's life. So he vows to knock him down no matter how many times he may stand in his way. At the end of the passageway, Kiryu finds himself in a club where Awano is waiting. Shockingly, he's a tad grateful to him. Thanks to him, two people who have been standing in his way have been taken down, Kazama and Kuze respectively. So he tells him that he's not an obstacle, but an asset, and that he should join his side. But, as you would suspect, Awano's words are trying to butter him up, as his praise is immediately contrasted with threatening the Sunflower Orphanage. While extortion is what he does better than anyone, his tactics prove frivolous on Kiryu, as he would rather die than join a man like him. As he makes his exit, Nishiki arrives as his getaway. He tells him that for his safety, they've got to get out of town, and the two wind up driving to a random location in the middle of nowhere. You see, Nishiki's fears have gotten the better of him. Kiryu's warpath in making an enemy out of the Tojo clan means a fate far worse than death if they ever got their hands on him. So he figures the least he can do in his situation is save his sworn brother from being tortured by killing him now.
そいつがお前の最後の一服だ。何の真似だ。悪ふざけにしちゃたちが悪すぎねえか。 なあ兄弟、いい加減にしろって。
うるせえ！もうこうするしかねえんだよ。なんでこうなっちまったんだろうな。どっから歯車がずれた？
組の命令ってことなのか、錦。
そんなんじゃねえ。桐生、お前組の制裁で殺される人間がどういう目に遭うか知ってるか？堂島組ってとこは見せしめの死体を作る天才だぜ。人間がどの程度痛めつければ死ぬのかよく知ってる。それをとことん死なねえように殺すんだ。生かしたまんまできるだけ長く苦しむようにだ。生きたまま解剖されるような拷問されて散々痛めつけられた挙句、そして後になって見つかった死体はもう人間と呼べるようなもんじゃねえ。俺はな、桐生、兄弟としておめえにそんな死に方させられねえよ。堂島組に的にかけられるってのはそういうことなんだ。桐生、組織に目つけられて逃げ切ることはできねえ。極道には時効もねえ。お前も分かってるはずだ。こうなっちまった以上、俺も極道としてはもうおしまいだ。風間のおやつさんもな。けどせめておめえがひでえ死に方するのだけは避けられる。人思いに死なせてやれる。今俺にできんのはそれくらいしか。
すまねえ兄弟、お前にここまでさせちまったのは俺のせいなんだな。兄弟、頼みがある。俺をここで弾いたら俺の首を手柄にしていつか組でてっぺん取ってくれ。約束してくれ。頼んだぜ。
なんだよ、こっちみんな見んじゃねえよ桐生、頼むから。
情けねえこと言うんじゃねえ。そんなんじゃてっぺん取れねえぞ。どうした？しっかり狙えよ。まだ死んでねえぞ。
撃てねえよ。撃てるわけねえよ。やっぱり俺はおめえと一緒じゃなきゃダメだ。極道として。俺なんか今まで生きてこられたのもおめえがそばにいたからだ。俺はおめえが一緒じゃなきゃ何やっても半端で意味がねえんだよ。
俺だって同じさ。お互いまだガキだってことだ。つまらねえ火種つけちまって世話になったおやつさんにも迷惑かけて、それで死んで片付けちまおうなんてよ。極道がどうとか言う前に結局俺は半端なガキでしかねえ。
人思いに死なせてやるなんて言い切ったくせに、マジでダセえよ。
だよな。でもいつまでもガキじゃいられね
キリュウ、やっぱり二人で何とかして。
え。錦、今日ここであったことは全部忘れろ。俺も忘れる。俺は行くぜ。
どうするつもりなんだ。
カムロ町に戻る。俺にはまだやらなきゃならねえことがあるんだ。
ダメだってキリュウ、おめえ本当に殺されちまうよ。
いや、お前にもらった命だ。これでどこまでやれんのか、この目で確かめてやる。
キリュウ。
錦、まず俺からけじめつけさせてくれ。お前とはこれまでだ。今日限り兄弟の縁を切らせてもらう。
キリュウ。
こっから先お前は二度と俺に関わるな。
In the end, Nishiki doesn't have the heart to go through with it. Seeing how much this is affecting him, Kiryu says to forget that this ever happened as he severs their ties as sworn brothers. With the Yakuza still on the hunt and no one to turn to, it is Reina who offers him safe haven. She knows just how important he is to Nishiki, as he's told her tons of stories about the two, so she's seeking to do right by someone in need. But despite this hospitality, Dojima's goons still manage to track him down. While they're no match, he does leave Reina with the pocket watch to give to Nishiki and tell him not to avenge him should he die. And his fears are looking warranted. The bar is surrounded by Yakuza and even the 3 lieutenants. They're past the empty threat stage. It's time to turn over Tachibana, and they're going to torture that info out of him. But Kiryu is obviously unswayed as he is once again forced to take on Kuze in a fight. But during it, he's blindsided due to the unfair numbers. Fortunately, Tachibana arrives at the last minute to rescue him. They manage to escape just in time as Tachibana passes out. Oda arrives and takes him to a part of the city that the Tojo has no eyes over, Little Asia. It's a neighborhood where a lot of immigrants live. It was founded by a Chinese mafia leader and after losing the turf war against the Dojima family, established his own little network. As long as they kept their business within their patch, the Tojo clan lets them be. As for Tachibana, the reason he collapsed is due to his injury where he lost his hand in the past. Back then, he lost too much blood and took too long to get a transfusion, and his kidneys haven't worked since. Every other day he needs dialysis, otherwise he'll die. Bringing Kiryu here as a wanted man of Dojima is a big risk to Little Asia, especially since the peace they have is already a balancing act. As a result, the proprietor, Elder Chen, rejects sanctuary for him. By now, Tachibana has regained his health and recommends Kiryu to seek refuge in the West Park. It's a homeless encampment that should work as a temporary residency for the night. While there, he does help out the local homeless people by beating up a group of bum bashers that were terrorizing the area, but come next morning, Oda takes him to meet Tachibana at the last location he would have expected, the Tojo clan headquarters. Running from the Dojima family felt like a pursuit with no end in sight, and so Tachibana has come here to buy Kiryu's freedom. A Hail Mary attempt to say the least, but if there's one thing that can motivate the Yakuza, it's money. They go to the acting second chairman Nihara and offer the Tojo 1 billion yen and 30% of his own real estate profits in exchange for his life. But it's not just a straight bribe. Tachibana also tries to appeal to his conscience as the acting chairman. As it stands now, should Dojima acquire the empty lot, then he is likely to become more powerful than any officer should be. Thus, there will be a drastic change within the Tojo. Of course, Nihara says how much profit his revitalization project will bring and thus has no intent to stop him, but Tachibana counters by saying how short-sighted that is for such a grand operation as acting chairman. Such brash statements undeniably add to the risk of the situation they're in, but ultimately Nihara takes him up on his offer. He's not sure if Kiryu is worth 1 billion yen, but he's intrigued to find out. With the Dojima family not to touch Kiryu anymore, it leaves the last of the lieutenants, Shibusawa, to devise a plan of his own. With Kiryu seemingly now free from at least being hunted by the masses, Tachibana finally reveals that he's located the owner of the empty lot. It's a young woman located in Sotenbori named Makoto Makimura.
Makimura Makoto という人物です。
This feels like an appropriate time to go over the other half of the story. This one follows the perspective of one Goro Majima. He's also a member of the Tojo clan, but under the Shimano family. I'm not gonna go over his entire backstory just yet, as it's a whole thing, and the details of it aren't going to be relevant until Yakuza 4, so I'll give you a quick synopsis here to simply set the scene. Majima and his sworn oath brother, Taiga Saejima, were tasked with carrying out an assassination. But the day of the hit, it was called off by Dojima and Shimano due to some suspicious activity regarding some of the details. One of the people who secretly orchestrated the whole thing, named Shibata, was ordered to prevent Majima from going through with it. But Saejima was unaware of this. Majima didn't want to abandon his brother. He valiantly fought off Shibata and his men, but was ultimately detained. With his refusal to bow to anyone he doesn't respect, one of Shibata's goons cut out Majima's left eye. As for Saejima, he went through with the assassination alone and was sentenced to life in prison. As punishment for his insubordination, Majima was expelled from the Shimano family and brought to a Yakuza black site known as the Hole. Here, he was personally tortured by Shimano himself. But no matter how much torture he went through, Majima refused to break. After an entire year of living through this hell, Shimano had enough of his fun and so handed custody of him over to his oath brother, Tsukasa Sagawa. He's a high-ranking member of the Omi Alliance. Sotenbori is Omi territory, while Kamurocho is Tojo. Sagawa's goal is to obtain a foothold in Tokyo for the group. His control over Majima is largely superficial. He doesn't inherently want anything out of him, but he likes to control people and punish those who defy. So he puts Majima in charge of one of his cabaret clubs, the Cabaret Grand. But you see, Majima has motivation of his own. He wants back into the Tojo clan and Shimano family. He feels incredibly guilty for abandoning Saejima during the assassination and wants him to have a place to come back to when he gets out of jail. And he figures that place is in the Yakuza. So Majima wants to rejoin the clan, rise up its ranks so he can secure a spot for his sworn brother. So he does as Sagawa wants. Sagawa even promised Majima that he would reinstate him if he could make 100 million yen as the manager of the Grand. So he had no choice but to live his life as a dog on a leash, and his cage is Sotenbori. So if he wants back into the clan, he has no choice but to fulfill his role as Lord of the Night. Under his management, the Grand was transformed from an unpopular and dying business to one of the most popular cabaret clubs in the entire city. His story opens up on the night he reached his 100 million yen quota, but Sagawa doesn't honor his word. He instead changes the number to 500 million. Unable to do anything about it, Majima has no choice but to continue working. But the next morning, he meets up with him, and Sagawa questions the extent he'll really go to rejoin. So he offers him an alternative. Instead of earning the extra 500 million, he can instead perform an assassination on one Makoto Makimura. In fact, this request was at the behest of Shimano himself. However, his motivation in this manner is kept a secret from both of them. Sagawa paints Makoto as a scumbag pimp who uses and abuses college girls to work for a telephone club while taking all of their earnings for himself, someone you shouldn't feel bad for killing. Majima accepts the offer, and the next morning he begins his search. He calls into multiple telephone clubs trying to find one of Makoto's girls, and eventually he gets lucky. He takes her on a series of dates to try and gather more info out of her, but is slightly taken aback when she describes Makoto in nothing but a positive light. Practically a saint who protects girls with nowhere else to go, the complete opposite of Sagawa's description. But Majima chooses not to think about it too much. He gets the location of the massage parlor they work at and goes in for the assassination. But things don't quite go according to plan.
なんや、誰もおらんのかい。しゃあない。出直すか。こいつが牧村か。何がことあんで。
どなたですか？あれ、お客様ですか？おかしいな。すみません。誰かいらっしゃってますか？
なんや、こいつ。目が。
ドア開けっぱなしで出かけちゃったのかしら。
違うや、俺客やって聞けや。おい、ええから聞けや。泥棒やったらとっくに逃げとるわ。落ち着けやな。
どこにいたんですか？
俺は今店に入ってきたとこや。いきなりあんたがすごい勢いで突進してきたもんやから避けきれんかったんや。ビビったのは俺の方やで。
でも今日の予約はもう入っていないはずです。
そうなんか？いや、実はもう体がバラバラになりそうなくらい辛くてな。そしたら知り合いにこの店の店長の話聞いてな。なんや、ゴッドハンドっちゅう噂らしいやんか。せやから飛んできたっちゅうわけなんやけど。おい。
すみません。怖くて。すみません。
ええんや。で、店長はおらんのか？
今日は出かけて帰ってきません。すみません。
なんで謝るんや。わかった。とにかく出直すわ。
本当にすみません。
泣くなや。
どこがお辛いんですか？さっき体がバラバラになりそうって治療されるなら早く予約をされた方が。
ああ、それはもうええんや。ほなまだな。
やっぱり
やっぱりちゃう違う言うとるやろが。ほら分かった。お姉ちゃんにやってもらおうかな。それなら納得してもらえるか。
Accidentally pressured into a massage to keep his cover, the woman too speaks all about how great of a man her boss is. But in the midst of their session, he comes in. While the two fight in this small room, their bout is interrupted when a group of Yakuza also arrive in search of Makoto. But Majima is shocked to learn that the man in front of him is not Makoto.
あれ、店長？
誠、なんやと？
おお、タイミングや。おかえり、牧村誠ちゃん。
お客さんですか？
おい、さっさと連れてけや。
逃げろ、誠！
店長！どうしたんです店長？
誠、から逃げろ。
なんなの店長どこ？
牧村、この子が。
邪魔すんなおっさん。おら、おさっとすんな。おれ、さっさと連れてけ。
なんやこりゃ。
おっと兄ちゃん、どこ行く気や。
ほんまにあの子が牧村誠なんか。
ああ、それがどないした。中華はあれ何もんやねん。
あの女は俺の獲物や。お前らの勝手にされたら困んねえ。
そらこっちのセリフやボケ。前あんたも死んどき。
あいつを逃がしたってくれ。なんやと？あんたしか頼れんのや。あよいかんかい。
With the real Makoto having been taken, Lee leaves saving her in the hands of Majima. While he too is unsure about what the hell is going on, he jumps into action regardless and saves her from the pursuing Yakuza, and the two manage to escape.
ここまで来たら大丈夫やろ。お前大丈夫か？おい、何を？なんや？大丈夫や。もう大丈夫や。
店長は？
心配すんな。奴も逃げた。すぐに会えるはずや。
本当に？
あ
あ。どうしてこんなことに。
Torn between duty and desire, Majima could not in good conscience murder someone so defenseless and innocent. Add on to that the hit turning out to be nothing like described, and even more Yakuza gunning for her. There were too many unanswered questions for him to act so blindly, so he sought answers. Fortunately, Lee had survived the attack and goes on to explain who both he and Makoto are. When she was 18, Makoto and her mother came to Osaka from China in search of her brother who ran away due to the discrimination they were facing. Their grandfather lived in Japan, which made it a perfect reason to leave. But despite being blood, they spoke different languages. Makoto worked to learn Japanese, but the language barrier between her mother and grandfather became hostile, and it eventually drove her to suicide. Following that, Makoto ran away from home to Sotenbori in search of her brother. She began asking every Chinese person she could find if they'd seen him. But one man, described only as having a bat tattoo, told her that he knew him, and so she followed him. But he was lying. He sold her to a Korean mafia for some simple cash where she was locked in a cage and sexually abused. The experience was so traumatic that she lost vision in what's described as post-traumatic psychogenic blindness. And this is where Lee comes in. He was a former assassin who did contract work for an organization. Due to a turf war that killed off multiple of the organization's men, Lee was sent on a job that involved running a raid on the Korean mafia. During it, he found a room full of half-naked women in cages and set them all free. Except Makoto couldn't run due to her blindness. Seeing her reminded him of his own daughter, who was also visually impaired, but due to a side effect of some drugs she was taking for a sickness which ailed her. Unfortunately, she succumbed to her sickness and died. Seeing Makoto reminded him of her, and so he rescued her and gave her safety. She told him all about the man with the bat tattoo, and he became determined to find him and enact revenge on Makoto's behalf. He began using her name as his own should anyone come looking for her, and since then he opened up a massage parlor where the two would work. Due to this experience, he also began looking out for other girls who had nowhere else to go to protect them from such danger. As a thanks, all of the girls that work for him all try to help him out by trying to search for the man with the bat tattoo. But Makoto's story and relevance doesn't end there. Her grandfather was the original owner of the empty lot. At some point after she ran away in search of her brother, her grandfather passed away and the rights fell under her name, unbeknownst to her. So she doesn't even know she's the owner of the empty lot and the importance it holds. And the brother she's looking for is actually Tachibana. The reality is the two are siblings and she hasn't seen him since he ran away. So it's not as if she knows anything of him or what he's doing. But on the contrary, he has known for some time that Makoto was in possession of the empty lot, as well as her identity. In fact, teaming up with Kazuma and creating this real estate firm was all to set up a form of protection for her in the future. There's more to their story, but I'll get into it a little later down the line when it's more fitting. So for now, that's their story. After hearing it, Majima's all but convinced to help her out. While he is partially torn as he still feels like he needs to carve out a space for Saejima when he returns, the common denominator in helping him out and helping Makoto out now is his desire. It's what Majima wants to do, not because he's being told, but because it's the right thing to do by them. He just so happens to be able to do something about it. And even despite being Yakuza, he's not heartless either. Seeing how distraught Makoto is, he tries to put her at ease by relating his life to hers. He says how they're not too dissimilar and tells her his story about how he was locked up and lost his eyesight. But in his case, it was just one eye. He does also inquire about her watch. She tells him that it used to play a little music box that always made her smile, but it's been broken for some time. She still wears it as a symbol of when her life was normal. Talking about it makes her feel like she needs to get rid of it so she can face reality, but Majima disagrees. So while she parts with it, Majima takes it into his hands for the time being. In the meantime, Lee has figured out a plan that'll get them all off the hook. He slips Makoto some sleeping pills so she doesn't have to hear what comes next. Lee has found a body double that perfectly matches Makoto's physical attributes. His plan is to kill her, dress her up as if she were Makoto, and have himself identify the body when the police come asking. Similar to Sagawa, Lee justifies the situation by revealing the woman is a serial marriage fraudster. Guys fall for her, she drains them dry, and more times than not, they all wind up dead not too long after. She's no saint, especially compared to Makoto, and Lee made a promise. She's like a daughter to him, so he's willing to kill any stranger if it's to protect his girl. But Majima refuses. People like him and Lee have already stepped into the shadows and have been stained black for life. But Makoto hasn't. She deserves a life free from the danger and bloodshed, so he won't drag her life down with his, even if it's for her sake. He takes the photos, her work clothes, and throws them all away, uncertain what the future may hold for him. But the next morning, he gets a call from Lee, who seems over the moon considering he just refused to go along with his plan. But Majima is understandably shocked to see on the news that the woman did turn up dead. Everything went according to plan, but neither of them carried it out. It's then that he gets a call from a mysterious man claiming that he's responsible and asks him to meet at the Cabaret Grand. The man's name is Nishitani, patriarch of the Kijin clan for the Omi Alliance. He's a very wild and unpredictable man. The three tenets of life he lives by are money, sex, and violence. His unpredictable nature is shown off as he was able to figure out his assassination plan and decided to carry it out despite it really not benefiting him aside from getting Majima's attention. As you would expect, he too is after Makoto, but he was hired by Shibusawa. He too had figured out Makoto's identity, and all of the Yakuza that's been after her have been working under his orders. Fortunately, Shibusawa wants Makoto alive. Nishitani promises not to hurt her if he hands her over, but of course Majima refuses. Considering he loves a good fight, the two duke it out, but the cops arrive and take him away since the Grand is still a business establishment. However, his connection to Shibusawa is not made clear to Majima, leaving him with many unanswered questions. He returns to Lee and Makoto to tell them that they gotta skip town. Sagawa's the biggest threat, and it's only a matter of time before he finds out what's going on. And as it would turn out, Majima's hunch was correct. A group of Sagawa's thugs show up to kill them. After being swiftly dealt with, the three prepare to make their getaway in a car, but the vehicle explodes, killing Lee instantly, while the shockwaves stunned both Majima and Makoto. As you would expect, Sagawa was responsible for this, and as punishment for going against his orders, he prepares to kill both of them. But the two are saved by a mysterious man in white. He incapacitates Sagawa and Majima and takes Makoto himself. By the time the two wake up, Majima is restrained and beaten for his insubordination. But he's not outright killed. Considering killing Makoto was an order from Shimano, Sagawa still wants to see it through, and so Majima's job is not done. They're both working on no info, so figure that the only person who knows most right now is Nishitani. After tracking him down, he reveals that he has no idea who the man in white was who took Makoto, but correctly surmises that it must be a man by the name of Masaru Sera. He's the president of Nikkyo Consortium, a subsidiary of the Tojo clan. To save you the headache of keeping track of another character gunning for Makoto, he's a good friend of Kazuma and an ally of Tachibana. Upon learning the identity of Makoto, he had Sera retrieve her for safety. But of course, Majima and Nishitani don't know this. The two actually wind up bonding and forming a newfound respect for one another. So much so that Nishitani even offers to team up and help get her. But their plan is interrupted by a security guard who was paid off by Shibusawa to kill him for his failure to capture Makoto. He takes multiple direct shots to protect Majima and deals with the guard himself. Unfortunately, Nishitani would succumb to his wounds and die. With Sera being his only lead, Majima set his sights on the Nikkyo Consortium. But before we get there, it's around that point where everything begins converging, so we're going to be jumping back and forth between perspectives here. The last time I spoke of Kiryu, Tachibana had located the owner of the empty lot and was sending him and Oda to get her in Sotenbori. As we now know, Sera, as an ally of Kazuma and Tachibana, nabbed Makoto during the chaos of Sagawa's hunt. Since then, Sera has informed her of her ownership of the empty lot and why all of this chaos has been happening to her. She understandably does not care about money or its importance. She wants it out of her hands and to be done with the hardship it has brung. So her safety is passed on to Kiryu, who is going to bring her to Tachibana. But as they're preparing to get into the car, something's not right when Oda speaks.
急げよ、おい、早く来い。
今の声。
どうかしましたか？
何してんだ、早く乗れって。
行きましょう。
On their path, they are pursued by Shibusawa's men, but manage to escape for the time being by seeking refuge in a nearby construction site. It is here that, almost completely out of left field, Oda's facade falls apart. Just as Makoto was about to tell her suspicions to Kiryu, Oda pulls a gun on both of them, saying how he can't let her meet Tachibana. But fortunately, Sera had secretly given her a weapon just in case something were to happen, so she uses it to free herself. After Oda is rendered incapacitated, we learn the cruel twist of fate that is his life. In reality, he is the man with the bat tattoo that sold her off to the Korean mafia. It was never meant to be anything more complicated than that, but after that, by pure fate, he just so happened to meet Tachibana, who beat up him and his gang. They were so impressed that they begged him to become their boss, and he did. He even lost his arm protecting him, and this is where Oda's loyalty to him was born. But on a random afternoon, the two were watching the news from some years back covering some orphans who came to Japan in search of their relatives, and it just so happened to be Makoto and his mom. The man he dedicated his entire life to serve, he sold his little sister for a quick buck. He couldn't allow the two to reunite. Tachibana would never forgive him. So he tagged along the entire time just so he could kill her and pretend like it never happened. Except Makoto recognized his voice. She figured out his identity, and Kiryu was there to protect her. With Shibusawa's men closing in, Oda chooses to spend his final moments trying to redeem himself. Kiryu gives him back his gun, and as the two make their escape, he tries to take out as many Yakuza as possible, but obviously doesn't get far and he's killed. With the revelation that the two are siblings, Makoto is understandably scared as bad things have happened to everyone who's tried to help her, but Kiryu offers his own input.
自分の道がこの先どうなってるか分かってるやつなんてこの世に一人もいねえ。俺らにできるのは立ち止まって泣くか一歩でも前に進むかの二つだけだ。あんたはどっちでも好きな方を選んでいい。入り口までは俺が案内してやる。
Now determined to meet back with her brother after all of these years, she's taken to Kamurocho. He has her stay in the West Park, the homeless encampment, as Dojima goons are out in full force searching for her, so it seems safer to bring him there. After picking him up in the hospital, the two are ambushed by Lao Gui, the assassin who framed Kiryu at the very beginning. Kiryu gets too wounded to fight, so Tachibana goes with him willingly as he was ordered to bring him in alive. After being healed in Little Asia, Kiryu encounters more of Dojima's thugs who have been ordered to take him out due to being a nuisance. Nishiki, tired of watching his oath brother tackle everything alone, decides to stand against the Dojima family as well and fight by his side. Together, the two track down where Tachibana is currently being tortured and interrogated by Kuze and his goons. His refusal to break due to the torture is so irksome that it gets under the skin of one of the members and he bludgeons him in the skull with a sledgehammer. After once again being forced to face Kuze in battle and defeating him, he vows that if he must, he'll bury the Tojo clan. Nishiki is sent off to get Makoto, but unfortunately, the damage he sustained in conjunction with his already weakened body was too much to endure, and he died. Sadly, Makoto's reunion with her brother would not have a happy ending.
Kiryu.
お兄ちゃん、お兄ちゃんは？お兄ちゃん、どこ？
Returning back to Majima, the last we saw of him, he was heading out in search of Seta as he was the last one seen taking Makoto. He fights his way through the Nikkyo Consortium base until he finally reaches Seta himself. Shocked to see how much Majima wants to protect her, Seta tests his resolve via combat. After the duel, he's ultimately convinced of Majima's pure intentions and tells him all about what's going on with the empty lot. While Majima is less than convinced in others' ability to protect her, he goes along with trusting him. Or he would have if not for Sagawa showing up and shooting him in the back. Seta is not killed, but he is critically wounded. Now aware of where Makoto is, the two head to Kamurocho to finish her off. But while there, the two are actually summoned by Shimano himself, who reveals the truth behind his motivation. You see, he too wants the empty lot and is seeking to become the next chairman. The whole reason he sent Majima on this assassination mission was because he knew he wouldn't be able to do it. Shimano knew that Majima would work to protect Makoto, and thus in the long run it would win over her trust and she would happily give the empty lot to him. So he calls off the hit and instead tells him to bring her to him so he can buy the land off of her. She'll be free, Majima will be welcomed back to the Yakuza, and Shimano gets the lot. Everyone gets what they want. But this revelation isn't exactly great news to Majima. He was played, manipulated, and made a complete fool of, so he doesn't exactly care what happens to him. But what is important is Makoto. He can't stay moping around because he feels bad. He still needs to find her. So, after having a run-in with both Kashiwagi and Nishiki for answers, Nishiki reveals that Makoto has actually gone missing. After the death of her brother, she requested that he be buried. They brought her back to the homeless encampment, but by the time they returned, she was gone. So no one knows where she is. Eventually, Majima finds himself at the empty lot, what this whole thing is about, and while there, he spots Makoto on the roof of one of the buildings. Fearing for her safety, he rushes up to her, but is shocked to see that her eyesight has returned to her.
お前見えとるんか
Or at least it partially has. It was trauma that initially made her go blind, and it was trauma that has begun to bring it back. The death of her brother triggered something within her, a side of her that no longer wants the same things that she did a short time ago. Majima tells her that she can be free of everything and his boss will buy the land off of her. But Makoto doesn't want that anymore. She wants revenge. The Dojima family are responsible for the deaths of Lee and her brother, and so she asks that Majima kill them for her. But this is exactly what Majima never wanted for her. The whole reason he's been working to protect her in the first place. The underworld has taken enough from her. She deserves to be free of all the pain it has brought her. So he tries to ease her down from that dark path. The two get takoyaki together and he tries to warn her of the danger her actions might bring. But it seems as though she's headstrong in this desire. Majima is sent to get more food, but when he returns, Makoto is gone. If Majima refuses to go along with her to the Dojima family, then she'll lure him there herself. Makoto goes directly to Sohei himself, offering him the empty lot, but for the price of his 3 lieutenants. The heads of Kuze, Awano, and Shibusawa are all she wants in exchange for the land. It's a hefty price, and one that Dojima refuses. Despite all of the trouble that he's already gone through, he changes tactics at the final hour. Apparently, he doesn't actually need the empty lot. So long as the owner doesn't show up and cause a stink about it, the project can proceed with no objections. So her demands are denied and she is shot by Lao Gui just as Majima is arriving. He takes out his anger on all the surrounding Yakuza as the others escape. But fortunately, Sera and his men arrive to tend to her injuries. Seeing Makoto nearly die ignited a fire within him. If he truly wanted to free her of the darkness from the underworld, then he would need to bloody his hands himself. With all of the pieces beginning to fall in place for the Dojima family, Shibusawa is seeking to cement his position as the family captain by ridding it of all of those who were loyal to Kazuma. Orders are given out to kill all of his supporters, and after catching wind of this, Kiryu obviously can't let that happen. He heads to the family office, but is once again met by Kuze, who's attempting to regain his lost pride. But he fails. He acknowledges Kiryu's strength. And it's because of the family's fault that they broke the seal and unleashed his true potential and turned him into a real Yakuza. Kuze tells him all about Shibusawa's plan and how he even had Lao Gui purposefully let Makoto live so he could track Sera and his people down and snuff them out. And that's exactly what he's doing. Shibusawa had tracked them down to their secret base where Makoto was being kept and plans on burning the whole place down. While the situation seems grim as Kiryu and Nishiki aren't enough to take down an army, Kashiwagi along with other Kazuma family allies arrive to even the odds. As they fight their way through Dojima's goons, Nishiki stays behind to hold some people off as Kiryu comes face to face with Shibusawa. He goes on to tell him all about his life story and the ambitions he's formed. He's tired of being overlooked for his true talents as a Yakuza, and so seeks to carve out a name for himself that will demand respect and prove that he's better than Kazuma ever was. And he plans to pen that title in Kiryu's blood. He unveils that he too bears a dragon tattoo, but Kiryu doesn't care about titles or his superiority complex. He's sick of all of the innocent people who've had to die for his ego. There can only be one dragon, and so he gives him the fight that he desires. And fight they do. It's a brutal and bloody brawl, and all of the harm that he has done almost causes Kiryu to take Shibusawa's life out of pure anger. But Nishiki's there to stop him. He prevents him from crossing that line and staining his life in a darkness that can never be cleaned off. And so Kiryu doesn't take his life. But he does take the title that he was so eager to pen as the Dragon of Dojima. But that's not the end of the Dojima family, as there's still Majima's side. Seeing Makoto nearly die has made him realize that he's been moving about life too cautiously. He always cared about what happened to her, but he also cared about what happened to himself. But that's no longer the case. He'll make an enemy out of Sagawa. He'll make an enemy out of Shimano. He'll go against anyone who dares make a move on her. As Sagawa professes, he's got the eye of a mad dog and is finally broken out of his cage. He runs a one-man raid on the Dojima family's headquarters, where he's faced with not only dozens of Yakuza, but also the likes of Awano, who during their fight is able to recognize the type of man Majima is and form a newfound respect for one another. So much so that he even winds up taking bullets for him. While his sights are set on Sohei, he must first get past Lao Gui in a bout that is a failed assassin versus the best. Or at least regarded as the best, as Majima emerges victorious. But like Kiryu, he too must be talked down from killing his adversary. Doing so would only place a debt on Makoto that she could never repay. She'll know for the rest of her life that her hands are clean only because Majima's are dirty. It's over. The rights to the empty lot have officially been signed over to Seta, and the age of the Dojima family has come to an end. Seta asks that he deliver a message to Shimano. He knows that he was planning on betraying the Tojo by selling the empty lot to the Omi Alliance, so he wants him to take responsibility, one way or another. And that's exactly what he does. Shimano takes the gun and kills the Omi Alliance chief, thus proving his loyalty to the Tojo. As for Majima, he's welcomed back into the family and promoted to captain. In the aftermath of these events, Sohei is removed from the revitalization project and it is passed on to Seta. Due to the acquisition of the empty lot, he is made clan captain and is set to be the third chairman of the Tojo clan. Sohei may have gotten away with a demotion, but the likes of Kuze and Shibusawa are arrested. Kiryu, despite all expectations, rejoins the Dojima family. Kazuma's family is still a subsidiary of it, and Kiryu's not exactly cut out for the civilian life. He saw many people doing wrong things, but more importantly, he saw a lot of people trying to do the right thing. He wants to set things straight, pave a path of his own, and make his own style of Yakuza. As for Majima, he's been through a lot. So much so that trying to do the right thing all of this time kind of broke him. Showing that he cares, trying to take the moral high ground, it was all so much that he chose to adopt a completely new persona as the Mad Dog of Shimano. This new persona would be inspired by those he met along his journey. Lee, who would go to any lengths possible to protect the ones he loved. Nishitani, who threw his entire existence into the pursuit of pleasure. And even Sagawa, who despite everything they went through, Majima views as practically immortal. These three paragons of tenacity are how he chooses to live his life from now on. As for Sagawa, despite saying how he views him as practically immortal, the truth of the matter is he was responsible for getting the empty lot for the Omi Alliance. But all they got was a dead chief. His failure is paid for in his own blood, and he is killed. But Majima's true sacrifice would occur a few months after the events of the game. Makoto. Majima did fall in love with her over the course of their journey, but the crux of what he was doing was always to free her from the darkness that kept feeding off of her, to give her the opportunity to live a normal and happy life. And the harsh reality that Majima knows full well is that if she's with him, she'll never have that life. Despite her vision finally returning to her, she doesn't recognize Majima because she can't. She's never seen him before. He was so dedicated to protecting her that, with the exception of the story about his eye, he never described what he looked like. He never even told her his name. The only thing she could do was recognize him by his voice, and he makes sure not to speak in front of her. He pulls the doctor aside who's been looking after her, and he reveals that he's fallen in love with her as well, so Majima selflessly sets him off to give Makoto the life that he feels she deserves. But Majima wouldn't vanish from her life completely without saying goodbye. When Makoto goes to visit her brother's grave and deliver flowers, he left her a little present that she would have regretted throwing away.
私の。ありがとう。ありがとう。
This act is feasibly the pinnacle of why Majima chooses to flip a switch and live life crazier than anyone. Doing the right thing hurts, and it hurts so bad that it broke him. And to jump a few games ahead while at the same time keeping things chronological, a few years after these events, Majima would also wind up finding his own love. He met and subsequently married an aspiring idol named Park. But their marriage ended poorly when she wound up having an abortion with their child without his knowledge. He hit her out of anger and, believing he was causing her more harm than good, left for Kamurocho. This is another event that, despite trying to be normal and live a good life, wound up hurting him, breaking him even more. This is why, following the events of Zero, Majima would be so into the facade of Mad Dog. And let me reiterate, it is a facade. Trying to discern right from wrong just broke him. So, to protect himself, he may as well live life crazy. About 6 years pass between the events of Zero and Kiwami 1. In reality, not a lot actually happens between that time. The few things worthy of note are that Sera officially becomes the third chairman of the Tojo clan, and Kazuma is released from prison and given de facto control of the Dojima family, as Sohei has been appointed as a guardian to Sera. The only strife that really occurred between this time is when the Kazuma family fell into conflict with a Chinese crime organization known as the Snake Flower Triad. Their trade was passport forgery, but the Kazuma family began muscling in on that business. This led to Kiryu getting captured and subsequently tortured. But he was ultimately saved by Kazuma. However, he sustained a critical injury to his leg which persists to modern day. But probably the single most important addition to the story that wasn't present before is Yumi Sawamura. She grew up in the Sunflower Orphanage alongside Kiryu and Nishiki when they were all kids. While the two would go on to join the Yakuza, Yumi lived a civilian life and was in school during the events of Zero. Since then, she was hired at Serena as a hostess, and the three, alongside Reina, spent a lot of time together. While it's never really expanded upon, Kiryu, for whatever reason, fell in love with Yumi, and she too had feelings for him ever since they were young. However, they never wound up getting together, for what can only be assumed as both being unsure of the other's feelings. Instead of potentially risking what they have, they always remained close friends. When Reina reminds him that her birthday is coming up, Kiryu, thanks to a little advice from Reina, gets Yumi a ring with her name engraved on it. And she loved it. It even further pulled them closer in their undefined situationship. But following this event, things would only take a turn for the worse. Sohei Dojima. The humiliation he suffered following the aftermath of the empty lot was too much for his ego to handle. He lost his standing within the Tojo, was demoted to guardian, and even lost control of his own family to the man he hated the most. The glory days of the Dojima family were long behind him, and all he could do was yak on about those times. But on October 1st, 1995, his hatred for Kazuma boiled to a point that he kidnapped and attempted to force himself on Yumi. Nishiki was there to stop him, but only by murdering Dojima in cold blood to protect her. Killing a patriarch is no small act that can simply be walked away from. Someone was going to have to take the fall, and so Kiryu sacrificed himself. He's arrested, charged, and sentenced for murder. For the next 10 years, Kiryu would serve out an entire decade inside prison walls. While the game follows his perspective and would immediately time jump to 2005, where we watch as he learns all about what's gone on in the time since, I'm instead going to give you the chronological series of events following Dojima's murder. Firstly, allow me to go over the victim in this whole ordeal, Yumi. Understandably, she was completely traumatized by the events that unfolded. The experience was so mortifying that she instinctively erased it from her memory completely, but all of her memories went with her. She didn't remember what transpired, but she also didn't remember Kiryu or Nishiki or anyone for that matter. Instinctually, she ran back to the Sunflower Orphanage where, fortunately, since that is Kazuma's, the staff informed him of her appearance and he took her in for safety. He tried to help her regain her memories by showing her pictures, but seeing Nishiki elicited a very negative response, which allowed Kazuma to deduce the truth about that night. So he kept her existence hidden from Nishiki and cared for her himself. As he was caring for her, sometime later, due to her proximity to him, she wound up meeting a man by the name of Kyohei Jingu. He's a politician and an old acquaintance of Chairman Seta. The two had a deal which entailed helping him launder 10 billion yen in exchange for a cut of the proceeds going to the Tojo. Jingu was always in and out of the clan headquarters, and one day he happened to stumble upon Yumi. Yet again, the details are sparse, but long story short, they fell in love. With Yumi dealing with her amnesia, there was still a hole in her heart, and Jingu just so happened to fill it. Kazuma couldn't bring himself to stand in the way of her happiness, so he let it happen. This was perhaps a way for her to cut ties with the Yakuza completely and live a happy and normal life. Eventually, the two had a child which they named Haruka. But shortly after this, Jingu received a proposition to marry the Prime Minister's daughter. Yumi and Jingu weren't married yet, and wanting the best for him, Yumi backed down. Responsibility once again fell on Kazuma, who began looking after the mother and child. But this is where Jingu's biggest flaw comes out: his ambition for power. He wanted to control both the political and criminal worlds, and marrying the Prime Minister's daughter was his first real taste of power. Afraid to lose it, he would do anything to keep it, including killing Yumi and Haruka. Their existence posed a risk to his political career, and so he asked Seta to assassinate them. But fortunately, Kazuma was there to stop it. For better or for worse, this experience led to Yumi regaining all of her memories. While Kazuma is able to talk Seta down from his promise, now clear that Yumi and Haruka's lives are in danger, Kazuma helps her by giving her a new identity as Mizuki, Yumi's younger sister, while Haruka is placed in the Sunflower Orphanage. Yumi would frequently visit Haruka as Mizuki, but she never revealed her identity as her mother to keep her safe. She even returned back to Serena as Mizuki to continue working there for a bit before opening a bar called Ares and falling off the map completely. Meanwhile, Jingu's descent for power became evident, and so Kazuma, Yumi, and Seta, hoping to repent for his actions, conspire to oust Jingu. Considering he was laundering 10 billion yen through the Tojo, Kazuma took the money out and put it in the protection of Yumi. Seta had told Jingu the assassination was successful, so he believes her to be dead. So without the money, it would only be a matter of time before his inevitable downfall. It was simply just a waiting game at this point. The key to the money was kept in a pendant, for which Yumi's part she gave to Haruka while continuing to live her secret life. So that's what happened to Yumi following Dojima's murder. What happened to Nishiki? Unfortunately, his story is that of dissent. While there was never any true sense of malice behind these feelings, Nishiki has always felt like he was behind Kiryu. He always saw his resolve and ability to forge his own path, that it was oftentimes inspiring, and Nishiki worked to be able to stand by his oath brother's side as an equal. Kiryu had nothing but respect for his brother, and Nishiki the same, but others saw it differently. Kiryu taking the fall for Dojima's murder only exacerbated his inferiority complex. Kiryu was such a capable Yakuza. He was Kazuma's favorite, and he probably would have been made a patriarch of his own family sooner rather than later. But now things are more difficult because he's gone. Kazuma family members say how things would have been much simpler if Nishiki was the one who did it, because he's never done anything of value for the family. And these words fall on his ears. Even when he goes back to Reina to tell her about what happened, she too is understandably distraught and asks why he couldn't save them, which he too misconstrues as her calling him useless, and he hits her.
俺が役立たずだって言いてえのか。
そんなつ
お前までそんなこと言うのか
She's left in tears while he shocked by his own actions. After about 1 year following the events, he's then given his own family and made patriarch. Due to killing Sohei, Kiryu wouldn't be allowed to re-enter the Kazuma family as it is a subsidiary of Dojima's. So Nishiki is to build up his own family and give Kiryu a place to come back to once he's out of prison. To help him out, he's given control of some of the family's most capable men, but the problem is they don't respect him. They view him as someone who only got to where he is by kissing officers' ass, and so they proceed with their business however they want. But what was simultaneously adding a lot of pressure to his mental health was his younger sister Yuko's surgery. She's always been in and out of the hospital, but ultimately the news came in that she needed a heart transplant. On top of being expensive, there's also a waiting list. But this is time that she just does not have. So the doctor tells him if he's able to scrounge up 30 million yen, he'll be able to help her out. This is where a little bit of a plot hole comes in, if you ask me. Nishiki goes directly to Matsuhige, one of the veterans loaned to his family, who obviously doesn't respect him. He agrees to get the money, but under his own methods, which involved encroaching on Kashiwagi's territory. He does get the money, but what isn't explained is why Kazuma isn't still helping Yuko himself. She's been part of the Sunflower Orphanage just as long as Nishiki, and she's always been sick. And Kazuma has always been paying for her medical expenses, so why Nishiki is the one that all of a sudden has to earn the money and why he doesn't just go to Kazuma is a plot point that is completely unaddressed. But regardless, obviously Kashiwagi is very upset that Nishiki cannot keep his men in line, and too makes a comment on how Kiryu wouldn't have let this happen. But moving to someone who is trying to stoke the flames of doubt is Shimano. His rivalry with Kazuma is no secret, and Nishiki's difficulty in adapting is the perfect opportunity to sow seeds of doubt. He tells him Kazuma set him up to fail by giving him people he couldn't control, speaks of Kiryu's reputation and how it's only increased since killing Dojima, and how Nishiki should quit since he's someone who couldn't pull the trigger himself, even if he wanted. But what really sends Nishiki over the edge is when he did pay the doctor the 30 million he was asking for. As he anxiously awaited, Matsuhige came in with a bag that just so happened to contain 30 million yen. Turns out, a debt-ridden doctor just paid off the money he owed to the family. Obviously setting off all the red flags, Nishiki hurries to his office to confront him, but by the time he arrives, his entire place is cleared out and he's nowhere to be found. He never intended on getting a heart for Yuko. He was only concerned with paying off his debt. All that humiliation Nishiki went through was for nothing. And his final straw, Yuko is now unable to get a new heart in time, and she dies. All of this was enough to send Nishiki to the brink of suicide, and he would have gone through with it too, if not for Matsuhige walking in and disrespecting him once again. This proves to be his breaking point. He's had enough of others believing that he's useless. He's had enough of Kiryu's reputation somehow rising for a crime that he did. He killed Patriarch Dojima. He has what it takes to pull the trigger and be a true Yakuza. He kills Matsuhige and will kill as many people as it takes to get to the top. Having abandoned everything in the world that once shaped him, Nishiki's descent would be taken advantage of by a few people. Of course, Shimano always wanted him to turn against Kazuma, which indeed did happen. But Jingu also began manipulating Nishiki as well. By this point, Sera had turned against him by sparing Yumi and holding on to the 10 billion that he was laundering. Jingu's motivation is very much political power, but not just within the public space, but the underworld too. So despite their initial alliance, he turns against the Tojo and teamed up with the Omi Alliance, hoping to wipe out the Tojo completely. And to do that, he plans on using Nishiki to spark a civil war from the inside. He tips him off about the 10 billion yen, which Nishiki brings up to the other Tojo patriarchs. Of course, the money was never the clan's to begin with, but with Sera being the only one who knows that, now Nishiki has made everyone else aware of the money, causing a hunt for where it's gone. Following this meeting, Sera would go back to cover his tracks, but is assassinated and killed. While it is not shown, it is almost with certainty Nishiki's doing. But it is around this time that Kiryu is released from prison. The year is now December 5th, 2005. 10 years have passed since he took the fall for Dojima's murder, and the world is now a much different place. In the letter Kazuma left him upon his release, it detailed how he wanted him to meet the owner of a nightclub called Stardust named Kazuki. But at the entrance, he's stopped by Yuya, a very brash and passionate man who stands against the Yakuza. While they're few and far between, not everyone bows down to them, and he greatly respects Kazuki and works to protect the business he built. Speaking of Kazuki, he comes out to break up the misunderstanding and explain that he was actually mentored by Kazuma as a businessman, and he helped him fund the construction of this club. As a result, like many under him, he has great respect for Kazuma and is willing to help him out in any way he can. He wanted Kiryu to come to Stardust to have a secret place to meet up and discuss what's been going on with Nishiki. But when Shimano's goons come in and start causing trouble, everything is stopped thanks to Shinji. I haven't mentioned him, but he actually had a run-in with Kiryu during the events of Yakuza 0. Back then, he was a biker who despised the Yakuza for destroying and tearing apart his family. He used to target and mug them as a sense of revenge and justice in the world. Kiryu wound up having to save him when he got in over his head and tried to set him down the right path. Shinji didn't grow up with a mentor, and Kiryu attributes his strength thanks to Kazuma. So after this, Shinji began looking towards Kiryu as his new role model. He joined the Dojima family and since then has been a very trustworthy ally. But when Nishiki got his own family and began his descent, Shinji actually joined his family so Kazuma could have an insider as to what was going on. But of course, his loyalties lie with Kiryu and Kazuma. He tells him all about what's going on, the 10 billion, Sera's murder, and Nishiki's grab at power. Since Kazuma doesn't exactly have a lot of free time now that their chairman is gone, Kiryu figures he'll go to them directly, which just so happens to be at Sera's funeral. Kazuma does go on to explain that Nishiki is a changed man, but when he goes on to begin telling him about Yumi, he's nearly assassinated by Nishiki. The gunshot obviously grabs the attention of the other Tojo members, which leaves the scene looking like Kiryu was the one responsible. Forced to flee, he is saved by Detective Date. I haven't mentioned him either yet, but he was the officer responsible for convicting Kiryu after Dojima's murder. He always suspected something was wrong about the case, but was never able to prove it. As a result, he was demoted, and his obsession over the whole thing caused his wife and child to leave him. But as a detective, his job isn't over, and now he's investigating Chairman Sera's death, and asks Kiryu to help him, especially since it seems like all of the pieces have begun to move now that he's back. First things first, the most important thing to him right now is what happened to Yumi. He returns to Serena, where Reina, surprised to see him after so long, tells him about her disappearance and also about her sister who showed up. Being the only lead, Reina tells him that she doesn't know where her bar is located, but says that other bartenders may know. So Kiryu heads to another bar named Bacchus, but when he arrives, the place is a bloodbath. Everyone has been murdered, and as Kiryu surveys the crime scene, he comes across a little girl. She clutched a gun out of fear of the situation, but Kiryu puts her at ease and gets her away from the site. She's taken back to Serena, where we learn that this is in fact Haruka. She's come to Kamurocho in search of her mom and Aunt Yumi. Obviously, she was too young to know what was going on, so she's just as much in the dark about Yumi's secret identity as everyone else. But fortunately, she does know where her bar is. It's located in Millennium Tower, a skyscraper that overlooks all of Kamurocho. It's the fruits of labor the entire battle for the empty lot was all about. It was built right over it, in fact, and Yumi's bar is located within. Unfortunately, they don't find her there and instead run into some Omi Alliance men who are trying to take Haruka. They believe she is the key to the 10 billion, but of course, Kiryu doesn't let that happen. Unable to find Yumi, they turn to an information broker who seems to know everything, the Florist of Sai. He was a corrupt police officer who used to leak police info for money. That is, until Date busted him. Since then, he opened up an underground den called Purgatory with brothels, casinos, and even a fighting arena. It's all located underneath West Park, the homeless encampment. He doesn't just use the location as safety, but he also employs the homeless as well as informants. But it's his district-wide surveillance system which allows him to know everything that's going on wherever it's happening. While a businessman, he does believe quite heavily in favors. If you do something for him, he'll be more than happy to help out in return. A lot of filler events take place here to kill some time, so I'll mention the notable events Kiryu does in the meantime. The florist's son, Takashi, had fallen in love with the daughter of a patriarch, Kyoka, but he's very protective of his daughter and doesn't approve of him. The two had stolen some money from them and tried to elope, but he sent his men to stop her. Ultimately, it didn't work as Kiryu was there to protect the both of them. Takashi promises to work hard and make her happy, and as it would turn out, Kyoko's father left her a note saying that if his men were unable to bring her back, then he would let her be free. Satisfied with Takashi's determination, the two can be together. The second story involves Date's daughter, Saya. She reached out to him and the two were supposed to meet up, but he drank himself unconscious. Kiryu goes in his stead to find out that she's been selling her body for money. She had fallen in love with a host that just so happened to be in a lot of debt. As you would expect, he was using her for money, but she was too blind to see. Both Kiryu and Date expose the truth behind his scummy actions, freeing her from being taken advantage of. The two ultimately reconcile, with Date promising to be a better father and Saya promising to live a happy life. Anyway, eventually Kiryu and Nishiki do meet face to face, and he gets to see that Nishiki is in fact a changed man and there's no going back to the way things were. But to add on to the list of people who are after Haruka as they believe her to be the key to the 10 billion is Shimano. He intends to hold her hostage and exchange her to Yumi for the money. To assist him, he partnered with Lao Kalong and the Snake Flower Triad, the same people who nearly killed Kiryu in the past. They're the ones who kidnap her, while Shimano works on the negotiation side of things. Shimano gets 5 billion, Lao gets 3, while the remaining 2 goes to Yukio Terada of the Omi Alliance. I'll introduce him a little bit more later on, but by paying him, he will support Shimano's bid to become the next chairman of the Tojo clan. But all of these plans seem to go to the wayside, as it seems Shimano's offer was too low for Lao. After kidnapping Haruka, he keeps her for himself and intends to sell the pendant to Nishiki because he's the only one who realizes the true value of Haruka. He figured out her value to Jingu and that he wants her dead, so by kidnapping her, he'll be able to extort him for more money than the 10 billion. But as you would expect, Kiryu doesn't let that happen. He storms the entire Snake Flower's headquarters and rescues her and defeats Lao. When everyone returns back to the florist, it is revealed that Reina, who has been assisting Kiryu and the others out, in reality has been secretly helping out Nishiki this entire time by feeding him information about what the others were up to. Unfortunately, she suffered from an unrequited love for Nishiki. She harbored deep feelings for him ever since before all of this chaos unfolded. No matter how deep he fell, she couldn't help herself from wanting him to love her back. So she did anything she could, including selling out Kiryu and Haruka. But through everything that's happened since Kiryu returned, she did see the errors of her ways. She saw the type of man he was and how wrong everything that was happening to Haruka to be, that she sought to make amends. She called Nishiki to Serena, where she tried to shoot him, but it failed. Nishiki ordered his family to kill her, but fortunately she was saved by Shinji. The two try their best to flee, and Kiryu attempts to make it to them before they're tracked down, but he doesn't make it in time, and Nishiki's family sergeant Arase kills Reina. In a fit of rage, Kiryu manages to take them all down and lay Reina to rest. But to add on to the tragic events, Shinji wouldn't make it either.
これをシンジ、お前シンジ
In honor of Shinji's memory, Kiryu delivers the news of his death to his fiancée, Akemi. While she is understandably saddened over these events, as it would turn out, she was given a great responsibility in safeguarding Kazuma. He was placed in her protection for hiding, and she relays the information to Kiryu as to where he's currently been taken, a boat docked at a wharf. When he arrives, he is met by Terada, and this is the truth about who he is. He is actually a member of the Omi Alliance, but he's an ally of Kazuma as he helped him get his position within the Omi. There's more to him, but that'll be very relevant in the next game, so I'll save it for then. Kazuma goes on to tell Kiryu all about what happened in the years he was gone between Yumi and Jingu, as well as her secret identity as Mizuki that he's been chasing down. However, Shimano is still looking for his claim as the new chairman. He suspected Terada might not be on his side and so had him followed, and as it would turn out, he followed him straight to Kazuma, revealing his true colors. So Shimano and his men launch an attack on our characters, hoping to take both Kazuma and Terada out at once. Fortunately, Kashiwagi and reinforcements arrive to even the odds, and an all-out brawl ensues. Ultimately, Shimano is defeated, but refusing to accept defeat, he throws a grenade at Kazuma and Haruka, resulting in Terada shooting him dead and Kazuma taking the brunt of the blast to protect Haruka, leaving him gravely wounded. In his final moments, he tells Kiryu all about the scheme of how they stole the 10 billion, as well as gives him the will Seta left before he was assassinated. And to clear his own conscience, he finally tells Kiryu the truth behind the Sunflower Orphanage, about how all the kids are there because he was the one who killed their parents. But Kiryu forgives him and acknowledges him as his true father.
いいんだおやさん。俺にとっちゃおやさんが本当の親父でした。
With nowhere else to go, Kiryu heads to Ares where, finally, after all of this time, Yumi is actually there. It's a sweet reunion where everyone gets to feel a true sense of release and happiness as they all embrace each other for the first time. But the moment is ruined when Jingu arrives with his men. Terada also makes an appearance trying to back up Kiryu, but is betrayed by his own men as Jingu's power extends far. Refusing to allow him to get away with his megalomaniacal delusions of grandeur, Yumi came prepared with a bomb. Not able to do anything, Kiryu stands against him, not only as someone willing to defend her and Haruka, but also as the new 4th chairman of the Tojo clan. The will Seta left behind listed him as his successor, so now he has a duty to stop Jingu from taking down the Tojo. Kiryu does manage to take him and his government forces down, but it's not the end of things. Nishiki also arrives. Fate has unfortunately steered the two in this direction. Despite having been locked up all this time, Kiryu has somehow managed to become the fourth chairman, win over the heart of Yumi, and locate the 10 billion. These are all things Nishiki has been working towards, and it's too late to turn back now. So to settle this struggle once and for all, the two fight. The outcome was determined from the start. Nishiki has always been chasing Kiryu's shadow, and in the end, he was never able to come out from under it. As the 10 billion is uncovered, Jingu rears his ugly head once more and incapacitates Kiryu. Haruka steps in to protect him, but of course he doesn't value her life either. He tries to kill her as well, but Yumi steps in to take the bullet for the both of them and is gravely wounded. Before he can kill them all, Nishiki, in an effort to atone both for his sins as well as reassert one last degree of control in his life, blows up himself, Jingu, and the 10 billion. In the aftermath of the rubble, all Kiryu can do is hold on to Yumi in her final moments. As the cops all arrive, Kiryu is more than ready to give up his life and return to jail. He feels like he has nothing to live for anymore, but that's when Date reminds him of Haruka. She needs someone to look after her, and realistically, Kiryu is the only one who can do it. But part of doing that is keeping her away from that life, and being the chairman of the Tojo, he wouldn't be able to properly raise her. So he stands down from his position. Kiryu was the chairman for only a day, and in his stead transfers power over to Terada. So Kiryu leaves off to live the life of a civilian and a father. Now, someone I didn't mention throughout the story, as they didn't exactly hold much relevance to the active plot, but I'm sure you would still like to know about what he was up to, is Majima. Following the events of Zero and his adoption of the Mad Dog persona, something that wound up happening was an obsession he formed for Kiryu. He first became aware of his existence as someone who was also protecting Makoto at the time. That gave him a sense of who he was as a person at the time, and was more than enough reason to respect him on a deeper level as he protected a woman that he loved. But add on to that, when they met face to face for the first time, Kiryu had become the Dragon of Dojima and was an unbelievably strong fighter. It reminded him much of Saejima. An aspect of Majima's life that he never stopped missing is that of his sworn brother, and Kiryu exemplified many of the same traits, and so to fill that hole in his life, he became obsessed with Kiryu. But it wasn't just as simple as seeking camaraderie with him. In fact, his actions would prove to be very purposeful. You see, prior to the events of Kiwami 1, prior to the events of Dojima's murder, Majima is constantly trying to get him to be just like him, to stop being so tough, to stop being so idealistic. And it's not just because he wants him to let loose so he can have a good fight, it's part of it, but his actions do have meaning. Majima was once the exact same type of person Kiryu is now. He was very idealistic. He tried to do the right things in life. But where did it get him? He lost his brother, he lost 2 women that he loved, and he lost his kid. And it broke him, leading to why he lives under the Mad Dog persona. And he tries to teach Kiryu this lesson. In fact, he tells him straight up,
世の中筋の通らんことばっかりや。そんな意地張っとったら体が持たんで。
But of course, Kiryu's ideals kept him headstrong, and what winds up happening? By holding true to his ideals and trying to do the right thing, Kiryu loses his brother, he loses his father, and he loses the woman that he loved. And true to Majima's warning, it damn near broke him. He was fully ready to throw away his life and spend the rest of it in jail. But the only thing that kept him together that Majima didn't have were others being there for him. Date, and more importantly, Haruka, gave him a new purpose in life. He lost everything that made him who he is in modern day, but he can at least help forge a future for someone else. So while Majima may not have had any sort of active role in the main plot, it's not as if his existence went without meaning. There is a method to his madness, but it is still very much madness. But even despite it all, Kiryu is still very much able to recognize Majima's character through his persona and holds a great amount of mutual respect for him as well. Kiwami 2's story is less about new factions springing up in modern day so much as it is events from the past coming home to roost. For this story, you must know about the Jingwan Mafia. They are incredibly formidable and well-trained when it comes to combat. They are infamous for their death before dishonor creed, in which they'd rather die and commit suicide than fail and continue living. Back in the 70s, they were so formidable that they were actually beating the Tojo for control over the Tokyo underworld. But all that changed when Sohei wound up getting intel about their leadership attending a party behind one of their clubs on Christmas Day. So he sent Kazama and Shimano to take out their leaders. That night was a massacre. While Shimano carried out a relentless assault on everyone he came across, Kazama, as we've come to know him, was much more merciful. He tried to spare the mafia boss and have him and his men all willingly leave in exchange for their lives. Their conversation was genuinely going well until they were interrupted by a then 12-year-old Kiryu who had secretly followed him, believing something to be wrong. He thought the mafia boss was threatening to attack Kazama, so he attacked him, but it forced Kazama to shoot him. When it was all said and done, the majority of the Jingwan leaders were killed and only 5 survived. 3 of them Kazama took pity on and helped give all new identities. One simply became a citizen and went on to live a quiet life. The other, Kurahashi, became chief of the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department's Foreign Affairs Division, and the other was Terada. His loyalty to Kazama was born due to having spared his life during this massacre and helping him build a new one. Kazama was the one who helped him join the Omi Alliance, and over time he not only rose up its ranks, but now, thanks to Kiryu, he's the chairman of the Tojo clan. And while he was loyal to Kazama, as I mentioned, the Jingwan's loyalty to themselves is almost absolute. Terada and Kurahashi always sought revenge for the night of the Christmas massacre, but out of sheer respect for Kazama saving their lives, they agreed that they were never going to act until he died. They couldn't fight the man who saved him, so they waited, literally, for 26 years. But now that Kazama is dead and Terada has risen to power to the highest position of the Tojo, the Jingwan seek revenge and plan to completely dismantle and destroy it from the inside. But doing so still takes time. It's not as if being the chairman automatically gives him the ability to dissolve the entire organization on a whim. So he surrounded himself with yes men and pushed out senior members who have been around for a long time, like Kashiwagi, in favor of those who would produce the greatest profits. In fact, this is how he was even planning to elect a new clan captain as his right-hand man. But you see, not everyone plays by the rules. Some are a little bit more unpredictable. While he didn't exactly have anywhere near the scope of the true situation, Majima is a true Yakuza, meaning power and respect are 2 things that must be earned. He didn't agree with Terada's method of leadership and focus on money. He saw the yes men he surrounded himself with, and so actively ran interference to prevent the other newly appointed patriarchs from attaining more power than they should have. It's not as if Majima wants the role of clan captain, but he's forcing them to reevaluate how they're going about deciding it, since it's obvious that they don't want him in this role. The likes of Uematsu and Ibuchi are the patriarchs relevant to this side story. The plot comes in when Uematsu turns up dead and Majima becomes the prime suspect, so he has to clear his name. One of his subordinates, named Kawamura, suddenly disappears, making him the obvious perpetrator, so Majima goes to track him down. For information, he goes to who else but the florist, who has rejoined the police. His information network was too astounding to not utilize his talents, so he wound up getting to keep the same job, but now in a legal manner. But that means Purgatory is unattended. He needs someone he can trust to run it, so in exchange for taking over the place in his stead, he'll tell him where his subordinate ran off to, and Majima agrees to the deal. Turns out Kawamura ran to the one place Majima never wanted to return to, Sotenbori. Obviously being a sore spot for him, Majima tries to get in and out of there as quickly as possible. He goes back to the Grand that's under new management and gets information from the hostesses. He learns that Kawamura has accrued a bit of gambling debt, and he used to get massages from a nearby parlor. So he decides to check out the parlor for more information. After prodding a bit too much for information by the receptionist, she pressures him into getting a massage for breaking her patient's confidentiality. So he agrees to a massage, and Majima encounters the most unexpected of faces.
失礼します。本日担当する立山誠です。よろしくお願いします。すみません、腕時計気になります？これ私の宝物なんです。もう20年ぐらいかな。ずっと大事に使ってるんです。ベルトはさすがによれちゃったんで交換したんですけどね。古い型なので替えがこの色しか見つからなくて、もともとのデザインがもっと落ち着いてて好きだったんですけどね。実はこれ私の命を救ってくれた人がくれたものなんです。私実は昔精神的な原因で目が見えなかった時期があって、その人とはそんな時に出会ったんです。事件に巻き込まれた見ず知らずの私をその人は名前も名乗らないまま命がけで守ってくれた。絶望のどん底、暗闇の中から私を救ってくれたんです。そのおかげで今は無事目も見えるようになって、結婚もして子供にも恵まれて、慌ただしいけど楽しい毎日を送れてます。あの頃はこんな未来が待ってるなんて想像もつかなかった。私今本当に幸せです。希望を捨てないで生きてきて本当に良かったなって心からそう思えるんです。でも私その人に感謝を伝えられないまま別れてしまって、ずっと後悔してるんですよね。実はここで今こうしてマッサージしてるのもそれが理由なんです。ここはその人と初めて出会った場所なんです。そしてこの蒼天堀はその人との思い出が詰まった大切な街だから、ここに住んで この場所で昔のように待ち続けていれば、いつかもう一度会えるんじゃないかって。会って今度こそありがとうって言えるんじゃないかって思って。いけない、神経臭い話しちゃいましたね。ごめんなさい。なんでだろう、今日おしゃべりになっちゃうな。あ、今のは夫には秘密にしてるんで内緒にしといてくださいね。あ、お客さん、これうちの会員カードです。どうぞ。以前どこかでお会いしましたっけ？お体楽になりましたか？
おかげで18年もののコリが取れたわ。
ありがとうございました。
As Majima said, this interaction helped heal some wounds he's been carrying around for 18 years. This is genuinely the first instant of solace that he's gotten in his life in a very long time. All this time, he never knew if his actions back then to let Makoto go was the right one. He never knew what became of her, if the pain he went through was all inevitably going to be worth it in the end. But now, as if by pure fate, he gets to know that it all paid off. She got to live that normal life. She got married. She got to have a kid. And she's happy. For 18 years, it's felt like nothing but things that have continuously broken Majima, but this is a level of closure he didn't know that he needed, and it heals a big part of him. The Mad Dog persona tames out quite a bit thanks to this, but since he's genuinely gotten closure, he doesn't disappear without returning the favor. As it would turn out, this is Makoto's last week in the country as her husband got a job overseas. So before she departs, Majima left her behind a little gift that would give her closure as well.
Oh.
これ、誠さん宛てで店に届いてたんです。送り主が書いてないんですけど、常連さんからですかね。
え？これって昔私がしてた。どうして？古い型なので替えがこの色しか見つからなくて。元々のデザインがもっと落ち着いてて好きだったんですけどね。ベルトはさすがによれちゃったんで交換したんですけどね。もう20年ぐらいかな。ずっと大事に使ってるんです。
どうした誠？眠れなかったのか？
ううん、大丈夫。もうすぐ新しい生活が始まるんだね。
心残りでもあるのか？
As you might expect, this entire story was largely meant to deliver this and give closure to this storyline and the characters. The rest is largely dressing. But since there was a plot going on prior to their reunion, Majima rushes to the Grand after hearing that Kawamoto murdered someone from the Omi Alliance. Turns out that he was working for Ibuchi as he had accrued large amounts of gambling debt, and if he'd killed both Uematsu and Majima, he was promised to be free of it. But Ibuchi kills him and reveals that he wants to become the Tojo clan captain so he can overthrow it and restructure the entire system. But not before igniting a war between the Omi Alliance and the Tojo. Having Kawamoto murder an Omi executive was meant to be that spark. But of course, Majima doesn't allow Ibuchi to do as he pleases. After being defeated, Ibuchi kills himself to avoid the consequences of his actions, while Majima relays everything that happened back to Terada. But regardless of Ibuchi having been stopped, an Omi executive was still killed, meaning there had to be some sort of reparations. So he goes in front of the Omi's chairman and leadership and disbands his family. While he worked hard to rejoin the Yakuza for the sake of his brother, the fact of the matter is, if a war was to erupt now, there would be no more Tojo to return back to. So he honorably takes his leave and Goda accepts the apology. No longer part of the Yakuza, Majima would fulfill his promise to the florist and take over leadership of Purgatory. In conjunction with this, he would also start up his own company, Majima Construction. The members of his family were now without a place, so they could either find a new family within the Yakuza or follow Majima in this new venture, and many did. While it is largely a front to help disguise the illegal going-ons underground, it is actually a legitimate construction business. They would begin work on what would be known as Kamurocho Hills. It would be built in West Park, the former homeless encampment. Majima forced all of the homeless to find new refuge. So that's what happened to him. But just because Majima is out of the picture doesn't mean Terada's plans are interrupted. While Majima left the family to prevent a war from breaking out, a war was exactly what Terada wanted. He and his oath brother from the Omi Alliance, Takashima, colluded to spark this war. Ironically, both of them were hiding their own true goals. Terada wanted the destruction of the Tojo on behalf of the Jingwan Mafia, but Takashima wanted to control both the Omi and Tojo. He was secretly aware of Terada's origin in the Jingwan, so he played along with him as a war between the Omi and Tojo benefited them both. But while the Omi Alliance and all of its lieutenants would have a very prominent role in this story, it is the chairman's son, Ryuji Goda, who would be the most important. Back when I was covering the Jingwan Christmas Massacre, I mentioned how there were actually 5 survivors, but I only covered 3. Well, a woman by the name of Suyun-jung and her child Ryuji wound up being saved by a detective named Kawara. His appearance that night was completely coincidental as he was tailing a suspect and just so happened to wound up in the building as the murders were taking place. But he was there to witness the bloodbath of that night. The mafia boss Kazuma was forced to kill spent his dying breath begging him to save his wife and child. He finds them in a burning room ready to jump out of a window, but Kawada saves both of them and safely gets them out of the building and to protection. He helped the mother go into hiding in Osaka, where she met the yet-to-be 5th chairman of the Omi Alliance, Jin Goda. The two befriended one another, and he had fallen in love with her fairly quickly. He gave her shelter and a place where she could provide for her son. But sometime later, she reunited with Kawada, and she fell in love with him. She was planning on moving out, but Jin practically begged to adopt her son. He promised to love him and treat him as if he were his own. The main reason he wanted custody wasn't for the sake of the child, but because it would mean that he would still be able to see her again in the future. They're not leaving off on bad terms, so she was bound to visit frequently. But from her perspective, Jin does have a lot more resources and is more equipped to protect and raise him with better opportunities in life. So she agrees to leave Ryuji with him. Now in a relationship with Kawada, she would have another child, this time a daughter that she would name Kaoru. Similarly, she was incapable of raising this one as well, and so begged a friend of hers to take care of her and hide her true origins completely. The Jingwans believe that even descendants of their members are still considered part of the organization, so to prevent her from being tracked down, she's asked to keep it a secret. As for Kawada during this time, he had gotten a job in Hong Kong, which kept him separated from his family. But shortly after handing her daughter over, Suyun was tracked down by Jingwan Mafia members from the mainland and murdered for her desertion. Following this, Kawada would return to Japan and go on a personal revenge mission against all the Jingwan. So now you have two half-siblings, neither of which know the other's existence and neither of which know their own origin. Ryuji would grow up under the care of Jin in the Omi Alliance. He grew up neglecting Ryuji as his presence only reminded him of her death. This, in conjunction with other kids his age ostracizing him because he was the son of a Yakuza, made him a very lonely childhood. But even despite this, when Ryuji was in elementary school, he still stuck up for his fellow classmates that were getting bullied. He would beat up and steal the pants of high schoolers who picked on them. And back in 1988, he even had a run-in with Majima. He tried to steal his pants, but for obvious reasons, he didn't let that happen. Majima impressed him quite a bit, even saying that he's just as strong as his old man. But when he returns the pants of all those that got them stolen, they try to jump Ryuji once again, and even without Majima's help, he's still able to take them all out alone. It's clear that Ryuji's a very driven man who believes largely in strength. He doesn't respect underhanded or manipulative tactics to get power. So in this sense, he's a very straightforward individual. Funnily enough, he and Majima would meet again when he disbanded his family. While Ryuji doesn't recognize him and Majima doesn't acknowledge it, yet again, he winds up leaving quite an impression on Ryuji through the sheer strength of his character. Ryuji grew up to be an incredibly feared and respected man due to his sheer strength and combat prowess. He initially joined his father's Yakuza group, the Goryu clan, but when he grew too old, Ryuji became its second chairman. He was also partially involved in Jingu's scheme in the last game. Ryuji was his Omi Alliance contact that he allied with and was intending on letting control the Yakuza underworld, but obviously that plan fell through. But Ryuji's motivation to control the entire underworld has not, so he also wants to incite a war and destroy the Tojo to prove his strength. As for Kaoru, she was raised under the care of Tamio, even adopting her last name to even further hide the truth of her origins. But since Kawada couldn't stay out of her life completely, he made frequent calls to Tamio, who would let him know how she's doing. But one night, Sayama overheard a call where she was blaming the Tojo for the death of her parents. It was then that she learned that she was adopted and became determined to find out who her real parents were and how the Yakuza were connected to it. She joined the police force and quickly rose up its ranks. After getting promoted to assistant inspector, she transferred to the organized crime division per her request, where she would mercilessly hunt down Yakuza in search of the truth about her past. She even garnered a reputation as the Yakuza huntress amongst her peers for her drive in taking them down. But all of that leads to what seems to be the motivation for nearly every major party involved in this story: a war between the Omi Alliance and the Tojo. Ryuji wants a war so he can topple the Tojo clan and prove his strength. Terada wants a war so it'll weaken the Tojo and the Jingwan Mafia can have their revenge. The two are not working together, but coincidentally enough, Ryuji conspires with a member of the Jingwan Mafia to carry out a series of bombings on the Tojo-controlled businesses, which will eventually lead up to an Omi invasion of Tokyo. Part of Ryuji's plan in inciting a war is by assassinating the Tojo's chairman, Terada. But he doesn't know that Terada is actually in charge of the Jingwan Mafia, so instead of actually being assassinated, Terada plans on faking his assassination to spark a war and trick everyone, the Omi and Tojo alike. 1 year following the events of the last game, Kiryu and Haruka are paying their respects to the graves of Nishiki, Kazuma, and Yumi. Terada arrives to seek counsel regarding how he would go about stopping this impending war. But before he has time to answer, Jingwan goons, posing as Omi Alliance members, roll up and shoot him. Terada puts on the theatrics and entrusts Kiryu with a letter and asks that he deliver it to the Omi Alliance himself. With Terada believed to be dead, it understandably causes much disarray within the Tojo itself. Some want revenge, others erring on the side of caution. In the stead of Terada's death, the role of chairman is taken up by Yayoi Dojima, Sohei's widow. In contrast to her late husband, Yayoi is quite a respectable individual. She's remarkably loyal despite her husband's obvious infidelity. She had even tried avenging his death in the past by confronting Kiryu. But she relented as she had suspicions that he wasn't the one who actually killed him. Regardless, she is still incredibly respected and fierce. But being a woman, she would never have any lasting stay within the Yakuza. She had enough support and recognition for helping the Dojima family rise to where it is that there weren't too many concerns with her taking over for the time being. But for Kiryu, before he heads to the Omi Alliance headquarters, he knows there needs to be a new chairman who can bring the entire clan together. Since the Dojima family is still one of the largest and most influential families within the Tojo, it only seemed right that a Dojima would lead it once again. And for him, that was Yayoi and Sohei's kid, Daigo Dojima. Having been in the family for so long, Kiryu has actually known him since he was a kid. Needless to say, Sohei wasn't exactly a great father who played an active role in his life. Because of this, Daigo grew up quite lonely. His status led others his age only hanging out with him out of fear, and being the son of the most powerful Yakuza family at the time made him quite entitled. He forced Kiryu to take him to an adult bar where he was mean to the staff and demanded to be treated a certain way due to who his parents were. And it all even culminates when the kids he was hanging out with earlier try to kidnap him and beat him up. Daigo wants to kill them as punishment, but Kiryu instead scolds him about his attitude. He can't keep using his name and money to throw at and threaten people. He needs to earn others' respect to be treated as an equal. Daigo heeds his advice and even requests that he drop the honorifics when they talk. He really looked up to and greatly respected Kiryu, which made it all the more troubling for him when news spread that he killed his father. This sent Daigo into a complete rage. He continuously worked in the Tojo clan, fueled by spite. He was incredibly reckless and even made a move on the Omi Alliance. He challenged Ryuji to a one-on-one duel, but the whole thing was a setup. Cops were there waiting for him when he arrived, and since he was carrying a weapon, he got busted and put in jail for 5 years. After his release, he learned that Kiryu wasn't the perpetrator of his father's murder, which put a massive damper on his life. He went from respecting his entire being to throwing it all away for revenge, but now his life lost all purpose. It sent him into a spiral of depression, and now he spends his time getting drunk around Kamurocho. And this is when Kiryu re-enters his life. While others may unjustifiably lose faith in Kiryu, he never loses faith in them. Daigo used to always speak about how he was the heir to the Dojima family. While definitely entitled at the time, Kiryu saw the type of man he could turn into and still believes he has it in him. While defiant at first, after a fight, Daigo agrees to go to him with Kansai as he has a score to settle with the Omi. While peace talks actually go quite well with Chairman Goda, as predicted, Ryuji smelt blood in the water. Part of Terada's strategy of sending Kiryu to the Omi Alliance headquarters was to bait him into taking action. Ryuji holds a particular grudge against Kiryu, not necessarily for anything he's done, but for his reputation as the Dragon of Dojima. Ryuji also bears the mark of the dragon, and he's been called the Dragon of Kansai. But as we've come to learn, there's only ever space for one dragon. So Ryuji seeks to usurp that title and become the one true dragon. Just another stepping stone in proving his strength. So, as peace negotiations are going on, he launches a coup. If he wants control of everything Tojo has, he needs a war to break out. While Daigo attempts to hold him off, he's ultimately incapable and Kiryu has to take him on himself. Daigo takes Goda for protection and Kiryu defeats Ryuji. He claims that it's far from over and flees the scene as cops arrive to arrest Kiryu. It turns out a warrant was put out for his arrest by the police as they too feared a war breaking out. If Kiryu was to die in Kansai territory, it would undeniably cause a shitstorm. So they wanted him detained so he wouldn't get into any trouble. Most of the cops wanted nothing to do with it since it was basically a babysitting job for a Yakuza, but Sayama, upon hearing that it was Kiryu Kazama of the infamous Tojo clan, jumped at the opportunity to find answers about her past. But on their car ride, the two are nearly assassinated by an Omi sniper. Sayama is wounded and taken back to her mama's bar, and after hunting down info, he learns that Sengoku has put a bounty out on him. As you would expect, his motivation is more power, and Kiryu stands in his way. The unfortunate news comes in that Daigo and Goda did not make it out safe and were instead captured. After informing the rest of the Tojo about what's going on, to find Daigo, he figures the best place to go is to the florist. So he heads to Purgatory, but is surprised to find Majima. He tells him that he's in charge of the place now, and while not the man he was necessarily looking for, he was also planning on talking with him eventually. So now's as good of a time as any to ask for his assistance. The Tojo is in a very fractured state right now, and should the Omi invade, they'll stand no chance. So he asks that he lend them his strength when the time comes, and Majima agrees to help out. While the Goryu invasion and the quest to find Daigo would continue, there is also a Jingwan Mafia plot unfolding as well. Date and Kawada are at Stardust speaking to Kazuki about some widespread raids the police are doing in the city. This is all meant to be a trap to see if Kazuki has any ties to the Jingwan. Next thing you know, he books it out of the club and makes a run for it. Kiryu, on his own quest to find Daigo, winds up on the roof of the same building the two chased Kazuki down at, and everyone is shocked to see two Kazukis. While Kawada pinpoints the imposter, Date is way more wary, unwilling to potentially make the wrong choice. This allows him to shoot both the real Kazuki and Kawada, but Sayama comes in just in time and kills him. Fortunately, only the imposter died. Turns out the real Kazuki was kidnapped months ago and held captive where he was replaced with a Jingwan lookalike. For now though, as the real Kazuki recovers in the hospital, the others explain to Kiryu and Sayama more about the organization. Believing that they were the ones responsible for kidnapping Daigo, they go to the florist, actually this time for information. He reveals he too is dealing with a spy problem, which is immediately demonstrated when the building gets attacked. They're trying to keep Kiryu from finding Daigo, but after dealing with their goons, Sayama helps prevent a hacking attempt and they learn where he's being kept, Shangri-La. They run a two-man raid on the entire building and are finally able to rescue him. Kashiwagi goes on to inform everyone about the Jingwan massacre as their connection to the Goryu clan is becoming more and more evident. For now though, Terada's funeral is the next day. Ryuji crashes the service and taunts everyone with money, but still having a sense of honor, he gives them 3 days to mourn the dead until he wants his rematch and makes his move on Kamurocho. For now though, he does give a warning about Sengoku also making moves, which he is indeed doing. Many of his men have invaded the city, but as promised, Majima is there to fend them off. While Kiryu and Sayama would travel to Kamurocho and lend their aid, this was only half of Sengoku's plan. His men in Kamurocho were meant to take over as many businesses and assassinate as many Tojo officers as possible. But while this was going on, he had also conspired with a Tojo patriarch named Koji Shindo. He was previously the captain of Nishiki's family, but following his death took over as its patriarch. He greatly respected Nishiki and as a result blames Kiryu for his death. As a result, he's been very defiant in assisting the Tojo clan since he's come back, so much so that he's actually betraying them. He teamed up with Sengoku so he could overthrow the clan and lead it as its next chairman. Similar to Nishiki as well, he also wants to claim a woman he has no right to. In this case, it's Yayoi. But he's a lot more delusional in believing that he can simply just claim her. While Kiryu defeats him, it is Daigo who kills him to protect the others. Due to these events, Yayoi declares a full-on war against the Omi. As the investigation regarding the Jingwan continues, Sayama feels betrayed after learning her boss actually worked the original case but never told her. So alongside Kiryu, the two go to get answers. While he's defiant at first, he eventually tells them about the survivors. At the same time, while it's not made clear to her, he takes Sayama off her protective custody job to protect her from danger. But knowing that she'll remain headstrong, he asks Kiryu to look after her. While she's feeling a bit down as she believes she may have been one of the survivors of that night, to get her mind off things, the next thing both Kiryu and Kaoru know, they're on a sort of date.
何してんの？はよ行こう。
The following morning, they track down one of the survivors, Murai. He expands further on the events of that night, which further leads Sayama to think that she was the kid that was saved. Unfortunately, the two's tracking down of Murai led other Jingwan members to find him as well. They fight them off, but Murai is gravely wounded and dies. With all of this new information, Kiryu too now believes that she was the daughter of the Jingwan boss and feels responsible for getting him killed. While he's willing to let Sayama kill him for revenge, she knows the world is not so black and white, and everything she's been through won't go away if she just kills him. So instead, she takes some time alone to think about what to do. Feeling an incredible amount of guilt himself, Kiryu too is forced to wallow in his own sadness and guilt. While his mind is elsewhere, a hitman stabs him and flees the scene. Luckily, he's able to get back to Aoi's before he succumbed to his injury. As you might expect by this point, this is still Sengoku's doing. Tired of being thwarted, he sinks so low as to kidnap Haruka. So obviously unable to let that stand, Kiryu heads to Osaka Castle where his base resides and fights his way through all of his men, including 2 tigers. Seeing just how strong the Dragon of Dojima is, he attempts to flee into his office where Ryuji is waiting. He doesn't respect Sengoku's underhanded tactics, especially that of kidnapping a little girl to try and stand on equal ground to Kiryu. There's no honor in such an action, and so he slashes him multiple times with his sword before throwing him out of his office and to his death. He returns Haruka back to him and says how he's still coming for him before taking his leave. Sayama appears as her mom had told her about what was happening, and she helps him get back to safety. But when they get back, not only is her mama missing, but they get a call from Kurahashi, one of the other Jingwan survivors. He tells them that he's captured Date as he feels now is an appropriate time for the Jingwan to begin enacting their plans. Date is just meant to lure Kiryu and bring all of the interested parties to the Millennium Tower. and it does. Kiryu and Sayama, as well as Kawada and Tamio, all arrive as Kurahashi tries to convince her to join their side due to the Korean blood flowing through her veins. It doesn't work, and amidst the chaos, Kawada is gravely wounded. Kurahashi is killed, and the truth comes out about her true origin and the fact that he is her father. Kawada spends his final moments recounting how he and her mother met before succumbing to his wounds.
俺と母さんの分まで幸せになるんだぞ。
お父さん。
ありがとう。な。
His ashes are given to his loved ones, and Sayama is entrusted to try and crack the encrypted disk back into Osaka for more information. But back at Serena, she feels guilty about leaving at what feels like the climax. But more importantly than feeling guilty, she feels scared. She thought she could handle whatever truth came out about her past, but now that burden has proven to be quite heavy. But Kiryu is there to put her at ease.
大丈夫だよ。
え？
どんな結果であろうと、俺が全てを受け止めてやる。だから、何があっても帰ってこい。この町に。
わかった。
I haven't exactly been covering it, as it was a very gradual shift in their relationship, but throughout this experience, the two have slowly been falling for each other. Sayama originally had a very harsh view on Yakuza and anyone who was one, and while a lot of people reinforce the negative outlook she has on them, Kiryu wasn't one of them. We already know the quality of his character and how he doesn't allow others to influence what he believes right from wrong. She's gotten to witness firsthand just how dependable and caring he really is, while never swaying from his determination to help others, whether that be old friends or someone he barely knows. There's a lot to admire, but the same can be said about Kaoru. Kiryu equally admires many of the same attributes. She was very driven and determined in her goals, and in that aspect, he never had to worry about her safety. But more than that, he empathized with her past. Her desire to uncover the truth about where she came from proved to be a heavysome burden that she might not have been able to bear if she was alone. She began to feel like it was something that would define her and change everything about what she thought of herself and what others thought of her. But Kiryu has seen her and all of the things that have made her who she is. It's why he reassures her that whatever she learns about where she came from isn't going to change what he thinks of her. Those things don't define a person's character, nor do they change them. To him, Kaoru is normal. It's the only version of her that he knows, so he doesn't have to worry himself about her because he knows just how strong she is. So while Sayama goes back to Osaka for the time being, the others have to deal with the Goryu clan's invasion, which has finally come. While the Tojo clan is in a very weakened state, Daigo finally steps up to the occasion, rallying the members who are able as he stands brave in the face of danger and annihilation, thus proving his ability to step in and eventually lead the clan. But on top of an Omi Alliance invasion, our characters also have to deal with 31 bombs left behind by the Jingwan members, one for every life taken that night. It was the last thing Kudahashi alluded to before his death. Majima had fortunately kept the florist's place clean, allowing them all access to the network and ability to locate all the bombs. So Kiryu and the others go around town protecting the people and fighting off the Goryu's forces. Ultimately, they are successful. The invasion fails, and Majima is able to use his intuition to disarm the final bomb. Afterwards, everyone learns the truth about Ryuji's origin as the child who survived the night of the Christmas massacre, and his blood connection to Sayama as her half-brother. Independently, she also learns this information and reunites with everyone, both sides keeping this knowledge secret. Sayama prods Kiryu to see if he truly has to fight Ryuji, for which he says he does. As a result, she sends him on a fool's errand so she can talk to her brother personally. She's tired of not having a family and losing the ones that she has, so she's there to try and talk him down from his path so they can be a family. But ultimately, Kiryu shows up and Jin confirms the validity of their relation. But tragically, Ryuji has been on this path for too long. He's lived an entire life alone, and he's just as hard-headed as Kiryu, so his ambition remains steadfast. After a brief duel where Kiryu emerges victorious, and it seems like that might just be the end of it, Terada finally makes his reveal to the others that he's still alive and has been the one leading the Jingwan this entire time. The moment for revenge and to take down the Tojo has come, but Kiryu is there to stop them all. It is then when Takashima appears with his own motivation. While he's been conniving with Terada, he ultimately betrays both of them and Chairman Goda by killing them both. Takashima does not want the Tojo clan destroyed. Like Ryuji, he wants to control both organizations. But you see, before his death, Terada activated a final bomb. Takashima's plans would not come to fruition. After shooting Kiryu and taking Sayama hostage, Ryuji reawakens from his battle, saving his sister and shooting him dead. But it's not without sustaining heavy damage in the process. With a bomb about to go off and the two too wounded to escape, both Kiryu and Ryuji decide to die how they lived, fighting. They lock Sayama out and send her away so she can live. In a true battle filled with nothing but respect for one another, both Kiryu and Ryuji fight with everything they have. Sayama did not run away. However, she returned back to her brother to be there with him in his final moments.
古代に可愛い妹がおったとはもっと早う知っとればな。
こんなことにはならんかったかもね。
いや、わしの体には人言派の血が流れとるんや。いずれこうしてのたれ死ぬ運命やったんや。まあ思ったより長生きしたわ。笑顔を見せてくれや。おかんの笑った顔が好きやったんや。
お兄ちゃん。
顔や。
Unfortunately, Ryuji would succumb to his bullet wounds and Kiryu is too injured to run away. While he tries to get her to flee, she ultimately remains steadfast and chooses to stay as well. As the bomb ticks down, the two spend it embraced in each other's arms. But the twist to the whole thing is that Terada removed the bomb's fuse. Apparently, he never trusted Takashima, and when it was all said and done, he did in fact have too much respect for Kazuma, saving his life, that he could not go through with betraying him and destroying the Tojo clan. So Kiryu and Sayama got to live. Yakuza 3 picks up right where Yakuza 2 left off. Everyone is at the gravesite honoring those lost. But something this game does do, which is quite unfortunate for the continuity of the story, is completely write off Sayama. Kiwami 2 spent a lot of time building up their relationship and establishing that they had fallen in love with each other. But this game opens up with the two parting ways. Sayama is going to the US to be an instructor for a new department of the Metropolitan Police. She wants to focus on her career and needs a few more years to do that, but promising to return back to Japan at some point in the future. In reality, Sayama was just written off for the sake of gameplay. Many minigames involve Kiryu being a bachelor and flirting with other women, so if he was in a relationship, it would reflect negatively on his character, so she was just removed entirely. So yes, Sayama is off to the United States to focus on her career. Kiryu, however, is planning on moving to Okinawa to run an orphanage. He always wanted to look after kids just like Kazuma before him, and after the former manager of Morning Glory Orphanage had passed away, Kiryu was asked if he knew anyone to take the job, and considering where he was at in life, he took up responsibility himself. But since he'll be leaving Kamurocho and the Tojo behind, he needs to make sure it's in secure hands. Daigo is set to become the 6th chairman, and he wants someone trustworthy by his side. And who he asks is none other than Majima. Not only has he proven himself time and time again, but since Daigo doesn't have a family of his own, he wants Majima to rejoin the Yakuza and use his family to restore power to the Tojo. While he's not exactly keen on babysitting Daigo, Kiryu reassures him that he's young, not stupid. All Majima has to do is bust up anyone threatening him. A simple enough job for the mad dog of Shimano. And just like that, Kiryu leaves the Tojo clan in the hands of Daigo and Majima. For the next 6 months, it was pretty smooth sailing. For the most part, Kiryu was still adapting to this new lifestyle, but compared to what he was used to, it was certainly manageable. And that was in large part thanks to Haruka. She takes on a lot of responsibilities around the orphanage, particularly when it comes to the role of older sister. She's the one making sure that everyone's following the house rules, that there aren't any squabbles going on between anyone, and just overall managing the others while Kiryu's busy with chores or cooking or whatever else. I'll introduce the kids here in a second because their time in Okinawa is not limited to just the orphanage, as they are still part of a city and there were others that they came to know. It was only a matter of time until some drama ensued. Not even a year at the place, and the orphanage gets an eviction notice from the Ryudo family, a local small Yakuza clan who happens to own the land Morning Glory is on. Someone is interested in building a resort there, which is part of a much larger power struggle I'll get into here soon enough, but basically their patriarch Nakahara feels like there's no standing in the way of progress, whether he wants it or not. So he complies with the bid to buy the land. While he is more or less respectful, even offering to lend Kiryu money to move, Kiryu is as bullheaded as ever. He knows Yakuza tactics when he sees them, and so refuses to leave and uproot the kids' lives. So he's standing firm in the fact that he nor the orphanage are going anywhere. While that's far from any sort of true resolution, it does put a pin in the situation for now. But a few days later, he is approached by Rikiya of the same family. He's already had a run-in with him and Mikio, as they were the ones who initially gave them the eviction notice. Rikiya is here to ask Kiryu a favor. Nakahara's adopted daughter Saki has been taken hostage by a rival family, the Tamashiro family. Saki was born into a very broken home, her mother not wanting to raise her and a father in crippling gambling debt. The money was originally owed to the Ryudo family, and when Rikiya came to collect, Saki's father had hung himself and she was clutching on to his leg. The event was so traumatic that she lost her voice and now only communicates via drawings, which fortunately she's very good at. Nakahara, following this, had taken her in and began raising her as his own. Fast forward back to current day, Tamashiro began sleeping with Saki's birth mother to get to her so they could kidnap her, which he did. He plans on exchanging Saki for the deed to Morning Glory's land. The Ryudo family isn't exactly the most capable of Yakuza, and this is a little bit out of their depth. So, after having witnessed Kiryu's strength firsthand, Rikiya went to him asking for help to rescue Saki, which he does. He humiliates Tamashiro and saves her life. In complete contrast, her birth mother is only upset that she was played, while Nakahara is glad that Saki is alright. He's obviously incredibly grateful for Kiryu's actions, and as a thanks, drops trying to get his land, instead wanting to be Oath Brothers with him. But it is then that Daigo appears. Turns out this headache Kiryu's been going through with potential eviction is all one unfortunate coincidence. Turns out the Tamashiro family is actually part of the Tojo clan. The Minister of Defense wanted the land for the resort, again for a larger political scheme I'll explain here soon, but to obtain the land, Tamashiro began implementing shady tactics that, if exposed, would get the Tojo in a lot of trouble by authorities, hence Daigo's appearance. Daigo was supporting the endeavor for the resort, unbeknownst that was where Kiryu and the kids were. So, after learning this, he promptly promises to leave them be as he feels Kiryu deserves this nice life. Following this, Nakahara and Kiryu share a drink and become Oath Brothers. Similarly with the children, Kiryu would also grow close with Nakahara, Rikiya, and Mikio alike. And this is the life that Kiryu builds over the course of the next 2 years. The children and the Ryudo family are a big part of their life. So allow me to introduce them and what they all went through while they were here. In total, there are 8 children part of Morning Glory, not including Haruka. There's Koji, a very sporty young boy, Eri, who can be very quiet and shy, Mitsuo, who much like Shoji is very athletic, Shiro, who is very smart but also shy, Ayako, who is the second eldest and also plays much of an older sister role much like Haruka, Taichi, who loves to act as leader and is much rougher than the others, Riona, who loves fashion, and Izumi, who is the youngest of the group. Kiryu works his best to raise them as if he were his own and teach them all valuable life lessons. For example, one night when dinner was prepared, Izumi was missing from the table. Everyone's pretty hungry, so Kiryu goes out to find her alone. She's on the beach crying because the kids at her school were making fun of her for not having a family. And Kiryu consoles her by relating his own past and experience, saying how despite being an orphan himself, he still grew up with a father and a brother, and even now, he doesn't consider himself in a position of employment running the orphanage, but rather they're all his kids. Family can be more than just blood, and everyone at Morning Glory is her family. And it's proven. When they come back inside, everyone waited for her to return before they started eating. There's another small story involving her where she adopts a stray dog named Mame. Mikio would help her catch him and subsequently build him a doghouse just outside the orphanage. But Izumi wasn't the only kid getting picked on by her classmates. Shiro is getting bullied by another boy in his class, but he's the teacher's son. He threatened Shiro, saying that if he told on him, he would get his father to go to a city councilor he plays golf with to get the orphanage shut down. Kiryu is obviously not gonna sit around and do nothing, so he goes to the country club and speaks with the council member himself. After talking a little bit about the orphanage, he's invited over to check the place out. He's impressed with both Kiryu and all of the kids, and when Shiro comes home, this time after having stood up for himself, the boy and his father arrive where he tries to scold Kiryu's parenting skills. However, he's shocked to see the council member there, who Kiryu has rightfully won over the favor of. Despite both of them trying to weasel their way out and make the orphanage seem like the bad guys, it doesn't work and they both have to leave embarrassed. So Shiro's bullying is likely over, but at least if it's not, Kiryu taught him to stand up for himself. But not everything at the orphanage is always handled perfectly. When Taichi goes to Ayako to ask for some money back that she borrowed, she's incapable as she doesn't have it. Kiryu tries to teach her some responsibility, but she reveals that the money was stolen. He gathers all of the kids to try and get to the bottom of things, but this only leads to everyone throwing out baseless accusations and creating an overall hostile environment. So he realizes his mistake and disperses everyone. On his way out, he catches Eri digging through Ayako's bag before running away, and when Ayako returns, the money is back. Eri was evidently the one who took it and tried to return it after everyone was so angry, and when Kiryu goes to talk to her, she reveals she took the money so she could hang out with her friends. They're always going out and doing things, and they rarely ever invite her because they know she can't afford it. So when they did ask her to go to the movies with them, she was ecstatic and promised to go, but didn't have the money. She was planning on paying Ayako back next allowance, but it turned into this whole thing and she got scared. Ayako shows up and reveals that she had actually known that she took the money but didn't want to say anything, and especially now after hearing why she did it, she wished she never brought it up in the first place. Being the second oldest, Ayako often feels inclined to shoulder a lot of the burden and responsibilities. They both apologize to each other, and Kiryu wipes the whole thing from the others' minds by telling them that she just so happened to find some money the other day, and he was the one who forgot about it until now. So it must have just slipped out of Ayako's bag. So no one is the thief and everyone's able to move past it. Then there's the story of Mitsuo, who has a crush on Riona. He invites her to go to the movies with him, but she winds up refusing solely due to the color of his skin. Kiryu is obviously disappointed in her as that's not how he raised her, but when she goes out with her friends, they begin bullying her because she has a scar on her arm. Mitsuo stands up for her, and he's able to make her feel better, and she apologizes for being prejudiced. Then there is Taichi, who is a very physical kid, but after some play wrestling goes wrong, a doctor tells him that he has asthma, which dampers his dream of becoming a professional wrestler. With doctor's orders being to take it easy, Rikia and Kiryu put on a match for his and the other kids' enjoyment. But Taichi swoops in at the last minute for a finisher and a pinfall. The doctor comes back after analyzing his blood work and realizes it wasn't asthma but rather an allergic reaction that caused him to collapse. So his dream of being a wrestler isn't crushed just yet. Those are just a handful of things Kiryu and Haruka deal with over the course of 2 years as they all grow closer together as a family. But anyway, returning to the main plot and the characters involved, there's only a few new ones within the Tojo. Most of them aren't too important. Hamazaki runs his own little small family and secretly strives to become the next chairman. Kanda is the third patriarch of the Nishikiyama family, largely due to having been in jail when Shindo and the other members staged a coup in the previous game. But the most important new character is Yoshitaka Mine. Like Kiryu, he grew up an orphan. Mine was constantly rejected by everyone around him and so spent his life achieving wealth and status. And this was his entire life. It persisted into his adulthood as he founded his own venture company and employed many people. But no matter how much money he made, it was all empty. It was never able to fill that void within him. What he truly sought out of life were genuine bonds with others. Being alone has led him to yearn for something of true substance. Not cash, not equity. Everyone around him has only ever used him for their own personal gain. But in contrast to that, one night he bore witness to an assassination attempt on Daigo's life that left 4 Tojo members dead. They all sacrificed their lives to protect him, and Mine was intrigued as to what could have been so special about Daigo that it would lead others to risk giving up their own. So he was determined to find out. He used his wealth to bribe his way into the Nishikiyama family under the guise of expanding his business. He acquired many properties, poached lower-tier families for their territory, and quite frankly stepped on many toes in a way that was against the moral code of the Yakuza. A fact that Daigo made clear to him. But believing his methods would prove acceptable if enough profits were brought in, he continued his shady tactics. But when he and Kanda were transporting 700 million yen, the two were ambushed by some of the Yakuza families they had scorned. Kanda abandoned him, which almost drove Mine to a near suicidal state. But Daigo intervened and offered 1 billion yen in exchange for Mine's life, even taking a bullet for him in the process. This act was incomprehensible to Mine, but Daigo told him that he considered everyone in the Tojo a member of his family. This was truly everything Mine has been looking for his entire life, a society in which bonds between men ruled above all else. And Daigo was the embodiment of this honor. He came to love and respect him more than he had anyone else in his life, and so dedicated his existence to the Tojo. He was eventually promoted and made chairman of the Hakuho clan, and made lieutenant advisor of the Tojo. But then there is the larger political scheme that is in play, which drives much of the story. The Minister of Defense, Ryuzo Tamiya, and the CIA are working together to expose and capture one of the largest illegal arms dealers in the world, known as Black Monday. The plan is to propose the creation of an American military base in Okinawa meant to serve as an experimental weapons development facility. Since Black Monday is so active in East Asia, the facility would draw their attention and they would definitely make a move on it, trying to steal from it. It was all one big trap to lure them in. The problem became Tamiya's political rival, Suzuki, motioned the Diet to combine the military base with his own bill, which was the creation of a tourist resort. So they unintentionally both became entwined, meaning if they wanted this bill to pass, they needed a lot more land than anticipated to get it approved. And that's what Kiryu was dealing with. The CIA and the government need this bill to pass so they can trap Black Monday. And this is where we're introduced to two CIA agents, both of which can be a little confusing. First is Joji Kazama, Shintaro's younger twin brother. It's more of a twist for twist's sake in the game than anything, but as his story would go, unlike his brother who was involved in the criminal underworld, Joji was a police officer. He had met and became friends with Tamiya back in the academy, and they both rose through the ranks together. But eventually, Joji immigrated to the US to avoid persecution due to Shintaro's status in the Tojo clan. He joined the CIA and now works for their Far East Intelligence Division. Then there is Andre Richardson. He also works for the CIA, but in reality, is actually the leader of Black Monday. The group is secretly a bunch of rogue CIA agents who deal in arms trafficking, terrorism, and espionage. But Joji and the other CIA agents don't know this, and subsequently, Richardson doesn't know that the bill for the military base is a trap for his group either. So every party involved is actively working towards getting this bill passed for their own reasons. But things wound up stalling when Daigo obstructed it. After learning Kiryu's orphanage was part of the land people were fighting for, he wasn't allowing anyone to have the deed to it. So Joji and Richardson chose to take it by force. They went to Nakahara's residence to steal it, but when he came barging in and caught them, he went for his weapon and Richardson shot him. He survived, but was hospitalized. After this, they went straight to Daigo as they still wanted the Tojo's support for their political power in order to get the deal passed. But a similar scenario played out. When Daigo refused to put Kiryu and his orphanage through anything, Joji reached into his pocket to take something out, and Daigo instinctually interpreted this action as a threat and went for his gun, for which Richardson shot him too, again non-lethally. And so Daigo was hospitalized. This obviously caused a bit of chaos amongst the Tojo, and this is where Mine comes back into play. As someone who respected and loved Daigo more than anyone else, his hospitalization nearly shattered his entire world. Instead of reaffirming Daigo's vision and carrying it forward, Mine fell back onto his own past. Instead of that brotherhood and sense of unity, he once again became driven by money and power. It was still guided by Daigo's vision to revitalize the Tojo once again, but now it's through his own methods of money and power, as that's all he really knows how to do. To his own credit, he recognizes his senseless actions and is not completely delusional, but with no one there to be that beacon of brotherhood for him, he finds it no other way. That's when he is approached by Richardson. The CIA and Black Monday still need the bill for the military base to go through, and they still want the support from the Tojo, but Kashiwagi would never agree to it. They needed someone who has the influence within the clan, and Mine fit the bill. Wanting to see Daigo's vision for a revitalized Tojo clan as well as his own personal wish to now rise up as its chairman, Mine agrees to help pass the project through Congress. But of course, the biggest obstacle that would stand in everyone's way is the Dragon of Dojima. News of Nakahara's hospitalization quickly reached everyone's ears. Fortunately, Saki saw the perpetrator and drew his likeness out, and much to the shock of Kiryu, it's a man that looks exactly like his father. It's not too long after this that Kashiwagi calls and tells him that Daigo's been shot. So while he tried to leave his past behind him and has new responsibilities to attend to, a lot of events are occurring that are calling him back to Kamurocho. The Tojo's structure, Kazuma potentially being alive, but also the fate of the orphanage is at risk. So if he doesn't do anything, he'll definitely lose morning glory. While Rikia asks to come along, Kamurocho is too dangerous for a man like him, so Kiryu bears the burden alone. He leaves responsibility of the orphanage and the other children to Haruka and returns to his old stomping grounds. He meets up with Kashiwagi, who gives him the rundown of what's been going on with Daigo's condition and the battle for his land. While he doesn't know who this Kazuma-looking fellow is, amid their conversation, the power to their building is cut and a CIA helicopter fires a Gatling gun into their room, shredding everything in sight. Kashiwagi is fatally wounded and says he believes someone inside the Tojo is responsible. Kiryu is forced to flee the scene as the assassination wasn't exactly quiet. While on the run, he bumps into Date, who has since left the police force following their handling of the Jingwan case in the previous game. They basically promoted everyone who knew what happened to keep them quiet. Date left and has since taken up a job as a reporter, and conveniently, he's doing an investigation on the link between the Tojo clan and the resort plans everyone's so invested in. Fortunately, he has files on all of the active players and gives him a rundown on who's who. The most important thing now is trying to figure out who offed Kashiwagi. They start with the most likely candidate, Kanda. But as he begins to head out, he gets a message from Rikia, who followed him into town and has gotten into a bit of trouble. Fortunately, they just so happen to be Kanda's men. They tell him that he's currently at a love hotel. Together, the two track him down, and after roughing him up a bit, he tries to save his own skin by saying Hamazaki is probably the one responsible. And in many aspects, he's not wrong. Now that Kiryu has effectively removed Kanda from the equation, Hamazaki feels as if he's currently the most powerful member in the Tojo and so makes a move for power. He phoned up Suzuki telling him that he could get the deal done while Majima was offered the construction contract. Date shows Kiryu the picture of the two meeting, but refusing to believe Majima would dishonor his word, he goes to talk to him face to face. As you would expect, Majima was set up. He never accepted Hamazaki's offer for the construction contract. Instead, it was meant to pin him and Suzuki together, so if it were to be released to the police, both of them would get arrested. Hamazaki would take control of the land, and with Majima out of the way, he could forcibly take over the Tojo clan. But how is this all possible? Because he's not working alone. The florist has since taken his role back up in Purgatory after the events that went down in Millennium Tower 2 years ago, and has dug up info that Hamazaki has actually been working with Lao Ka Long and the Snake Flower Triad. He wants revenge on Kiryu for the humiliation he suffered 4 years prior, and by teaming up with Hamazaki, the land his orphanage is on can be turned into a casino for the Triad. and so they're striking while the iron is hot. While Kiryu was out learning all of this, they were able to deduce Rikiya's importance to him and take him hostage. Lao gets his second chance at revenge, but is once again incapable of besting the dragon of Dojima. The two are saved when Joji shows up and shoots Lao and his subordinates before disappearing once more. With their plan failed and their leader dead, the Snake Flower Triad punished Hamazaki by killing everyone part of his family. Hamazaki would survive, but had to go into hiding. And all that leaves is Mine, or at least sort of. Kanda would return to Mine furious and demanding that he lend him 1 billion yen so he can hire hitmen to kill Kiryu. But his outburst is unbefitting of the Tojo clan Mine wishes to build. Kanda is becoming more of a liability than an asset, and so kills him. He brings his severed head to Kiryu and the others as a peace offering, apologizing for his constituents' actions. He hopes that the matter is settled, but is unable to see what it is Kiryu has that Daigo looked up to. Rikiya is returned to Okinawa, and Tamiya, of all people, calls Kiryu, wishing to meet with him. He and Date go to his office where he explains his own secretive scheme in trying to oust Black Monday, Joji's twin brother, and basically everything that's been going on. In exchange for this information, he wants Kiryu to protect his former secretary, Toma. He was present when Daigo came to Okinawa to apologize for almost taking his land. Since then, Toma has resigned from his role as secretary as he was never made clear about the intentions behind the bill. Because Toma's from Okinawa, he didn't want the bill to pass and ruin his homeland, and so planned to thwart the whole thing. But considering just how valuable this bill is to get passed, wanting to thwart it made him a target for the CIA. He wants Kiryu to protect him so he can still expose Black Monday, and if he does, he promises he'll be able to keep the orphanage. Outside, they're surrounded by an army of Suzuki's men, but Majima arrives to bail the two out and bring them to safety. He returns to Okinawa to find Toma nearly assassinated by Joji. Fortunately, Kiryu is there to stop him and duel him in a very close but tough fight. Toma is saved, and Kiryu has some questions for Joji he needs cleared up. He goes on to explain a lot of the unfortunate events that have been going on. Nakahara and Daigo's unintentional shootings, him being Kazuma's twin brother, and so on. He's very loyal to the CIA and does whatever they ask. Through their conversation, he comes to see what his brother saw in Kiryu and lets him go about his business with as minimal interference from his men as possible. But their conversation is interrupted when Taichi shows up saying how the orphanage is under attack. Mine and the Tamashiro family have gone after Morning Glory as a way to get to Kiryu. Mine, slightly motivated by the kids getting a very loving childhood unlike him, so he seeks to ruin it, and Tamashiro, revenge for the humiliation he suffered about a year ago. While Rikiya and Mikio try their best to defend it, the orphanage is ultimately destroyed with Nakahara taken hostage. The upside is none of the kids were hurt, so after ensuring Mikio's well-being in the hospital, Kiryu goes off alone to confront Tamashiro and save Nakahara, who's been placed in the middle of a bullfighting ring. Despite Kiryu's own wishes, Rikiya and Saki both followed him there. But the danger Nakahara's life was in led Saki for the first time since she went mute to call out to him as her dad.
Huh? Osho!
Nakahara!
なんだと玉城久々に思い出したぜ街で暴れ回った頃の自分をよ桐生俺は平気だそっちはお前に任せた
分かった
Kiryu once again faces Tamashiro in a fight and predictably wins quite easily. But in his defeat, Tamashiro goes for his gun and fires at him, but Rikiya steps in to take the bullet. Joji arrives and kills Tamashiro, but Rikiya is fatally wounded. His death strikes Kiryu particularly hard. He viewed him as a sort of younger brother, but not like Nishiki in the sense that they came up together and were able to tackle a lot of problems together as a unit. Rikiya was a much smaller fish in a very big ocean. His ambitions were large and his intentions pure, but Kiryu could plainly see that he wasn't cut out for anything serious, which is why he didn't want him coming with him. He knew that if he did, he would likely wind up dead, and he didn't want him to die a pointless death. He's still young, he still had time, but yet Rikiya did it anyway. To feel like his life had purpose, to feel like he was a real man, and he paid the ultimate price. And it was something that just didn't have to happen, which is why it hits Kiryu particularly hard.
Rikiya. おいRikiya! おいお前何勝手に死んでんだよおい俺は許さねえぞおいRikiya! 返事をしろRikiya!
Kiryu would return to Kamurocho to finish things off with Mine. He goes to the hospital where Daigo is being treated and fights his way through all of his men as well as Richardson. No one is able to stop him, and he heads to the roof where Mine has taken Daigo. He goes on to tell him his entire life story, from his solitude and meaningless life to meeting Daigo and feeling welcomed and given purpose. He feels like killing him now would be a mercy on him, but obviously Kiryu disagrees. It's more of a battle between ideals than anything else. Mine has lost his belief in brotherhood, and so Kiryu settles things the only way he knows how, with his fists. The two duke it out, and in the end, Kiryu comes out on top, but with a found respect and understanding of what Mine has been going through. All he needed was someone who could literally knock some sense into him. But while it seems like things have been reconciled, Richardson and his men appear once more, this time not under the guise of the CIA, but as Black Monday. They make their dramatic reveal as the ones Joji and the others have been trying to track down, saying that Mine has outlived his usefulness, and so they're going to kill both of them and find someone else in the Tojo to get the bill passed. But miraculously, Daigo awakens from his injury and is able to take down the agents. He's obviously unaware of what's been going on and is happy to see that Mine's safe. This only reaffirms the admiration he had for him, which makes his betrayal and lack of belief in him following his injury hit that much harder. So when Richardson gets up and tries to draw his gun on all of them, Mine sacrifices his life to stop him. He apologizes to Daigo and Kiryu for being a sorry excuse for a Yakuza, and atones for his sins and betrayal by throwing himself and Richardson off the roof. Confused, Daigo asks if Mine was the traitor in the Tojo clan, for which he answers no.
Kiryu-san, まさか登場会を裏切ったのミネだったんですか
いや違うあいつはミネは裏切り者なんかじゃない
Following the aftermath of these events, life would pretty much return to normal. Joji, the CIA, all of the key players gunning for the military resort bill to pass, no longer had a reason to care about it. The whole point was to put a stop to Black Monday, and they did. But on the street, as Kiryu is saying his goodbyes to the others in Kamurocho before he returns to Okinawa, Hamazaki reappears. He lost everything and seeks to take it out on Kiryu. But through this experience, Kiryu himself has come to learn something from Mine, and that's the ability to still believe in someone and give them a second chance. But such a view does not fall kindly on Hamazaki's own. He stabs Kiryu, leaving him bleeding out on the streets as Yuya and Kazuki apprehend him. While Haruka is obviously worried, Kiryu would make a full recovery, returning back to a rebuilt Morning Glory to continue raising the kids. Yakuza 4 takes place 1 year following the events of 3, and is probably the single most convoluted story amongst the individual games. Not only are we dealing with 4 main characters, but each of them have their own story and motivations interwoven into a larger conspiracy plot filled with a bunch of twists just for the sake of them. But I will try my best to lay things out in a clear and concise order. So, to understand this story, we actually need to go back to the 1980s, as this plot actually harkens back to the assassination that went down with Majima and his brother Saejima. I briefly touched upon it when introducing Majima, but it was much more than just your average assassination. It was all an elaborate setup which wound up framing Saejima as the culprit. Back then, the Tojo clan wasn't the only prevailing Yakuza group in Tokyo. The Ueno Seiwa clan stood as major opposition, and the two fought for control of Kamurocho. But 2 low-level Yakuza sought to reach the top of their respective organizations: Isayo Katsuragi of the Ueno Seiwa clan and Kazuo Shibata of the Tojo clan. The two were so determined to climb the ranks that they conspired together to create an elaborate scheme that would benefit the both of them. It became known as the Ueno Seiwa hit. Chairman Ueno was being released from a short prison sentence, and to celebrate, he was going out for some ramen accompanied by all of the clan's top officers. This was the perfect scenario for Katsuragi to wipe out the competition while simultaneously earning favor with the chairman. The plan was to have an assassin shoot everyone, while Katsuragi would go on to use his own body to protect the chairman, and the two would be the only survivors. Ueno would be incredibly grateful and promote Katsuragi for his actions. And this is where Shibata comes in. If someone is going to come in and shoot up an entire clan's top officers, it would have to be someone from the Tojo. Shibata's biggest rival within the Tojo was the Sasai family. If he wanted to climb up the ranks, he needed them out of the way. So he purposefully leaked the information about Chairman Ueno's release and location to Sasai. And he took the bait. Sasai convinced the Tojo to authorize the assassination, and that's where Saejima and Majima were tasked with carrying it out. The problem was that Majima was never supposed to be part of it. This was to get the Sasai family out of the picture, which Saejima is a part of. But out of a sheer stroke of luck, the day of the hit, Dojima and Shimano became suspicious of how Sasai could have had so much knowledge on Ueno's release and location. Too many red flags were popping up that they ultimately decided to call off the hit. But Shibata was ordered to prevent it, and he's not gonna do that. So he called Majima off to the side and tried to get him to abandon his oath brother. This is where we wrap back around on Majima's story. He refuses to abandon Saejima, and so Shibata and his men tie him down, gouge out his eye, and he's sent to the Yakuza Black site. As for Saejima, he waited as long as possible for Majima, but when he didn't show up, he went through with the hit alone. Equipped with 6 handguns, he went inside and gunned down all 20 men by himself. He would surrender to the police later that day, but cemented himself in the Tojo clan's history as a legend. He single-handedly took down who was the Tojo's biggest rival while simultaneously delivering a message to other Yakuza about just how brutal its members can be. While it literally cost him his life, a sacrifice he was happy to make as he felt like it was his duty, the only thing that left him questioning that day is why Majima didn't show up. Why did his oath brother betray his word that day? But this is where the twist to everything comes in. Because this whole thing was orchestrated by Katsuragi, Saejima did not actually kill 20 people that day, because unbeknownst to him, the guns were secretly loaded with rubber bullets. You see, Katsuragi has an oath brother of his own named Junji Sugiuchi. He too is a member of the Ueno Seiwa clan, but joined the police to act as a spy. He was the one who supplied the revolvers, each loaded with experimental, non-fatal rubber bullets, which were used to carry out the assassination, unbeknownst to Saejima. The bullets were strong enough to knock out every single person they hit, so when Saejima left, Katsuragi proceeded to kill all 18 other officers, leaving only him and the chairman alive. The officer who arrives on the scene, as you would expect, was Sugiuchi. He shot Katsuragi in the shoulder to make it look less suspicious, and just like that, the plan had gone off without a hitch. Katsuragi went on to become the captain of the Ueno Seiwa clan and eventually the de facto leader, once Ueno himself became elderly and bedridden. Shibata got rid of the Sasai family. Following the aftermath of the hit, he worked as mediator between the Tojo and surviving Ueno members. Sasai went on to realize he was set up, but his family was dissolved. This allowed Shibata to slowly rise to power over time. However, there was one little snag they ran into. Once Sugiuchi filed his report on the attempted assassination, his superior, Seishiro Munakata, saw right through the whole scheme. Everyone was killed with a perfect headshot. Everyone had injuries consistent with the police department's experimental rubber bullets. He knew immediately that Katsuragi and Sugiuchi engineered the whole thing and framed Saejima. However, instead of exposing them, he sought to use them. As is consistent with a lot of these people, Munakata sought to advance his own career, so he blackmailed Katsuragi, Sugiuchi, and Shibata as his puppets in the underworld. Sugiuchi was even used as a personal hitman within the police. He murdered countless people, including his own partner, Taiji Tanimura, who began digging into the case. And Munakata did in fact rise to power, becoming the deputy commissioner of the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department. In fact, Munakata was actually in cahoots with Jingu back in the early 2000s. Together, they were supposed to control the criminal underworld from social and political positions of power. The 10 billion he was laundering was supposed to fund a private prison where they could incarcerate criminals who got in their way. However, the Tojo clan civil war resulted in Jingu's death and the loss of the 10 billion, complicating his plans. But eventually, Munakata did gain the funds he needed and built his private prison known as Okinawa Penitentiary No. 2. And all of that leads us back to modern day. After over 25 years of being under Munakata, Katsuragi and Shibata grew tired of it and so sought a way out. To that extent, the only way to no longer fear Munakata's wrath is to obtain enough money and power that the truth couldn't affect them. To that extent, Katsuragi preemptively promoted one of his own men, Masaru Ihara, to clan lieutenant of the Ueno Seiwa. He then arranged for a member of the Shibata family named Arai to kill Ihara so he could blame the Tojo and demand recompense. And that's exactly what he did. He went straight to Daigo and demanded they either hand over Arai, an impossible task as Katsuragi himself is working with and hiding him, or hand over the Kamurocho Hills project. That's what Majima and his family have been working on for the past few years. It's projected to be worth hundreds of billions, and that's what Katsuragi really wants. An eye for an eye, a lieutenant for a lieutenant, or as Katsuragi is painting it, cutting the Tojo a break by just giving them his property instead of Majima's life. This pushes Daigo into a precarious position. Ever since he took control of the Tojo, the clan has slowly been bleeding money, not entirely of which is his fault. But from the 10 billion that was lost, the coup d'etat, to losing Mine and his clan, the Tojo's financial situation has been in a vast decline, making them particularly vulnerable. But for now, they simply send the search out for Arai. Continuing with Katsuragi's motivation, however, this wasn't his only attempt at accruing mass amounts of wealth. At some point, he made contact with one Yasuko Saejima, Taiga's younger stepsister. After her mother passed away, the two had run away from home instead of becoming a financial burden on their distant relatives. But one day, Yasuko found out that she needed a kidney transplant. She has a rare blood type, so despite wanting to, Saejima could not give her his own. The only option was to track down her biological father, who all her mother had told her about him is that he was an abusive drunk. But Saejima found him anyway. He was a low-ranking Yakuza part of the Omi Alliance. He demanded 30 million yen for his kidney, and for 2 kids still in school, that money was impossible. So Saejima turned to a life of petty crime for what little finance could help. It is then that he ran into Hideki Sasai, a patriarch in the Tojo clan. After beating Saejima in a fight and hearing out his struggles, he offered him a place in his family in exchange for the funds for Yasuko's surgery, which he obviously took him up on. That's how Saejima found his way into the Yakuza, where he eventually met Majima. Yasuko's surgery went well, and the three lived a very happy life together. That was until the Ueno Seiwa hit. Feeling deeply indebted to her brother, she frequently tried to visit him in prison every day, but was denied visitation every single time. So when she got a call from someone saying that they could clear his name and get him out of prison, she took the bait. But she wasn't met with a detective, but rather Katsuragi. Now, he was not lying in saying that he could prove Saejima's innocence, and he is seeking a way out from under Munakata's thumb. But he's willing to prove Saejima's innocence under one of 2 conditions. Yasuko can either get him 100 million yen or agree to murder. Both were beneficial to him either way, but unwilling to afford it, she chose murder. Katsuragi would have her target anyone who knew the truth about the Ueno hit. But as you can imagine, going from the life of a civilian to that of an assassin is not an easy transition to make, and it proved to be too much of a heavy burden, so she eventually switched gears and went to procure 100 million. Her best shot was at a seemingly miracle credit company known as Sky Finance. They're known for handing out exorbitant amounts of money with no interest or collateral. It's not based on credit, but rather determined on the character of the individual and how committed they are to get their desired loan. The business is run by one Shun Akiyama, our first protagonist of this story. In his past, Akiyama was actually considered a golden boy. He graduated with top honors and a business degree at the top of his class. He was sought after by an investment branch at a bank and quickly became the top employee. However, a couple years later, some of the money Jingu was laundering funneled through the bank, and Akiyama wound up being used as the scapegoat. He was accused and charged with embezzlement and subsequently fired. He spent his life savings trying to discover the truth, but instead ended up broke. With no job or money, he had no choice but to wander the streets homeless like so many do. That was until December of 2005, the night the Millennium Tower exploded and Jingu's 10 billion rained down on the streets below. Akiyama was one of the many people there that night. He scrounged up as much money as he could, amassing about 1 million yen before his body simply passed out from exhaustion. While it seemed like good luck, unfortunately for him, he would be attacked by the local homeless hunters who stole the money. But he was helped out by Arai. Arai is a much more important character than just an underling Katsuragi manipulates for his own ambitions, but I'll get into him soon enough. Arai defended Akiyama, promising to turn Kamurocho around, and following this event, the two became pretty decent friends. He was able to get Akiyama his money back, and with it, he used his knowledge of financing and began day trading once again. Considering just how talented he was, he eventually amassed a net worth of over 100 billion yen. With it, he opened Sky Finance with a former coworker named Hana and began giving out loans to people who needed it. But like I said, unlike your average moneylender, he doesn't determine who he'll give out money to based on their credit or history. He likes to decide things based on a person's character. He'll put them through a series of tests to see just how determined they are to get the money. And if they pass, he'll lend them whatever they ask for. As a result, he earned the nickname the Lifeline of Kamurocho. Due to his friendship with Arai, he also funded Kanemura Enterprises, which is a subsidiary of the Shibata family, which Arai is a part of. They run a few businesses like hostess clubs and the sort, but Akiyama only lent them money with the promise that Arai would take over the family one day as patriarch. Being financially tied to them, Akiyama would become acquainted with its members, most importantly, Kido. He's Arai's sworn oath brother, but the important thing to note about both of them is that their allegiances are much more convoluted than they appear. For example, while they are both part of the Shibata family and work under him, Arai is secretly loyal to Munakata, while Kido is loyal to Daigo. It'll make more sense as I go along, but anyway, back to Akiyama. When Ihara, the lieutenant of the Uenosewa, begins causing trouble at one of their clubs, Akiyama picks a fight with him as he is not a Yakuza. It buys enough time for Arai to show up and try to de-escalate the situation, however, he is shot in the process. He's fine, and while the rest of his men chase down the Uenosewa members, Akiyama heads back to his office, but on his return, he runs into Arai, who has murdered Ihara. This is where Katsuragi's plan to use Arai to blackmail the Tojo begins. Being at the wrong place at the wrong time, Akiyama is arrested and questioned by the police, but thanks to Hana, she's able to provide an alibi and he's released. This is when Yasuko comes into the picture. Going under the alias of Lily, she requests a loan of 100 million yen so she can buy Saijima's freedom, and per his code, he tests her resolve. He has her work at one of his clubs as a hostess, and if she's able to earn 3 million yen within 3 days, he'll give her the money. Over the course of those 3 days, he and Kido talk about the string of murders going on, as well as how he wants Kido to find and help out Arai. When it's all said and done, Yasuko is able to get the 3 million, and Akiyama promises to give her her money. They meet at the top of Millennium Tower, where he reveals that he figured out that she's the one that's been killing Shibata's family members and that her name is not actually Lily. Truly, he doesn't care, but he is curious as to what she wants the money for and what her motivation really is. He says if she answers that question, she wouldn't have to pay back any of the money. But Yasuko chooses to stay quiet. As a result, she promises she'll pay back everything, even if it takes a lifetime. So, just as Akiyama promised, she leaves with the money and goes into hiding. Soon after, he's called out to one of his clubs as some Yakuza are causing some trouble. When he arrives, he is met with Majima. He's caught wind that Yasuko is in town, and not only that, but she's in danger. So Majima came looking as he feels he has a duty to protect her sister while Saijima's away. Akiyama ultimately tells him that he has no idea where she went, effectively leading to a dead end on her current whereabouts. Speaking of Saijima, he is the second main protagonist of this story. Ever since being convicted for the Uenosewa hit, Saijima has spent the past 25 years in prison awaiting the death penalty. But on March 3rd, 2010, he is transferred to the Okinawa Penitentiary No. 2, Munakata's private prison for Yakuza and anyone else who knows too much about his illegal activities. The place is as brutal as you can imagine, since there is little to no government oversight giving the guards free rein to abuse their power. While there, Saijima runs into one Go Hamazaki, a once former patriarch of the Tojo. After being arrested after stabbing Kiryu, he was sent here, and in fact wants Saijima's assistance in a prison escape he was planning. Murdering 18 of the enemy's best men practically made him a folk hero in the Tojo, and his monstrous strength is exactly what he needs to pull off an escape. While initially uninterested, it is only after he tells him that his former family disbanded after the hit and that Majima is now a big shot in the Tojo that it piques Saijima's interest, and he becomes determined to find out the truth about what went down that day. After a couple days of gathering the necessary resources, the two make a break for it. On their way out, Hamazaki sneaks into the warden's office and obtains a ledger filled with incriminating evidence that Munakata was embezzling money. After fighting their way through the facility, just as they're about to make it out, Hamazaki is shot multiple times by the warden. He tells Saijima to find a man by the name of Kiryu, before flinging himself and the warden into the ocean. Saijima dived in after them, but was not able to rescue him. Out of sheer luck, Saijima just so happens to wash ashore on the beach just outside of Morning Glory. He's found by Haruka and is taken into the orphanage to recover until he wakes up. He's quite shocked by the pure chance that he just so happened to land right at Kiryu's doorstep. He asks that he help him get to Kamurocho. He feeds him a false name and a story about who he is and where he came from, but Kiryu is able to pick up on it immediately. Saejima comes clean and tells him that he's out for revenge, a motivation that Kiryu doesn't exactly abide by. With both men refusing to stand down, they settle things like true Yakuza do, with a head-to-head fight. Showcasing his true strength, Saejima is not defeated, and instead things end in a draw as Haruka breaks up the two, and Saejima passes out from his still existent injuries. Before he passes out though, he accidentally lets slip that he won't be able to face Hamazaki, a name that Kiryu clearly remembers. His outlook on him then still remains now. Kiryu still believes that people can change, and he's happy to give him the benefit of the doubt if he asks for it. Ultimately, he does take pity on Saejima's plight and provides him with all the necessary resources he needs to get to Kamurocho, but asks that he abandon his motive of revenge. Wasting no time whatsoever, he leaves that night in search of answers. Yet again, Saejima stumbles into a bit of luck. He runs into Kido, who just so happens to be fending off Shibata's goons, and considering his former patriarch used to be rivals with him, any enemy of his is potentially useful for Saejima. While he's initially hesitant, Kido is shocked to learn that he is the legendary Yakuza who carried out the Uno Seiwa hit. While he's not able to give him the answers he needs, Kido is able to at least provide him shelter from the cops and point him in the direction of someone who would know. And who would that be other than the florist of Sai? Per usual, he's happy to provide information for a price or a favor. In this case, it's a death match. Two men enter, one walks out alive. So Saejima agrees to the terms. He goes against the Colosseum's reigning champion and comes out on top. But when it comes time to kill him, he just can't bring himself to do so. He scolds the entire audience for trivializing something like murder to a sport for entertainment and recounts his own trauma and the weight it still bears on him to this day. When he returns to the florist believing to have failed his promise, he reveals that it was actually all a test. He needed to make sure that Saejima was a man of honor. So, as promised, he tells him what happened to his former patriarch Sasai and all about how his family was disbanded following the assassination and how he wound up homeless. But seeing is believing. The florist has one of his men find him and bring him in so he can see the near catatonic state his once former patriarch is in now. It's obviously emotional for Saejima, and despite Sasai's condition, he is able to at least recognize his former pupil. While not happy, this is a sense of closure for him, and all that's left for Saejima now is his curiosity on what happened with Majima. He still doesn't know why he didn't show up for the hit, so he seeks answers. When he returns back to the shelter to prepare for his meeting, he and Kido have a little moment. Kido asks if he has any regrets about what he did that day. Saejima tells him that he doesn't. He's glad to be part of something bigger and having a sense of duty and honor. It's simply the life that he chose to live, and there's nothing to regret in that sense. While he doesn't have the faintest idea of what Kido's motivation is in life, he can tell that he's planning something big as well. If he wants to be a big shot, he encourages him to go all out. And with that, he heads off to reunite with his sworn oath brother after 25 years. But this isn't only just a moment for him. This is something that Majima has known was coming since the day it happened. He too has been waiting for this. But as has become commonplace, Majima is not exactly straightforward in his messaging. Their reunion is initially confusing as Majima parades his brother around Kamurocho surrounded by his men. This is probably more for his sake than his brother's. His entire motivation following the hit was to make amends by carving out a home in the Yakuza for his brother once he got out of jail. And now, here he is. He truly has accomplished his goal. He then takes him to their old stomping grounds, the batting center where they used to hang out a lot. But Saejima grows tired of his enigmatic talk. He just wants answers. But what Majima wants is what he's felt like he's deserved this entire time: death for his betrayal. so he promises to give him a straight up answer if he can still beat him in a fight. The two strip and duke it out until Saejima comes out on top. But despite what Majima has felt like he's deserved for the past 25 years, Saejima was never going to kill him. Their fight, in fact, lacked total malice altogether and felt nostalgic more than anything. He just wants to know what happened, Majima's side of things, and why he didn't show up, which he tells him. He tells him about Shibata, about how he restrained him, about how his eye was gouged out, all of it. Saejima listens to the entire story and believes him. For now though, that's Saejima's side of things. It's time we cover the third main protagonist of this story, Masayoshi Tanimura. He is the adopted son of Taiji, the lead detective on the Ueno Seiwa hit before being assassinated for getting a little too close to the truth. Tanimura is actually the son of a different police officer named Kaga and a Thai mother. Kaga had been mixed up in a human trafficking scheme, which is where he met his wife. Seeking to protect both her and their newborn, he made sure that she got back to her home country and placed Tanimura in the custody of Taiji. He planned to expose the syndicate, but wound up getting murdered. So his son wound up growing up under the care of Taiji, who went on to name him. That was until he was murdered for learning too much about the Ueno Seiwa hit. Inspired by his adoptive father, Tanimura chose to become a detective. He joined the police force and quickly became a member of the Community Safety Department. Due to his background, he cares a lot about the well-being of immigrant children. While a cop, he's far from being by the books like Date. He gambles and blackmails small-time gangs, extorting them for money so he can support these less fortunate migrants. But anyway, he's been interested in solving his father's case for a while now, and the only lead he has is the woman he was supposed to meet up with the night of the murder, Yasuko Saejima. But she was never to be found since. However, recent events have pulled her into the public's eye and she's spotted at a hair salon. It's one of the businesses he extorts, so the manager calls him up and tells him to come, which he does. Much to his surprise, it's actually her, and she looks damn near the same despite 25 years having passed. Before he's able to question her about anything though, Shibata's goons show up and seek revenge for the officers she has killed. Unfortunately, while fending off the men, Tanimura is unable to protect her at the time, and she's kidnapped. He tracks her down to the docks where Shibata and Arai currently are. Unaware of why she's killing his men, he plans on punishing her by forcing himself upon her. But Arai shoots him. While they initially conspired the whole Ueno Seiwa hit together, Katsuragi has grown tired of Shibata constantly demanding favors. He's outlived his usefulness and his plans no longer require him. But they do require Yasuko. Before Arai can take her though, Tanimura shows up just in the nick of time to send him running and rescues Yasuko. He tries to prod Shibata for answers, but he bleeds out and dies. He brings her back to his getaway where she explains everything that's been going on, how she was going to pay Katsuragi the 100 million but wound up getting grabbed by Shibata's goons before she could. She entrusts the money to Tanimura and asks that he get Katsuragi to testify for the sake of her brother. As for herself, she's going to Okinawa as a guard had told her that her brother's execution was in 2 days. It was, but she doesn't know that he's since broken out. So she hopes Tanimura can at least get a stay of execution and entrusts everything to him. And with that, she heads to Okinawa. As promised, Tanimura sets up a meeting with Katsuragi. He wants the truth about the Ueno Seiwa hit along with proving Saejima's innocence in exchange for the 100 million. And surprisingly, he tells the truth about everything. What went down, his plans, why he was using Yasuko to kill Shibata's officers. The statute of limitations have run up and personally he's kept his hands clean, so he can't actually be charged with anything. But the real question Tanimura wants to know, who killed his father, he leaves unanswered. Instead, he double-crosses him and plans to now have his men take care of him. But ironically, he's saved by Sugiuchi, who's able to provide enough support to allow Tanimura to take the money and escape back to Little Asia. But he's shocked to see his captain, Hisai, there. Being his superior, he goes on to explain everything he just learned from Katsuragi, but he still wants more info. Hisai tells him about a classified archive room where police scandals go to die. All records of police misconduct end up there. So the original Uenosewa case files are probably there. While he advocates against it, Hisai does eventually give in and take Tanimura to the room where he does in fact find the case files. The most shocking revelation to him, however, is how Sugiuchi was on the original case with his dad and yet never mentioned it to him this entire time. For now though, he figures he'll return Yasuko's money. He stops by Sky Financed and is shocked to see Akiyama. It wasn't the most important detail, but when Akiyama first initially stumbled upon Arai killing Ihara, Tanimura was the first cop on the scene and advised him to run, but that's about it. The flow of conversation naturally leads to them talking about Yasuko, the money, Katsuragi, and the whole general conspiracy that seems to be going on. Conveniently, Akiyama gets a call from Kido, who tips him off about something that's going down. Ihara's partner, Mishima, is trying to get police protection in exchange for testifying against Katsuragi. This presents the perfect opportunity for Tanimura to lay a trap. It's evident that someone on the force is corrupt, and they can't let someone like Mishima continue living, so he's gonna use them as bait. He goes on to meet with him at a dock warehouse where he's currently hiding, and where he tells Tanimura about how he and Ihara were ordered to cause trouble at the club. But after overhearing how Ihara's death was according to plan, a hit was put out on him as well, so he wants police's protection. But he wouldn't get it. Sugiuchi finally makes his reveal as the mole working for Katsuragi and kills Mishima. This plays right into Tanimura's trap, however, as the Tokyo Police Department were previously informed of his trap and subsequently surround him. But this is where a harsh reality of the world kicks in. Despite his affiliation with Katsuragi, Sugiuchi is still acting under those higher up in the police, so everyone is too scared to actually make a move against him. That is, except for Tanimura himself. He chases him down in a speedboat and finally duels him man to man until he's eventually finished. Sugiuchi comes clean about everything. That he was the one who murdered Tanimura's father, his connection to Katsuragi, and how Commissioner Munakata is at the head of the whole scheme. To a large extent, Sugiuchi greatly respects Tanimura and how good he really is. He's lived with shame being a puppet this entire time and has secretly always wished someone would stop him, and he's glad it's Tanimura. He agrees to give himself up, but is assassinated by one of Munakata's men. Speaking of his men, Hisai is also under Munakata's payroll, but just like Sugiuchi, it seems as though he's tired of being manipulated. He's ordered to kill Zhao and his daughter, but due to everything he's been through with Tanimura, he can't find it within himself to betray him, so he kills himself instead. And then there is our final main character. Who else but Kiryu? While he had helped Saejima on his own journey, he's pulled back into the fold when Hamazaki strolls up to his orphanage as well. He had survived both his gunshot wounds and subsequent plummet into the ocean. He's come to Morning Glory to ask Kiryu for a favor only he can fulfill. The file he stole from the prison is a paper trail of the illegal funds Munakata has been keeping and funneling into his penitentiary, along with his plan to take down the Tojo. Ultimately, it's not the bargaining chip Hamazaki was hoping for, and he'd be unable to do anything with this. But Kiryu was at the center of this whole thing when it went down. He was the fourth chairman, and if he does nothing right now, the Tojo clan will fall. To people like Hamazaki, the Tojo is the only proof that people like him ever existed in the world. It's their home, it's their purpose, it's their entire existence. But this is a tall ask. Kiryu has put this life behind him, and Hamazaki sort of picks up on that as well. Haruka obviously doesn't trust him after witnessing him stab Kiryu, and she refuses to let him get near her or the other kids. He knows that he's the bad guy one way or the other, so instead he tells Kiryu to keep the life that he has. He'll turn himself back into the police and just go back to jail. It's probably the only way he'll reunite with Saejima anyway. Kiryu accompanies him to the station to give him a proper send-off, but when they arrive, they see Yasuko. As I mentioned, she was in Okinawa to visit her brother. Per usual, she's denied any and all access whatsoever, but mentioning his name obviously catches the attention of both of our characters. They go to an abandoned building where they can talk and share everything that they know, specifically how Saijima's not in jail anymore and that she must have just missed him in Kamurocho. But their conversation is interrupted when the penitentiary's guards arrive. Hamazaki tries to hand himself over to keep things peaceful, but they're also under orders to bring in Yasuko, and they can't allow that. Kiryu and Hamazaki fight off all of the guards, and when it's all said and done, Kiryu, now having a bigger picture of what's going on, cannot leave Yasuko to fend for herself. So he promises to reunite her with her brother and expose the police's conspiracy. Hamazaki, however, stays behind. He says how he'll turn himself in to throw off the police's scent, and after Yasuko thanks him and the two leave, Hamazaki would succumb to his wounds and die. True to his word, Kiryu takes Yasuko to Kamurocho, but considering just how many people are out searching for her, he places her in the care of someone he knows he can trust, Date. He's taking care of New Serena while the mama's at home, so Kiryu drops her off while he goes to the one man who would know where Saejima is, Majima. But as he heads towards the Millennium Tower, he is in utter disbelief to see that Majima is getting arrested. You see, to explain this, I feel like I need to go back a little, because ever since starting this story, I've only ever really covered Katsuragi and the extent that he was going to break out from under Munakata's control. What I haven't covered is what Munakata was doing in return. As you would expect, he's not just sitting idly by as Katsuragi betrays their deals and the ledger from his prison incriminating him was stolen. So to accelerate his plan, he doesn't want to destroy the Tojo, he wants to control it and have influence over the police and Yakuza alike. So he has a meeting with Daigo. Due to the precarious financial situation the Tojo is in, Munakata too exploits them like Katsuragi, but in a much different way. Katsuragi was only going to accept Majima's Kamurocho Hills project as compensation for killing his man. Without Kamurocho Hills, the Tojo would certainly go bankrupt and disappear. Munakata, however, offered to wipe out the Ueno-Seiwa clan with the police and even use police funds to solve their financial crisis. But in exchange, Arai will be made clan captain and given control of the Tojo's daily operations. Basically, Daigo would just be a figurehead and Munakata and Arai would be running things from the shadows. It's either accept the deal, or he'll use the police to crack down on the already weakened Tojo anyway. Making sure the Tojo doesn't fall is Daigo's #1 priority, so with his hands tied, he accepts the offer. There was only one obstacle in his way, however, someone who would never bend the knee and accept something like this, Majima. So Daigo provides Munakata with enough evidence to have him arrested, and that's what Kiryu is witnessing. Knowing things have taken a turn for the worst, he entrusts Kiryu with the fate of the Tojo. When he returns back to New Serena, he finds Date unconscious. Yasuko had drugged him and ran off to find her brother by herself, but on the way ran into Tanimura and Akiyama. Doing some digging themselves, they had learnt Saejima was laying low in purgatory, and so were taking her there. Kiryu obviously pursued her, but Akiyama and Tanimura believe he's one of Munakata's goons, so they send her off alone while the two try to fend him off together. The Dragon of Dojima proves to be too much for the duo to handle and are defeated. Unfortunately, their quarrel couldn't have come at a worse time because Katsuragi had also learnt of Saejima's location and launched a raid on the facility with the goal of capturing him and taking over the Kamurocho Hills now that Majima is gone. Unfortunately, the florist's men are unable to stop him and Saejima is captured. Yasuko then comes running into the room and she is also grabbed. By the time Kiryu and the others arrive, everyone's already gone. Now realizing that they're not enemies, they all return to Serena to debrief about what each of them know. A new development in the situation is that Kido has seemingly joined the side of Katsuragi. In reality, Kido had accidentally stumbled upon Akiyama's 100 billion yen stash that he keeps in his office. He had contacted Daigo about it, and he tells him about Arai and his collusion with Munakata. Kido then gets the idea to not only steal the money, but eliminate Katsuragi in the process, but he needs an introduction. Since Arai is his sworn brother, he details a similar plan to him and how they're going to steal the money and give it to Munakata. He agrees, and that's when Kido got introduced to Katsuragi and quote-unquote teamed up with him. All of that was to say, that's why Akiyama is still dragged into the fold. Anyway, Kiryu uses Tanimura's phone to call Katsuragi to set up a deal. He wants to trade the ledger that incriminates Munakata for Saejima, Yasuko, and the 100 billion. He tells him to come to the top of Kamurocho Hills alone. Not willing to gamble with the lives of others, Kiryu complies. As you would expect, he is met with the entirety of the Uenosewa clan, who are ultimately unable to stop him. True to his word, Kiryu hands over the ledger in exchange for the others. After confirming the contents within are indeed legitimate, he orders Kido to kill them all. But he instead shoots Katsuragi. It is then Arai shows up, revealing their collusion. But Arai shoots Kido. Arai had come to suspect Kido was working with someone else, so shoots him, though non-lethally. He leaves with the ledger and without the money. Once Saejima is untied, he immediately jumps on Katsuragi, knowing that he was wearing a bulletproof vest. He ultimately decides against killing him. He wants him to lament his fate, know that his family is disbanded just like he did to Sasai, and rot in jail just like he did. But not restraining him then and there proved to be a fatal mistake, as he grabs his gun and tries to shoot him, leading to Yasuko taking the bullet instead. Wounded but still alive, she takes the gun Tanimura had given her and avenges his father's death on behalf of his son, and finally be able to protect her brother herself. Yasuko would succumb to her wounds and die. A few days would pass, and after grieving her death, Kiryu gives some words of encouragement to Saejima and tells him about Hamazaki. He says how it's time to stop fighting fate and simply accept the hand he was dealt. It would seem his words fall on the ears of the others as well. They've all been dragged into this mess one way or another, and they each have unfinished business, so they all set a trap. They use Akiyama's 100 billion yen and place it at the top of Millennium Tower. They tell both the Tojo and the police about it, and whoever shows up are the parties they need to deal with. They pay their respects to Yasuko and set forth to put an end to all of this. The suspects should come as surprise to no one. Daigo and Kido show up on behalf of the Tojo since it's in financial ruin. For the most part, their plan to obtain the money went off without a hitch, if not for the death of Yasuko. That was never supposed to happen, and because of it, Kiryu and Saejima have stayed in town to fight. Arai has had a last-minute motivational swap. While he had been working under Munakata this entire time, after getting the ledger, he is only berated for not getting the money as well. So Munakata ordered him to go after the kids at Morning Glory and blackmail him to give them the money. This was too far for him, and so he shot him, though unknowingly with a rubber bullet. He wants to shape the world determined by his own brand of justice, and the money is just gonna help him do so. And finally, there is Munakata, who reveals he didn't die. His motivations don't need any further explanation. While they each bicker over who's going to get the money, it doesn't really matter because Kiryu, Saejima, Akiyama, and Tanimura all make their appearance. They divide and conquer, singling out one for each of them. Perhaps the least personal is Saejima, who takes on Kido. They shared a very brief time together, and their fight ultimately amounts to when he told him about going all out. Their fight is just for the sake of it. Akiyama takes on Arai, a man he once thought worthy of leading others, but his recent path of personal justice must be stopped. Who else but Daigo is fit for Kiryu to take on? Unlike the others, Kiryu actually shoulders some of the responsibilities for Daigo's situation. He's the one that brought him into the fold and put him in charge of an already financially struggling Tojo. But nevertheless, the decisions he's made recently, Kiryu does not condone. So he fights him to teach him what the true weight bearing the Tojo really is like. And finally, there is Tanimura versus Munakata. Good cop versus bad cop. All of our protagonists are ultimately able to win, and when it comes down to it, Munakata is the only person trying to pull one out on everyone. But Arai turns on his former boss. The police knew he was always obsessed with greed and power, but Tanimura showed him a different side of justice, an altruistic one, so he's willing to accept his punishment alongside Munakata. But while he's willing to turn himself in, Munakata believes differently. He maintains his position and power will be able to get him out of the situation. But it is thanks to Date, who made a copy of the ledger before they even handed it over to him and published it in newspapers surrounding his various crimes and conspiracies. Instead of facing his crimes, he instead shoots himself. 1 month following the events of the game, things would return to normal. Akiyama continues running Sky Finance with Hana. Tanimura has closure on his father's death and continues being a cop. In fact, even Date was inspired enough to rejoin the force as well. Kiryu is not that changed. If anything, he's more willing now to associate with the Tojo casually, as demonstrated with Saijima's fate. The Tojo is his home, and as proof of his honor and dedication to the clan, he is made patriarch of his own family, and Kiryu, Daigo, and a now released from prison Majima are all there to inaugurate him. Yakuza 5 would unfortunately not be the storybook continuation of 4's ending. Realistically, only Akiyama continues where he left off, running Sky Finance. The others a little bit different. Tanimura would disappear from the franchise entirely. While they would allude to him a handful of times in future entries, there is no in-universe or narrative explanation as to where he went or what he's doing. Saijima, despite gaining his own family within the Tojo, feels like he still has to absolve himself of the past, so he's going back to prison. He didn't actually murder anyone during the Uenosewa hit, so instead of being sentenced to death row, he's going in on assault charges for 2 years. After he serves his time, he feels like he can truly start fresh. He and Majima have one more night out together. It's an emotional goodbye, but comparatively to last time, it's a blessing. Majima knows he'll make it back and doesn't have to worry about him coming to kill him this time. So the two say their goodbyes and Saijima returns to prison. Kiryu's fate is a bit different. Despite his initial acceptance of being unable to avoid being involved or connected to the Tojo, he would in fact avoid just that when he is approached by Mirei Park, Majima's ex-wife of all people. But this doesn't have anything to do with him, nor even really Kiryu. Who she's interested in is Haruka. To give a bit of backstory on Park, she too was an orphan, but wasn't treated nearly as well by those who raised her. They were incredibly strict, even forcing her to write with her right hand despite being left-handed. Due to this neglect in her life, she came to admire idols due to the love and respect they garner from their fans. Seeking to earn that love she never received, she entered the business and made her debut at the age of 18. By this point, she was already married to Majima, but due to the nature of being an idol, she had to keep her relationship a secret from everyone, not only the public, but even her own agency. The two were only married for a year, and it is within that time span that she got pregnant and had an abortion without Majima's knowledge. Obviously, she had only just begun her dream path in life, and if a relationship is taboo for an idol to be in, getting pregnant is a sin, and you can't hide that nearly as easily. So she got an abortion before telling him. This is when he hit her and their marriage was destroyed. He realized he would only be holding her back from her dream by staying, and so left to go back to Kamurocho. As for Park, her life only proceeded to get worse from here. Her dream was to perform at the Japan Dome in front of 55,000 people to show the world, to show her family who abandoned her, that she finally made it. But her agency found out about her secret marriage and became very hesitant to promote her. It was a ticking time bomb just waiting to get out, so slowly but surely, event after event was removed from her schedule until there was nothing left. Her dream of performing at the Japan Dome once again became nothing but just that, a dream. Her idol career died, and to add insult to injury, she also became infertile, so she could no longer bear any children even if she wanted. So, in all of the years since, she hoped to continue living out her dream through others. She opened up a talent agency named Dynachair where she would manage young girls hoping to become a top idol one day and put on a performance at the Japan Dome. But all of this wasn't done alone. During their short time together, the two had also befriended a man by the name of Naoki Katsuya. He was originally an action star when he was younger, but suffered an injury that led to an early retirement. He was very close friends with Park and Majima, and even when they split up, he stayed in contact with the both of them. Majima even helped him get situated in the Yakuza business, specifically within the Omi Alliance. He was situated in Sotenbori, which is Omi territory. He had founded Osaka Talent, which is also an entertainment production company, the largest in fact in the Kansai region. But it was a front for his Yakuza business. This was before Park's dreams were crushed. Once they were and she entered the management side of things, Katsuya helped her when she was starting Dynachair, also in Sotenbori. Business-wise, they were competitors working against each other, but since they were actually close friends, behind the scenes, they worked together to generate artificial competition and drama, like poaching each other's talents, which drew the public's attention to both businesses. To everyone on the outside, they were fierce rivals who hated each other and implemented underhanded tactics, but in actuality, they were great friends who plotted for each other's success. And all of that leads us back to Haruka. Park saw the potential she had as an idol and became determined to sign her. After doing a full background check, she came to learn about Morning Glory as well as Kiryu and his history. Park is nothing if not pragmatic, which is why she goes about trying to recruit her not from an emotional standpoint, but from a practical one. Kiryu has been financially struggling to keep Morning Glory funded. While he's not drowning in debt, there's very little room for error, which has led some of the kids to contemplate dropping out of school and getting a job to help alleviate things. The problem isn't that Kiryu is doing a bad job at taking care of the kids. The problem is that he's doing such a great job, the kids are willing to sacrifice their own futures to keep what they have right now. But they won't remain in the orphanage forever. So he's effectively holding them all back from following their dreams. A harsh sentiment, but one that is founded in truth. In exchange for allowing Haruka to join her agency and train to become an idol, Park offers to fund the orphanage, making sure the kids are afforded the opportunities in life so they can grow and thrive. Obviously, it's not an easy choice, but he is ultimately willing to sacrifice what he wants for the dreams of Haruka and the other children. And this is a common theme throughout this entry, dreams and the sacrifices those are willing to make for the sake of others. Haruka's dream is not necessarily to become an idol per se. That is very much Park's dream she is imposing on her. But Haruka has never really had the opportunity to think about what she wanted. She's been by Kiryu's side ever since she was 9, and she never really was allowed to forge her own path. So Haruka agrees to go with Park, as for one, it'll take care of the orphanage. But she also wants to make Kiryu happy by succeeding at this and proving to him that his sacrifice in giving her this opportunity was worth it. Park bet everything on Haruka, literally. Despite being unproven in every form, before even going through any sort of training, she hired instructors and planned for her to make her debut in the Japan Dome within a year. But a concert of that magnitude does not come cheap, especially for an idol who hasn't even done anything. What she needed was a loan. Fortunately, there's just the man who's known for giving out exorbitant amounts of money, Akiyama. She asks for a loan of 300 million yen, and per his conditions, he tests her resolve by putting her through a series of tests. She works as a hostess, does physical labor on a construction site, even retrieving loans back from Yakuza. But her final test is an agreement. Akiyama says he'll give her the money if she quits the entertainment business after seeing through this current project, for which Park agrees. She passed all of his tests with flying colors and thus was given the $300 million to hire all of these employees and schedule her debut in the Japan Dome. Because of her, Akiyama even opened up a Sky Finance office in Sotenbori. But you see, Kiryu's leave from Morning Glory wasn't as simple as just no longer being there. As Park knew well, if Haruka was to succeed as an idol, his mere existence posed a threat to her career. Idols are to be squeaky clean, and any slight controversy can spell the end of their future. And Kiryu's background as not only a Yakuza, but as the infamous Dragon of Dojima was a time bomb waiting to explode. So he had to disappear. While Park was framing the situation as Kiryu also being able to take the opportunity to make a new life for himself that he wants, what he wanted, he already had. But she had a point. So Kiryu bears that pain alone. He leaves Morning Glory and begins bouncing from city to city, not really knowing what to do or where to go. He wandered all across Japan until he eventually found himself in Fukuoka. He saw a woman getting harassed by a group of street punks and stepped in to defend her. But he didn't fight back. The threat of exposing himself and ruining Haruka's career was too great, and so he worked his damnedest not to jeopardize that. So he just took a beating. It wasn't his proudest moment, but it was all witnessed by a man named Yotaro Nakajima. He runs the local taxi company, and that's just about it. He's a normal guy with a normal job. He saw Kiryu's bravery and could tell that he was a stand-up guy, someone that he could inherently trust with his life. So he wanted to help out and offered him a job as a taxi driver. Due to his own past, he employs a lot of people who are down on their luck or struggle to get jobs elsewhere due to their background or circumstance. And he knows just how important it can be to have someone in your corner when you fall on hard times. And he could tell that Kiryu was sad, alone. So he took him in, and Kiryu accepted. For the first time in his life, he truly was a civilian. He tried to before, but everyone had always known. Here, Nakajima and the others have no idea who he is. He's just Taichi Suzuki. To further distance himself from his true identity, Kiryu began living under an alias. So here, he is just Taichi. That is sort of the base of where everyone is at with their lives right now. The plot of the game comes in from the Omi Alliance's 7th chairman, Tsubasa Kurosawa. In his early years as a once low-ranking Yakuza, as is common, he strove to climb up the criminal ranks no matter the cost. To do so, he began taking up jobs no one else wanted to do, and through his time, suffered a lot of humiliation and hardship at the hands of his superiors, even on one occasion being forced to eat literal shit for a botched job. Such treatment led him to eventually cast aside any and all integrity he had in an effort to become the most powerful Yakuza there was. He even committed one of the greatest sins of betraying and killing his own sworn oath brothers and bosses if it meant advancing his own career. And eventually, he was made patriarch of his own family, till eventually he became the 7th chairman. But because of his tactics, it eventually led to a very unfulfilling position that he could take no pride in. And in June of 2012, he was diagnosed with terminal lung cancer. His remaining time on this earth was limited, and to add on to how empty his existence had been, he had no one to pass down his legacy to. So he sought it out in the one person he possibly could, his son, Masato Aizawa. Not much is known about his childhood, as the earliest points of his history begin with this plan. Kurosawa really wanted to cement his legacy in history, and his plan was to do what no other had been able to before him by seizing control of both the Omi Alliance and the Tojo clan. His son would be the living proof of his genius and cunning, and so he set his plan in action. He planted many of his own men in various positions that would be advantageous for him, including his own son. He had Aizawa join the Tojo clan alongside other Omi Alliance members, and over time, they all rose to become quite close to Daigo. Not personally, but he and his oath brother, Morinaga, became his personal bodyguards, along with another Omi Alliance plant, Aoyama, was his secretary. Needless to say, the Tojo clan was in a precarious predicament. But don't get things twisted. It's not as if Daigo and the other members weren't suspicious or worried about anything happening at all. Quite the opposite. He was well aware of the condition Kurosawa was in and how there would be a new chairman appointed likely sooner rather than later. What Daigo was worried about was that all three potential successors disapprove of him. So he feared a war between the Omi Alliance and the Tojo clan would continue once more, and the Tojo is still not in a recovered position. Things were kind of looking up as Majima's Kamurocho Hills project was finally complete and stands as the second tallest building in the city, but obviously it hasn't had time to pay itself off. So, fearing a war, Daigo seeks to obtain allies across Japan. Considering he has very egalitarian ideals, even the much smaller families who pale in comparison and only control small areas, he seeks to obtain as allies. But it's more than just getting their support. It's also about respect. He treats them as equals regardless of their comparative size or power. So he arranges multiple meetings with various patriarchs all across Japan. Some he meets with personally, and others he sends only his most trusted subordinates such as Majima on his behalf. Daigo meets with the patriarch of the Yamagasa family, Madarame. They were initially planning on meeting in a hotel room, but after suspecting there might be an assassination attempt, the two changed their meeting to inside Madarame's personal vehicle. He can tell just how honorable of a man Daigo is, and so is willing to accept the proposition. Now, while it is true that Daigo seeks genuine alliances, one of the reasons he also chose the Yamagasa family was because they controlled the area Kiryu is currently living his new life. Despite trying to go off the grid where no one would know him or where he was, that was never going to happen. Daigo kept tabs on him and is aware he's currently living in the area. However, he's also aware that he's trying to live a civilian life. So on top of an alliance, he asks Madarame to keep an eye on him and look after him while he's there. And he does. He has his daughter Mayumi have a chance meeting with him, and the two kind of begin pseudo-dating. Kiryu's not interested in a relationship like that, but Mayumi winds up practically moving in, taking care of him and doing those sorts of things. Their relationship wouldn't progress anywhere intimate, mainly because of Kiryu, but he kept her around for nice company. His time in Fukuoka is undoubtedly his loneliest, but there are at least good people by his side to keep him company. And this would be his life for about the next 6 months. Mayumi would give her father updates on his life, but as I was saying, Madarame did agree to the alliance, but Daigo was clear in communicating his worries about traitors in the Tojo clan to him, and to not only be cautious around other clan members such as Aoyama, but he was also the only person he told that he was planning on going into hiding. Daigo wanted to do some investigating of his own, and since he can't trust his own men, he had to vanish completely. And that's exactly what he does. He tells Aoyama that he could use some time to unwind alone and he won't be gone for too long and heads off into the city. While Aoyama would order Morinaga and Aizawa to tail him, Daigo has a not-so-chance meeting with Kiryu. He gets into his taxicab and gives him a rundown on the situation, framing things as a company crisis. He's hoping to get any form of advice that might help, but Kiryu refuses to play along and continues his disguise as a humble taxi driver. Daigo eventually gets the message, interpreting it as him needing to find his own path. He tells him that he's trying his best before exiting his cab and disappearing from the public eye. But Daigo wasn't the only person to disappear either, as so too did Majima. As mentioned, Daigo had also sent him on his behalf to form alliances with other Yakuza families around Japan. Majima was sent to Hokkaido to meet with the Kitakata family. He too shows nothing but the utmost respect and sincerity, offering them to become allies with the Tojo clan. And while Kitakata is intrigued by this offer, Majima in the moment advises against it, as he too fears that they might be stepping into a trap. and he was right. Similar to what was planned with assassinating Daigo, another coordinated assassination was meant to take place on Majima at the same time, also during their meeting. The difference is Daigo avoided the assassination attempt by changing the meeting area, whereas with Majima, they did make an attempt on his life. He was almost assassinated by a sniper, but managed to survive the attack, unbeknownst to the assassin. He walks away with a minor injury, but in a similar play to Daigo, plans on using the opportunity to disappear so he can uncover the traitors within the Tojo, along with taking some time for personal matters as well. The only difference here is that Majima's death is publicized by Kurosawa as a means of demoralizing the Tojo and luring out key individuals. Because if he wants to usher in his new era, he needs to get rid of the past. One thing Kurosawa hates more than anything else are old school Yakuza types. The people who act according to morals and principles. People who naturally draw others to their side due to their charisma. He was the exact opposite of all of those. He had no honor, he had no principles, he was profit driven, only caring about results. Both the Tojo and Omi Alliance are filled with these old school Yakuza types, and he wanted them all gone. By killing members on both sides, he could start a war between the two organizations. But if he wanted them dead, he would need to lure them all to Kamurocho one way or another. And that leads us to the start of the game. We might as well begin with Kiryu. After the disappearance of Daigo, he is approached by Aizawa and Morinaga as he was the last person to see him that night in the taxi, but color them surprised to see that the taxi driver is actually the fourth chairman of the Tojo clan. They ask for his assistance, but naturally he refuses to help them out. After trying to beat answers out of him goes wrong, the two are forced to leave. While he tries to go about his daily life once more, all of the recent events are making it hard to. Morinaga and Aizawa get jumped by members of the Yamagasa family who disapprove of the alliance, and Aizawa goes to Kiryu for help, and he does give them shelter while he recovers. Kiryu asks a few questions here and there about what's going on as he's naturally curious, but the two leave upon learning that with Daigo gone, Aoyama is taking over as acting chairman and that he's in charge of handling the alliance, which he doesn't want. He finds it to be absurd and so plans on just taking over Fukuoka by force. But anyway, after the two leave, Kiryu actually bumps into Kurosawa. He's disguising himself as a police officer investigating the disappearance of Daigo. If Kurosawa wants to get rid of certain individuals like Kiryu, he needs to be the one to quite literally pull the strings. This disguise allows him to walk amongst the public without being questioned. Here, he points him in the direction of Masaru Watase, implying that he might be responsible for Daigo's disappearance. He is the captain of the Omi Alliance and patriarch of the Watase family. Personality-wise, he is very much an old-school Yakuza. He has no interest in money, schemes, or any underhanded tactics. He believes in strength and fighting to become the strongest, and as such is a very honorable man. He's got a great deal of charisma and so naturally draws a lot of people to his side. Kurosawa is getting Kiryu to think that he's responsible for Daigo's disappearance, as despite being part of the Omi Alliance, he is exactly the type of Yakuza he hates and wants to snuff out. So he's also someone Kurosawa would rather have removed. But as for Watase, he doesn't know any of this. He was fiercely loyal to Kurosawa even before he became the 7th chairman, as he was the one who initially gave him a chance to succeed within the Yakuza. He was loyal to the point of even becoming sworn oath brothers with a man he didn't respect due to his low rank, Aoyama. But ever since news began spreading of Kurosawa's illness, Watase believed that he was the only viable successor to inherit the Omi, and so began making plans on how he would do so. And one of the methods of doing that is by cementing your name in Yakuza legend, making a name for yourself so everyone knows who you are and what you've done. Naturally, that would be done through waging a war against the Tojo clan and toppling their greatest rival to conquer all of Tokyo. However, as I mentioned, the Tojo is still in quite a weakened state, and toppling them now wouldn't make him a legend. Because of this, he doesn't view Daigo as a worthy adversary, so instead wishes that Kiryu take back control of the organization so they can become strong once again. Aoyama had told him Kiryu was in Fukuoka, which is why he's here right now. He makes his plea to Kiryu, but he's only concerned with what happened to Daigo. Watase tells him that he has no idea, and even tells him all about what he knows, even his connection to Aoyama being his oath brother and the person who gave him the info on his current whereabouts. He really is only concerned with his plans to see the Tojo restored. While Kiryu acknowledges that they're not too dissimilar, the main difference Kiryu makes in their need to fight is that Watase is barreling towards death, doing it for the love of the game, while Kiryu fights for life and to protect those that he loves. That is the main difference between these two characters, and despite being told off, Watase still smiles. Worried now about Aoyama's connection to everything, Kiryu goes to confront him alongside Aizawa and Morinaga. He's in the middle of the meeting between the Tojo and Yamagasa family, which he's vehemently against, so much so that he's even willing to kill Madarame to send a message. But fortunately, thanks to Daigo's warning about him, Madarame was prepared to defend himself, but it was only barely enough to work. He still wound up getting stabbed with a knife by Aoyama. But fortunately, Kiryu and the others arrive before he can enact his true plan. While Morinaga puts on a bunch of theatrics pretending to care about his betrayal to the Tojo, Aoyama pins the blame on Kiryu and the others for the attack so he can escape. What he really wants is a war with the Yamagasa family so he can take their territory. So he blows up the building with explosives and escapes in a car before Kiryu can stop him. Kiryu would return back to his apartment where Mayumi awaits. With everything going on, he finally confronts her about spying on him this entire time. She comes clean about everything and tells him that it was her father that put her up to it, and she wants to introduce them. It is here he tells Kiryu all about his meeting with Daigo and his worries about what was going on in the Tojo, along with his plans of now dissolving his family. He can't afford a war with the Tojo and so wishes to stop it without bloodshed. Kiryu thanks him for putting someone so caring by his side when he was at his lowest and goes off to meet with the Yamagasa family captain to make his wishes known. But Kiryu has different plans. He won't let Aoyama do as he pleases in Fukuoka, nor will he let the Yamagasa family fall apart like this. So he plans to fight against every Tojo member in Fukuoka single-handedly. He has Yahata call Aoyama and goad him into a turf war at the docks. While everyone shows up, Kiryu stands against the Tojo clan ready to take them on alone, much to the shock of them. He proposes that if he alone can beat the Tojo's army, then they would have to leave without going to war against the Yamagasa family. Aoyama outright refuses and even mocks Kiryu for this proposal, but Watase steps in, punching him in the face, and agrees to the terms. The Dragon of Dojima proves to be the living legend he's known for, as he does in fact beat every single one of the Tojo's forces. Aoyama, still refusing to have any honor, pulls a gun on him, but Watase yet again has to step in to stop him. Kiryu roughs him up a bit as a warning, but Aoyama lets slip that he's just under orders from someone else. Both Watase and Kiryu are curious as to what he means by this, but just as he's about to tell him, Morinaga shoots him in the head to stop him from answering, also revealing his double crossing of the Tojo. He says how he killed Aizawa as well for figuring out his betrayal, but this would be a lie. A couple days after this, Kurosawa would once again approach Kiryu, asking if he's going to Tokyo to help out the Tojo, for which he says he's not. So he tells him to put on the news, which is when he hears about Majima's supposed assassination. So, believing the Tojo is without any of the leadership he entrusted it to, he finally decides to return to Kamurocho to find answers. With one former pillar of the Tojo clan back in the city, Kurosawa's plans were going perfectly. But there was yet another legend of the past he wanted removed: Saejima. Having spent the past 2 years in prison, Saejima is trying his hardest to not get into any trouble so he can get an early parole for good behavior. During his time here, he made pretty good friends with his cellmates: Himura, a once corrupt police detective, Oshima, a legendary street thief, and the most important one here, Baba. I say he's the most important because he's secretly working for Kurosawa. He was transferred to this prison to be closer to Saejima so he could eventually break him out when the time was right. He even paid other prisoners like Kugihara to harass Saejima to try and get him to attack them so it would extend his parole. But Saejima never fell for the bait. He never attacked back, he just kept his head down and tried to simply go about his sentence quietly, even if it meant he had to take beatings from other prisoners. That was until Baba and Kugihara conspired together to frame himself for murder. Being a very altruistic man, this is where Saejima drew the line. Believing Baba to be an innocent man in all of this, he and his other cellmates all work to prove his innocence, which they do. But it ends with Saejima beating up Kugihara, thus ruining his chances at parole. But surprisingly enough, the warden of the prison, Kosaka, tells him that he's going to submit his request anyway. He's noticed a lot of strange things happening in his prison that seem to be directly targeted at Saejima. Firstly, about a week ago, he received a postcard in the mail for Saejima that was a formal notice from the Tojo expelling him from the Yakuza, making him a civilian. Unbeknownst to him, this was Majima's doing, as he feared Saejima would get dragged into Kurosawa's plot against the Tojo. He tried to protect him by severing ties to the organization, but unfortunately Majima didn't know that Kurosawa already laid plans for him. But anyway, on top of that, Kosaka got a direct order from the Ministry of Justice to deny Saejima's parole. And to add on to that, a large number of Yakuza inmates were transferred from other prisons into his in just the last few days. He fears Saejima is going to be targeted and refuses to allow his prison to be used for other people's dirty work. But the real motivation that pushes Saejima to try and get out of prison is the news breaking about Majima's death. He sees a newspaper article announcing it and so is determined to find out answers. Fortunately, Kosaka is willing to aid in his escape, believing him to be innocent. He even gives him the keys to a snowmobile, but unfortunately also asks Baba to accompany him. The night eventually comes for their prison break and the two sneak out only to be met with Kugihara. While he was initially only hired to goad Saejima into a fight, he's grown to form quite the hatred for him and so now plans on killing him. Kosaka is stabbed in the back, non-lethally, and Saejima proves to be the stuff of legends and fends off every Yakuza who comes at him. Kugihara tries to shoot him in the back, but he is saved by Himura. He followed the group after they had left and got a gun off of one of the officers and was able to save their lives. Thanks to him, the two get on the snowmobile and break out of prison. On the way, the cold proves too much for Baba and he falls off the back into the snow, and Saejima crashes not long after. Fortunately for him, he is saved by a man named Okudera, who brings him back to his village so he can recover. Together, the two tread back into the forest to find Baba as well, and after recovering a bit, the two head to Sapporo. They want to arrange a meeting with Patriarch Kitakata as he was the last person to see Majima alive and believe he's the one that killed him. They kidnap him during a snow festival and bring him to an abandoned building. Baba leaves the room to scout the area, and Kitakata goes on to tell him all about Majima's proposal for an alliance, how he was told not to take it fearing collusion within the Tojo, all of it. But just as he's about to tell him who he believed was behind everything, he is shot by a sniper, non-lethally. Saejima pursues them into an alleyway where he learns that Baba was the one who shot him. He comes clean about everything, how he was hired to keep him in prison and eventually lure him to Kamurocho. But after saving his life, Baba just couldn't bring himself to betray him like that. He shot Kitakata to try and keep his secret from getting out, but obviously that didn't work. Unable to stop him, Saejima knocks some sense into him and things cool down. Baba would leave to continue his disguise working for Kurosawa, while Saejima is approached by Kurosawa. Of course, under the guise of the police. He makes it seem like someone else is pulling all of the strings trying to take down the Tojo, and he's interested in uncovering who. He alludes to it being Morinaga and tells him to go to Kamurocho to investigate. Either he can do that and work with him, or he can go back to jail. So Saejima agrees to investigate. For now though, let us return to the story of Haruka and Miss Park. For the past year, Haruka has been working the idol circuit, performing shows, appearing on TV, and practicing for an upcoming idol contest known as the Princess League. She's already made it to the finals, where she's competing against a duo group known as T-Set. They work under Katsuya's agency. A lot of time is spent with Haruka and Park bonding as she trains. Haruka buys her a brooch as thanks for everything she's done, and Park treats her to dinner and a night of games at the arcade. During their ride home, she goes on to tell her all about her own past about being an idol, how she lost her husband because of it, her child, and how all of her dreams fell apart. While it was, of course, devastating for her, her dreams have now been passed on to Haruka, whom she fully believes in. Park has a lot of things that she's looking forward to, including potentially getting back with Majima. Now that he's gone incognito and faked his own death, in addition to trying to uncover the mastermind behind everything going on, he is using the opportunity to also reach out to Park. He wrote her a letter saying how he's hoping that they could rekindle their relationship once Haruka wins her debut. It would be like starting fresh all over again once she's accomplished her dream. And Park is excited for that. And after hearing it all, Haruka is even more determined to make her proud and win the whole thing for the both of them. Haruka would return home for the night while Park returns to her office. But you see, Majima's letter was more than just hope to rekindle their relationship. Being in the Yakuza, Katsuya knew what was going down with the Tojo and their mole problem Majima was hoping to uncover, and so the two conspired together to help him out by trying to gain information that could help him. So Park and Katsuya leaked the existence of the letter, not the contents within, to draw out any traders that would be remotely interested in it. And it did. Haruka's former dance instructor, Ogita, was fired earlier in the story for complaining too much. Due to the contract he signed, he's not getting paid for his time either, and that's a problem because he's in a lot of debt. Due to his proximity to Park, he was approached by a man named Kanai. He actually works under Katsuya as captain of Osaka Enterprises. He was approached by Kurosawa seeking his assistance in obtaining this mysterious letter. Since Kurosawa is the chairman of the Omi, he is a more important man to appease than Katsuya, so begins working under his orders. He approaches Ogita and promises to free him of his debt if he can obtain the letter from his former boss's office. But while searching, Park returns from her night out with Haruka and is caught in the act. But in a fit of rage for having been fired, he attacks her and accidentally kills her. Kanai would go to great lengths to try and cover up the murder, making it appear as though it were a suicide. Ultimately, Ogita is incapable of finding the letter. The next morning, Haruka is called by her manager, Hori, who tells her of the unfortunate news that Park was found dead. News of her death obviously comes to the shock of many people, including Akiyama. He was still in the middle of opening his new branch of Sky Finance in Sotenbori. So when news broke about Park's death, he went to the offices to meet with her team. He tells them how they don't have to worry about paying back the money she borrowed as it was a personal loan, but he would like to meet the girl that she invested so much into and bet everything on. And much to his shock, it's Haruka. Due to his friendship with Kiryu, the two had naturally met and crossed paths before. The two sit together and mourn Park's death and tell stories about what she was like and just how admirable of a person she was. Haruka then asks that he help in investigating her death. Neither one of them believe that she was the type of person to commit suicide and suspect foul play to have been involved. So later the next night, the two go to her office to search for any evidence that could lean towards her suicide having been staged. But as they're doing so, Hori is seen falling off the roof. The two rush outside to catch Ogita at the scene. He had yet again returned to the office to continue his search of the letter and tried to press Hori for information, but when he didn't have any, threw him off the roof. Akiyama roughs him up a bit, but he is saved by Kanai and the two manage to escape. Hori would be sent to the hospital to recover. The two's investigation would eventually lead them to a forger in the city who just so happens to be a massive fan of Haruka, so tells them everything he knows. He told them how he forged Park's suicide note for Ogita and Kanai, and gives them a tip that Kanai works for Katsuya. so Akiyama meets with him personally. He's very straightforward with his accusation, but of course Katsuya denies it. He too agrees Park would never kill herself, but not knowing where Akiyama falls in the grand scheme of things, Katsuya is very careful about the people he trusts, so he has to do things his own way. He tries to pay him off to stop looking into things, for which Akiyama naturally refuses. For now though, he knows he's not going to get any more information out of him, and so leaves. He is then approached by Kurosawa himself, who too basically tells him to stop pursuing this case. But yet again, it's another warning he refuses to listen to. Instead, he tracks down Kanai's base of operations and runs into an injured Ogita. Kanai had his arm amputated as punishment for failing to get the letter, and he was left to die. Akiyama finds him and he agrees to tell the police everything he knows, but as Akiyama was busy fighting his way through all of his forces, he is killed by Kanai. He is questioned as to whether or not he knows about the letter, which of course he doesn't. So Kanai turns his focus to Haruka, believing that her protege would know where it's located. He tries to call her up and warn her, but it's too late as she's already been taken. While Akiyama would return to the offices and prep to search for her, Katsuya arrives with her in tow. He apologizes for the headache his subordinate has been causing and explains his ties to the Yakuza and their interest in the letter from Majima. When Haruka wakes up, he calls her directly and blackmails her to give him the letter, or else he will expose her ties to Kiryu and do harm to the Morning Glory orphanage. While an underhanded tactic on the surface, in reality, Katsuya is just trying to protect Haruka by getting the letter out of her hands so she's no longer in danger. She agrees to do this, but on her way to meet up with him, she is intercepted once again by Kanai, who tries to take it by brute force. Akiyama is there to protect her once more and decides to just take her to Kamurocho. It's Tojo territory, so the Omi Alliance will be much less likely to target them as frequently. As for Kanai, as you can imagine, Katsuya is quite pissed and so punishes him by scarring him with a cigarette. The final perspective we have is with a completely new character named Tatsuo Shinada. He was a former professional baseball player who was accused of fixing games and stealing the opposing team's signs, both of which he did not do. But he was accused of them and lost his career because of it. 15 years later, he's now a nightlife journalist writing articles about locations in the red light district. Unfortunately, Shinada's story is quite far removed from the larger plot unfolding. He only holds relevance because this is where Daigo goes whilst undercover. The two were actually old high school friends, and of course Daigo knew the controversy that befell him. His appearance at his doorstep is twofold. The main reason he is here is because he is investigating the Nagoya family, a local crime organization which controls the area. Unlike other Yakuza groups, its members are made up of normal everyday civilians. The family is a subsidiary to the Kuroha family, Kurosawa's original Yakuza family before he became the 7th chairman. While in control of the Nagoya family, he was able to fully control all sorts of illegal activities, including match fixing. Daigo believes they're part of the much larger conspiracy going on and seeks to confirm his suspicions and prevent them from taking over any more territory. And to do so, he enlists Shinada. He's not part of any Yakuza organization, making him the perfect man to investigate his own scandal, as he was at the center of it all and might be the only person still interested in finding out the truth. Also, he'll give him a lot of money if he does. And that's Shinada's story. Slowly but surely, he learns all about the Yakuza's involvement in everything and how he was set up. Daigo goes on to make himself known, but Shinada, by this time, is pretty angry. Through this experience, he's grown quite resentful of the Yakuza world and how much it is taken from him, and now a Yakuza is trying to fix everything for him. He's quite frankly had enough of it, and so the two brawl it out to test his true resolve to be free from it all. Impressed by his determination, Daigo agrees to accompany him to Kamurocho, but on the train ride back, he learns the news that Sawada, the pitcher who threw against him in that game, is set to become the heir to the Nagoya family and was traded to a new team. So he meets up with him personally to settle matters once and for all. He tells him all about what happened and repeats the home run situation from 15 years ago. Things ultimately end on good terms between them, but that doesn't stop the much larger plot going on. The current leader of the Nagoya family, Fujita, has grown a guilty conscience over the match fixing from the past. So he wrote a confession about the whole thing and plans to have it published to the public in tomorrow's newspapers. But Kurosawa obviously can't let that happen, so he kills him and stages the scene to look like a suicide. He leaves behind an Omi Alliance pin, trying to frame the whole thing on Katsuya. And all of that leads us back to Kamurocho. Kurosawa's plan is coming together, and every character has made their way back to the city for one reason or another. Kiryu has come to find Morinaga and figure out the truth about what's been happening with the Tojo, Daigo, and Majima. He has a run-in with Baba, who tells him to leave the city as someone clearly wants him here, but of course it doesn't work. Ultimately, Baba doesn't provide any new or useful information. Saejima is with Kurosawa himself, who is also leading him to believe that Morinaga is behind the whole thing. He tells him to seek out information in Purgatory, while he leaves to investigate Katsuya. While in Purgatory, Saejima runs into Aizawa. Despite Morinaga earlier claiming to have killed him, supposedly Aizawa has come here to also figure out the truth by gaining information from the florist. But ultimately, he failed his test and was denied anything. Saejima fights him just to help him get his head clear and prove his determination. The florist is entertained by their fight and so tells them where Morinaga is now, and says that he's dead. Morinaga's fate would remain a mystery. As for the others arriving in Kamurocho, Katsuya correctly fears that something bad might happen to Haruka during her performance in the Japan Dome. Part of Kurosawa's plan is to have Haruka assassinated the night of her debut to distract the public along with authorities. So he has a meeting with Akiyama to buy her spot and replace them with T-Set. He is very cryptic about his true intentions though, leading Akiyama to not fully trust him, and so denies his offer of 500 million yen just so he can see Park's dream come true. He returns to his office where waiting for him is Shinada. He has made his way to Kamurocho, also hoping to stop Haruka's concert. He's come to Sky Finance to ask for 300 million yen to cancel the whole event, which too shocks Akiyama even further. But Shinada goes on to explain his fear of an attack as well, as he was told personally by Sawada that the Omi Alliance chairman was planning something. Realizing that there's a much larger conspiracy plot going on, the two decide to speak directly with the event organizer, who reveals the true relationship between Park and Katsuya and how they've been friends for the longest time, and they've actually been planning this event together. Ultimately, Katsuya was only able to get the show delayed by an extra day. By this point, Katsuya has practically figured out that somebody is luring everyone to Kamurocho to try and get them to kill each other. So he decides the best thing he can do is play directly into their hands and get ahead of the whole thing. So he makes a public broadcast speaking about the concert to make himself known to all interested parties. Kiryu decides to confront him due to his men mobilizing in Tokyo. The florist tells Saejima that he's the primary suspect in Morinaga's murder. And finally, there is Watase. He had learned the day before similarly about his men being in Tokyo and thought that he was seeking to steal the glory of toppling the Tojo before he could, so he and his family came down to do it themselves. All four characters converge in his room, where he goes on to explain his hypothesis about someone wanting them all to kill each other. So he proposes that they all pretend to fight to the death atop one of the buildings. He knows that they're watching, and he thinks if they do so, they'll make themselves known. And so everyone agrees to go along with it. They split up and begin brawling each other one after the other. But as Kiryu and Saejima are in the midst of theirs, they are both shot from the opposite tower by Kurosawa. He finally makes his reveal as the mastermind behind everything and how he planned on killing all four of them because he hates how idealistic and principled they all are. And being the most charismatic Yakuza from both organizations, killing them publicly would put an end to their kind, and he would usher in his new era. But just as he's about to murder Watase, Katsuya jumps in the way to take the bullet for him, believing that he should be the one leading the Omi Alliance next. While things look dire with no way to escape this scenario, Daigo appears just at the right moment to stop him. He allows him one final opportunity to die like a real Yakuza and commit suicide, or simply be shot. But it is then that Kanai appears behind him and shoots Daigo in the stomach. The two escape, with of course Kurosawa threatening Haruka one last time. Both Katsuya and Daigo would survive and be taken to the hospital. Shinada and Watase would actually cross paths there, where Watase actually inquired about his own question that's now plaguing him. Should he seek revenge or carry on the dream?
復讐ですね。間違いなく。でも、そいつが復讐を望んでいないんだとしたら、夢を取ります。そいつの夢も叶えるためにね。それが仲間ってもんじゃないですか。
悪かったな。いきなり話しかけて。ほな。
The characters all reconvene at New Serena, now with Akiyama and Date there to help out. With all the information combined, they figure Kurosawa's plan is to make a play to topple the Tojo amidst Haruka's performance. An idol being murdered on stage would certainly draw the police's attention as well and distract the public. So our characters begin formulating a plan on how to split up. But meanwhile, during this, with Majima, he has also finally made his play and makes an attempt on Kurosawa as well. However, figuring that he was still alive, Kurosawa was prepared for him and was able to stop him by using Haruka. If Majima does anything, he will have her killed. So unfortunately for him, Majima was thwarted as well. But the day of the debut concert eventually arrives, and it is time for our characters to take action. Kiryu intends on going to the Japan Dome to protect Haruka, but news breaks out of the invasion, forcing them to protect the streets. Instead, Date and Shinada are sent to the Japan Dome due to his familiarity with the stadium, while Kiryu and Akiyama defend the streets. Saejima is sent inside to rescue Majima, but unfortunately, he falls into the same trap. They can't do anything lest risk Haruka's safety, so Kurosawa orders the two to fight to the death while he gleefully watches. Meanwhile, at the Japan Dome, Haruka and T-Set begin their debut concert together while Baba is the sniper meant to execute her. But he's been having a change of heart over the course of the game thanks to Saejima. He just can't bring himself to do it and so tries to walk off. However, he is stopped by Shinada, who has figured out his position. He figures Baba just can't walk away like nothing happened and needs to be straightened out, so roughs him up a bit in a fight. Afterwards, feeling repentful for his actions, Baba tries to kill himself, but is stopped by his old cellmates. Saejima reached out to them suspecting Baba might still be doing something bad and hoped they might be able to talk him down from things, and they did. He agrees to return to prison and carry out the rest of his sentence. With his assassin down, Kurosawa's blackmail no longer exists, so he plans on just killing Majima and Saejima right then and there. But the two are saved by Katsuya and Daigo, who have left their hospital beds to stop him. They kill his guards and finally corner Kurosawa, who has no way out and no time left. He finally reveals the whole reason he's been doing this was so he could have his son inherit his legacy. So Daigo urgently calls Kiryu to tell him that he needs to go to Tojo's headquarters, leaving Akiyama to fend the streets off alone. But fortunately, he's not by himself, as hundreds of Yakuza arrive, led by Watase. He has been going out gathering all of the families who would stand by the Tojo's side and help them fend off Kurosawa's army. While Watase is part of the Omi alliance just like Kurosawa, his betrayal was something that he could never take pride in. So he bows his head in respect to Akiyama for helping keep the Tojo standing. And finally, there is Aizawa. He stands as the only man left in the battle between the Tojo members and Kurosawa's men. Despite everything that has happened, Aizawa hardly cares about inheriting his father's legacy. The one thing he wants is to kill Kiryu. If he does so, his own legacy will be cemented and he will be even more famous than he ever was. So the two battle all across Tojo's headquarters, in the lobby and ultimately outside the building. In the end, Kiryu stands victorious but is heavily wounded. Meanwhile, Haruka has words of her own for the people. In between the show's sets, she had seen news of Kiryu fighting in the streets against the Omi Alliance, and it just reminded her how much she misses him and her siblings at the orphanage. Well, being an idol became her dream, and she was more than happy and proud to see Park's own dream come to life through herself. She doesn't find it a point if she can't do it with the people she loves. So she thanks everyone for everything they've ever done to help her reach this point, but ultimately chooses family over fame. She proudly announces to the world that her father is Kiryu Kazuma.
私は桐生一馬の家族です。
She travels all the way to Tojo's headquarters, where she finds him bleeding out on the street. He passes out from his injuries, but would be okay. Following the events of this game, it is unknown what happened to a lot of these characters. While we never see Kurosawa following his defeat, it can be assumed that he succumbed to his illness shortly after and died. We never see if Aizawa is arrested, killed, or free in the world, so where he wound up is also a mystery. Shinada would return back to Nagoya, as he had made a few friends during his years there. Meanwhile, Katsuya, along with Osaka Enterprises, similarly, are never heard from again in future entries. There's no reason for it. They're a trustworthy and reliable ally in the Omi Alliance who had the same old-school Yakuza mentality like many of our characters, but they're just another character that's never used again. Yakuza 6 does initially pick up where the last game left off. Kiryu is taken to the hospital and all of our characters are there to make sure he's alright. Akiyama goes into the room to make sure that Haruka is fine as well, while Majima and Saejima wait in the hallway. But unfortunately, it seems they just can't catch a break. The police arrive to once again take Saejima to jail. He didn't serve out his full prison sentence and has to be taken back. He goes in peacefully since it's only a couple more months left, but they're not here just for him. They've also come to take in Kiryu. The police need to arrest someone from both the Tojo and Omi side of things to ease the public's concern, and considering the spotlight Haruka just placed on him in front of hundreds of thousands of people, he was the perfect target for the police to make an example out of. Date knows this and tells the others, but there's nothing any of them can do about it. They can only hope he gets a good lawyer so he can avoid jail time altogether. Even Daigo, who has returned to the hospital for his injuries, tells him that. But unfortunately, Kiryu thinks he can't. He figures if he fights this case and just goes back to Morning Glory, it'll bring unwanted amounts of media attention and social ridicule to the other kids. He knows he and Haruka can deal with that, but he doesn't want the others to have to bear the burden of his Yakuza past as well. So he decides to be the fall guy. He'll go to prison and carry out his sentence. Afterwards, he'll have paid his dues to society, his conscience will be clear, and he can take pride in Haruka calling him her father. So Kiryu goes to prison. Over the course of the next few months, Haruka would frequently visit him, telling him about what's going on with the orphanage, how the other kids are doing, and just keeping him up to date on everyone's lives. But despite Haruka's wishes of things wanting to go back to normal, unfortunately, her fame is bringing unwanted attention to the orphanage as well. Reporters and tabloids have found out where she lives and are now writing articles about Morning Glory, giving it tons of hate and that sort of unwanted attention. This is exactly the type of attention Kiryu feared his presence would bring, but sadly, it's also attached to Haruka. She is racked with guilt in the same manner, believing all of the other kids don't deserve this kind of negative attention, and her simply being there could jeopardize their futures. So she does exactly what Kiryu would do and has done before. She's going to bear that weight alone. She decides that she's going to leave Morning Glory until Kiryu is released from prison. She tells Ayako about this, but asks that she not tell him. And just like that, she leaves the orphanage. Similar to Kiryu, she would look for somewhere quiet she could live, away from the media, the public eye, and just somewhere she could live a few years in peace and quiet. And she eventually found that in the small port city of Onomichi in Hiroshima. During World War II, this area was a key manufacturing center for the Imperial Japanese Navy. Their ports were always used and their shipbuilding facilities were used to build warships as well. But after the war's end, Onomichi's shipbuilding industry went down and the economy shifted to fishing. Several Yakuza organizations would see rise following this, the Yomei Alliance being the most prominent one. I'll explain them a bit later, but considering just how small of a city Onomichi is, the Tojo and Omi Alliance don't have any presence here, and yet the Yomei are the third largest Yakuza organization just behind those two. But anyway, Haruka made her way here. Upon arrival, the first person Haruka met was a woman named Kiyomi. She's a very kind and friendly individual. She runs a local bar and upon meeting Haruka, instantly took her in, gave her a place to stay along with a job so she could provide for herself. As Haruka formed a new life here, naturally she came to meet and know most of the townsfolk quite well, and they all took quite a liking to her. She grew particularly close to the Hirose family. They're a third-tier Yakuza family, part of the Yomei Alliance. They are a very small family, consisting of only 6 members. There's Hirose himself, a very laid-back father figure to the others, who is the patriarch of the family. Nagumo, the hot-headed captain of the family, Yuta, the very protective and impulsive one, Matsunaga, a very large but relaxed man, Tagashira, a very intelligent and sensible person, and Tatsukawa, who was a very manipulative person. There's undeniably much more to these characters, but for now they are some of the people Haruka grows the closest to while here. They grow to also be so fond of her that when paparazzi do arrive to try and stalk her, Yuta in particular beats them up and destroys their camera. Despite her trying to keep a quiet life, everyone in Onomichi did know who she was, but they also know that she wants to keep a low profile, which is why they've all been going out of their way to protect her. Yuta tells her this and how everyone in town loves her, and he wishes she stay around as well. Following this, Haruka would open up to everyone about her life, and everyone promises to keep it a secret and protect her privacy. And that's exactly what she did. Not much information at all is known about her time here over the next 1 to 2 years. The one thing that is worthy of note is her relationship with Yuta. While it's never quite expanded upon just how close they got, what we know is that the two did eventually hook up one time, which resulted in Haruka getting pregnant, unbeknownst to Yuta. And this is where the drama begins. You see, in addition to not knowing that he got Haruka pregnant, also unbeknownst to himself, Yuta was secretly the heir to the Sao Triad. They're a Chinese crime organization that has deep ties to the Yomei Alliance. A lot of plot points tie back to the events of World War II and what was going on back then. Back then, the first chairman, named Heizo Iwami, had contracted the Triad to smuggle in Chinese workers to Japan for cheap labor on an incredibly top-secret project their company had acquired. Iwami's shipbuilding company was contracted during the war to build a massive battleship at the behest of Admiral Minoru Daidoji. The Daidoji faction will become very important in a later story. They're basically a secretive organization of politically connected individuals who work to handle political scandals. But regardless, the ship was meant to be their ultimate weapon. But, as happened, the war was lost before the ship was ever finished. Not only was it a massive waste of money, but it was also an illegal appropriation of military funds by Daidoji. If word ever got out about it, it would lead to a massive government scandal. Iwami was ordered to dismantle it, but seeing the opportunity, both Iwami and the Triad's leader at the time decided to blackmail him for hush payments and influence in the country's politics in exchange for keeping the ship's existence a secret. The ship became known as the Secret of Onomichi. In fact, it was this secret that initially led to the creation of the Yomei Alliance. It was to get a foothold in Hiroshima and why they never had any need to expand out of it. While there's no other better place to put this, it is also where Hirose gets brought in. He was one of the many children affected by World War II. He had his own gang of thugs who tried to run a raid on a facility owned by Iwami at the time, but was ultimately caught. Iwami saw the potential in him and brought him under his wing, where he would be trained as an assassin. But not just any regular assassin, Iwami's personal one. Anyone who even remotely learned the slightest detail about the secret of Onomichi, he would send Hirose to kill them. And he did. Every single person he was told to take care of, he did without fail. In a way, he felt like he initially owed Iwami for giving him purpose in life after the war, and while assassinations were hard at first, it kind of just became secondhand nature to him. This was also how his family came to be formed. Matsunaga and Nagumo's fathers were his oath brothers that he was forced to kill. He felt terrible leaving kids without their fathers, and so formed his own Yakuza family for them to be part of. But anyway, getting away from them, the Sao Triad stayed out of Japan for the next few decades and eventually got a new ringleader in 1986 named Big Lo. The secret of Onomichi was passed down to him, but he was never told of its true nature, thus he didn't have a clear picture of what exactly it was. Regardless, he was still able to use its existence to continue a partnership with the Yomei Alliance, which was pretty much what they were doing before anyway. The Sao Triad offered a service to launder undocumented children who were born outside of China's one-child policy into Japan by smuggling them in, while Iwami would use their government contacts to forge citizenship papers. Yet again, this was carried out for another few decades without incident. These children would be known as heihaiji. But anyway, due to the Sao Triad's traditions, they believe in the code of blood law, meaning only blood relatives can succeed in becoming the next ringleader. So, Big Lo would naturally have a son named Jimmy Lo, who he would set up to become the next heir. But, as a contingency, just in case something bad were to happen to Jimmy, he also had a secret second son. But he was treated like a heihaiji. He was smuggled into Japan, given a Japanese identity, and raised like an orphan in Hiroshima, and that son was Yuta. While Yuta would be completely unaware of his roots and origin, he was secretly being prepped by Masuzoe, a patriarch of his own family, which is a subsidiary to the Yomei Alliance, along with Tatsukawa, one of his other friends in the Hirose family. In fact, it was Tatsukawa who convinced him to join in the first place, as they are under the Yomei Alliance. Both of them were secretly prepping him to take over as ringleader one day. One example of this was the two arranging Yuta to meet an attractive Chinese hostess, and they got him to learn Chinese just so he could flirt with her. Things like that have always been done subtly throughout Yuta's life without him ever suspecting a thing. And that leads us back to Haruka. Upon learning she was pregnant with Yuta's child, the both of them could not allow it. The Sao Triad's tradition is keeping their bloodline pure, so they could not allow a half-Japanese baby to taint it. So both Masuzoe and Tatsukawa tried to pressure her into an abortion. Haruka obviously did not want to do that, and so turned to Hirose for help. He does in fact help her disappear by taking her to a small village and watching over her while she's there. Her baby would be born, and she would name him by taking the kanji from her name and Yuta's and name the baby Haruto. But while all of this is going on, there are internal problems occurring as well with the next generation of both the Yomei Alliance and the Sao Triad, specifically when it comes to Iwami's own son, Tsuneo. When he was a kid, he had learned the secret of Onomichi from a Yomei officer who feared he was going to be killed for knowing too much about it. Tsuneo pretended not to know anything, and his father tried to send him down a legitimate career path. But as is a common theme in this entry, Tsuneo felt the Yomei Alliance was his birthright, and so if his father wasn't going to give it to him, he was just going to take it. But not just the Yomei itself, he was aiming for what else but the biggest Yakuza organization around, the Tojo clan. So Tsuneo allied himself with various individuals that would aid him in his plan to overthrow these organizations, including the likes of Big Low's own son, Jimmy. Part of the agreement Big Low and Iwami had was that the Sao Triad wouldn't encroach on Japan's territory. Jimmy, on the other hand, is doing exactly that. While negotiating with Tsuneo, he accidentally lets slip that his father doesn't actually know the true secret of Onomichi, and that was really his ultimate trump card, which really allows him to fuel his ambition. Knowing this, Tsuneo blackmails Big Low into expanding the Sao Triad into Tokyo. Another one of Tsuneo's allies is Katsumi Sugai of the Tojo clan. He's not the most relevant character in any way. He serves as advisor to Daigo and wants to become the next chairman. That's about it. Together, this group of characters kicks off their plan to take over the Tojo, and it all starts with getting rid of the current leadership. Sugai has one of his men set a fire in Little Asia within Kamurocho, which caused a devastating fire which burnt down most of the neighborhood. Big Low then had the Triad move in and take over the area where they would begin to operate out of. From here, they basically went to war with the Tojo clan, increasing public violence significantly to the point that the police got so desperate to resolve it, they just decided to pin the whole thing on the Tojo. This resulted in all of the Tojo's top leadership getting arrested. Daigo, Majima, and Saejima all take the fall and go to prison. And as planned, Sugai would take over the Tojo as acting chairman. As for Big Low and Jimmy, Tsuneo would view them as having fulfilled their purpose and so seeks to have them both killed. He enlisted the aid of the Jingwan Mafia to carry out the assassination. Following the events of Yakuza 2 with Terada and their plight for revenge, the Jingwan have gone under new leadership as things are now being run by Jungi Han. He's a much more charismatic and good-looking individual. He wants to change the way things were done from before and wants to focus more on making money as opposed to the iron code the Jingwan had before. And so one of his methods of getting money was by doing mercenary work for Tsuneo. Through this, he was eventually able to buy up businesses in Tokyo, focusing much more on the niche night scene that was sex work catered towards women. He was actually able to even buy up the old Stardust Host Club for one of his businesses. But his most profitable source of income was through Tsuneo. So when he was contracted to kill Big Low and Jimmy, he complied. They were successful in killing Jimmy, but Big Low was able to survive. Knowing there was a hit out on him, he stayed out of the public eye and, as you would expect, went to war with the Tojo, the Yomi, and anyone he could to avenge his son's death. But with the death of Jimmy, it brings Tatsukawa back into the fold. He was initially ordered by the Triad to get rid of Haruka's baby, but after he failed to, he feared repercussions and went into hiding. He left the Hirose family and became a host in Kamurocho for the Jingwan. But with the death of Jimmy, he was one of the few people who knows about Yuta's origin as Big Low's successor. So he saw an opportunity for self-gain and goes to Tsuneo. He goes to Jungi Han and tells him all about Yuta and his child and says how they can use the baby to coerce Yuta into killing Big Low for them, since he would certainly come out of hiding to meet with his son at some point. In exchange, he'll get protection from the Sao Triad. So he reaches out to Haruka, having learned where Hirose had been hiding her, and tells her that he's willing to disobey the Triad's orders and get her and Haruto to safety. Haruka would then be lured to Kamurocho to meet him, but not fully trusting him, refuses to get into his car. She tries to run away, but Tatsukawa follows her and accidentally hits her with the car. Haruka uses her body to protect Haruto, leaving him unharmed, but unfortunately for herself, Haruka would suffer a head injury that puts her into a coma. She was taken to the hospital for her injuries, and so was Haruto. As for Tatsukawa and the others, he thought he accidentally killed the both of them and so fled the scene. Considering this wasn't exactly part of their grand plan, everyone pretty much just moved on, thinking that Haruka and the baby were dead. But Tatsukawa doesn't just get away scot-free. The Triad learn of his betrayal trying to work for Tsuneo, and so he is tracked down by one of Sao's officers named Ed, and both he and his girlfriend are brutally tortured and killed. And this is what kicks off the events of Yakuza 6. After 3 years of being in prison, Kiryu is released back into society, ready to return to his life at Morning Glory. All of the kids are excited to see him, but are confused when he doesn't arrive with Haruka. She had told Ayako that she was going off to be closer to him and be with him upon his release. So when she's not there, everyone is confused, with Ayako being the most worried. She explains to everyone what she knows and how she lost contact with her about a year ago, but has no idea where she could possibly be. So Kiryu swears to find her. He returns to Kamurocho and bumps into Date, who gives him the rundown on the war that's been happening with the Tojo and Triad and how dangerous things have gotten with Daigo and everyone being gone. Kiryu is here to see Akiyama in Sky Finance, but what he doesn't know is that Akiyama has closed down the company due to the war going on. His own business conflicted with that of Sao's own loan sharking, and so Akiyama frequently came into conflict with Ed until he eventually decided to close it down and went into hiding for safety. He disguises himself as a homeless man now for the time being. Kiryu eventually finds him in the sewers camping out, but unfortunately he has no idea where Haruka is. Ed shows up having followed him as he still wants to rid the place of Akiyama, but the two fend him and his men off. It is then that he gets a call from Date telling him about Haruka's accident. Everything that was going on with her and Tatsukawa was occurring during all of this. Kiryu and the others arrive at the hospital, obviously worried, but simultaneously even more confused as there's a baby that no one knows where it came from. Kiryu would naturally go to the scene of the crime to investigate and try to get a cleaner picture about what's going on. But as he's doing so, notices that he's being tailed by a member of the Tojo clan. He tells him that he was ordered by his boss to keep an eye on him, and so Kiryu goes to the headquarters and is greeted by Somea. I haven't introduced him yet, but he is actually the ex-husband of Kiyomi. He's a very modern Yakuza who doesn't have much concern for the old traditions. He's a very money and profit-oriented person. He was actually the one who lit the fire in Little Asia at the behest of Sugai. I'll get more into him later on, but he is a very relevant character during this story. Kiryu has a talk with the two where they tell him how, due to the war going on, strong Yakuza like him have become more valuable. However, he has no care about what they have going on. He just wants to know about Haruka. They deny having any involvement, and Kiryu vows to bury them if he finds out otherwise. Upon returning back to the hospital, he is met with Child Protection Services, claiming that they're going to have to take the baby since Kiryu has no legal guardianship over Haruka, nor is he related by blood. Fearing what'll happen to Haruto if they end up in a random orphanage, he's scared that he won't be able to help him in any way, nor see him ever again if he's taken away, and so he can't let that happen to Haruka. So he plans on stealing Haruto until she wakes up. Akiyama tries to convince him that it's a bad idea, but is unable to stop him, and so Kiryu leaves with Haruto in hand. He meets back up with Date, who tells him that the only lead they have to go on was a picture she had taken. The GPS data says that it was taken in Hiroshima. He figures Haruka's father must be there, and so he wants to teach him a lesson about responsibility. So the following day, Kiryu takes a boat to Onomichi to begin his search. Considering it's a very small town, it isn't too long before he immediately runs into Kiyomi, who's just as caring as ever. He goes into her bar for a drink where she happily looks over the baby. Nagumo is there trying to intimidate him and puff out his chest as a Yakuza, but that doesn't work against him in the slightest. After roughing him up a bit, he returns to the bar and asks Kiyomi about Haruka, but as I mentioned during her part, everyone in town came to love her so much and respect her privacy that they went to great lengths to protect her out of respect. So despite Kiryu mentioning that he's searching for Haruto's father, Kiyomi still protects her and says she has no idea who she is. She does help him out a bit though by getting him a place to stay in town. Kiryu would spend quite a bit of time here, having next to no luck whatsoever finding anyone who has even so much as seen her, to the point that he begins to doubt if she was ever even here to begin with. But despite that all, he still sticks with it. Nagumo would pick a couple more fights with him, but as he's relaxing at the bar, he witnesses as Masuzoe pressures him and his family for payments. It's a whole scene, and he's ultimately dragged out of there to protect Kiyomi and her establishment. While it's genuinely none of his business, Kiryu decides to get involved. He says it's for making Haruto cry and he wants an apology, but he also saw Nagumo was a decent guy, so decided to stand up for him. After fighting off Masuzoe and his men, Nagumo is incredibly grateful and outright begs him to become his oath brother. While that's a bit too far for Kiryu, he's happy to tag along with him so he can introduce him to the rest of the Hirose family. He spends a little bit of time with them as well, helping them out with some things until he inevitably shows them all a picture of Haruka, and each of their reactions are not so subtle.
この人か。
知ってるか。
頭、俺にも。いや、思っとったよりえらい若いき、面食らってしもたわい。まだ女子高生くらいじゃろ？そうじゃろ？本当に。
ほいじゃが、わしら見たことないですわ。こんな美人近くにおったら忘れるはずないですけん。
While they would all claim to have no idea who she is, Kiryu picks up that they're definitely lying. However, after spending some time with them, he kinda likes them and so isn't going to pressure them into confessing. While it's not ideal to wait for them, at least he knows Haruka was definitely here, so it's something. But things go wrong when Masuzoe shows back up, pissed off about Kiryu beating them up earlier. This time, they've brought Yomei Alliance back up and are storming the Hirose family office. He once again pulls back up, beating Masuzoe and his people once more. But it's the Yomei's captain Kanji who puts the matter to rest. He was originally going to make Matsunaga cut off one of his fingers as an apology, but once Kiryu takes responsibility for everything that has happened, he decides to spare him, mostly due to the fact that he knows exactly who he is. Figuring the truth of his identity will come to light sooner or later, he comes clean to the others about who he really is as the Dragon of Dojima. It really establishes a new level of trust he has with them, and it's not lost on the others. They allude to having a secret themselves that they want to tell him, but Kiryu stops them and calls it in for the night, not wanting them to feel like he's forcing them into a confession. But the time has indeed come to come clean about everything. Nagumo shows up to his apartment and tells him everything he knows about Haruka, how she showed up, lived in town, how everyone loved her and worked to protect her privacy, but also how she disappeared about a year ago. He doesn't know a single thing about who Haruto's dad could possibly be, and says that if anyone would know, it would be Kiyomi. She too comes clean about everything, but before she can say who she thinks the father is, the two have an unexpected run-in with Somaya. He's not here to see either of them, in fact. He's actually here to swear an oath with Yomei's captain, Kanji. As relations between the Yomei and Tojo increase thanks to their conspiracy, Kanji is next in line to inherit the Yomei, and with Daigo gone, Sugai is considering Somaya to become the next chairman of the Tojo. This obviously rubs Kiryu the wrong way, but there's nothing he can actually do about it now. Upon learning that Kiryu was in town, Chairman Iwami wants him to be a witness during their oath, so tasked Somaya with ensuring his attendance. And what better way to do that than through a kidnapping? He publicly kidnaps Kiyomi, which goads Kiryu and the rest of the Hirose family into launching a raid on his hotel. They fight their way through all of his men, but after confronting Somaya, he finds Kiyomi perfectly safe, and himself in front of all of Yomei's top brass. They go to a more private area where Iwami lays out the plan for the Yomei joining alliances with the Tojo, hence the oath ceremony about to take place. Kiryu is asked to be a witness to it, however, without Daigo there, it would be dishonorable and disrespectful to his leadership, so outright refuses. Kiryu would return back to the Hirose family office. Now that Kiyomi is safe, they can continue the conversation about who she thinks the father could be, and she states how she thinks it might be Tatsukawa. She overheard a conversation he was having on the phone outside of her place about wanting to get rid of a baby. This was of course when he was trying to convince Haruka to get an abortion, but with no other leads, the others mention how he left the family a while ago to become a host in Kamurocho. Kiryu goes on to tell everyone about the accident Haruka was in, and so fired up, Yuta and Nagumo vow to come with him to Kamurocho, figuring that since Tatsukawa took up a job as a host, he should hit up some clubs for information. So he heads to Stardust considering his past history with the place. But he is shocked to see that it's gone under new management. Conveniently enough, Yuya shows up out of nowhere. He treats him out to dinner where he explains how the host club business has been going down in recent years, and so he and Kazuki wound up selling the place, but they didn't know that they were selling it to the Jingwan Mafia. But their meal is interrupted by Jungi Han, who comes to offer his apologies for being turned away and offers to show him around the new club. Kiryu obviously seeks answers about Tatsukawa, and so goes with him. He shows him what they've done with the place along with his underground Eden where their most depraved activities take place. As a show for his patrons, he promises to give him the information they want on Tatsukawa if they put on a show and fight for everyone's entertainment. Kiryu refuses to take part in it, but Yuta, desperate for answers, tries to fight him himself, which doesn't go so well. It is only after that Kiryu decides to step in. Naturally, he defeats Han, and so he tells him about how he's been working with the Triad along with where he's currently living. So Kiryu, Yuta, and Nagumo all head to his apartment, but when they arrive, they are surprised to find his dead body.
なんじゃと？
マジかよ。なんでこんな。
They report it to the police, where Date tells him that it most certainly would have been the Sao Triad who did this. So, for further answers, the group rally to enter the very dangerous Little Asia. Kiryu confronts Ed about Tatsukawa, whom he admits to killing. However, he refuses to tell him how he betrayed the Triad. But our characters are stopped by Masuzoe, who reveals that he's been part of the Sao this entire time. Big Lo then makes his appearance, wanting to set up a meeting with Kiryu, since he can bridge the gap between both sides of this war. So what seems like almost miraculously, our characters are allowed to leave alive. When everyone regroups at Serena to discuss everything, they are once again interrupted by Someya. His men had spotted him in town and he suspects that he's going to meet with Big Lo and he wants to join him. He pretends that it's because he wants to stop this war and Lo is just a hard man to reach, but of course Someya wants him dead. He denies being responsible for the entire conspiracy of getting Daigo arrested and allying with the Triad. And so Kiryu doesn't know whether or not to believe him, and so ultimately decides to just keep him close just in case. The two would go together to meet Lo, much to his disapproval. He goes on to inform Kiryu of their prior alliance, how they teamed up to remove Daigo, how they burnt down Little Asia, but also how the death of Lo's son Jimmy made their fake war turn very real. Someya is here to end it. He doesn't just want to kill Lo, he wants to capture him. Taking him hostage could give him the long-term leverage he wants against the Sao, and he figures that since he has information Kiryu wants about Haruto's father, he'll join as well. But he couldn't be more wrong. Betraying Daigo is an act he would never forgive anyone for, so Kiryu makes sure that Someya pays the price. He beats him in a fight, and he surrenders himself to whatever fate the two have for him. But instead of being killed like he was expecting, Lo surprisingly lets him live. His true vengeance lies in getting back at Tsuneo, as he is the one responsible for Jimmy's death. As for Lo and Kiryu, unfortunately Lo refuses to reveal any further details about Tatsukawa, as Kiryu is not a member of the Sao, but he does end his hunt by telling him that Tatsukawa isn't even the father to begin with. Yet again, he refuses to elaborate despite knowing much more beyond this, but their meeting is conveniently interrupted when he gets a call from Yuta letting him know that Hirose has taken Haruto and disappeared. So everyone returns to Hiroshima to see that the Yomei had sent their men out in full force to capture the both of them. But after some searching, we do find the two of them safe and sound. He says the reason he took him was to protect him, and he comes clean about Haruto's father and finally reveals to everyone that it's Yuta.
宇佐美優太。俺らの目の前にずっといたそいつが沢村春人の父親だ。
Everyone is shocked and confused, even including Yuta himself. But when asked how he knows so much, Masuzoe comes out. You see, despite having been working for the Triad for so long, after what happened with Tatsukawa, he feared a similar fate might befall him as well. So he is seeking the Yome's protection from them. Hirose is meant to be his way in. Here, he explains everything, including how Yuta is also Bigelow's biological son and the heir to the Sao Triad, and how he and Tatsukawa have been looking over him this entire time. That's why Haruto has been such a big deal, because he is half Japanese and they want him dead to not taint the bloodline. After coming clean about it all, everyone is ambushed by the Jingwan. They send all their men at the family to steal Haruto, and our characters try their best to keep him out of their hands. He is passed from person to person, but unfortunately, as Kiryu gets caught up with Han himself, Haruto is unfortunately captured and taken. All of these things combined wind up weighing quite heavily on Yuta, and he begins to shut down. However, Kiryu is there to literally knock some sense into him and teach him what it means to take responsibility. His attitude inspires him to continue on and reclaim his son. Fortunately enough, the Jingwan were forced onto a nearby island, allowing our characters to catch up to them. Jungi Han tells him that if they want Haruto back, then all Yuta has to do is kill Lo. They know he'll meet with him being his son and the rightful heir to the Sao, and so they're trying to use the baby as blackmail. However, this hardly sways our characters, and yet again, Kiryu is faced with Han, who says that if the Jingwan ever want to move past the humiliation they suffered all those years ago, then the only way for that to happen is by killing Kiryu. But yet again, he is incapable of besting the Dragon of Dojima. In his defeat, he speaks of how the child is hardly the relevant factor in anything going on, and no one really cares about Haruto's existence. Rather, this is all about the secret of Onomichi. It seems that he has, to some extent, learned a bit about the secret Iwami is trying to keep. However, it hardly matters because he is killed by Hirose before he can say anything else. Also, amongst the people Hirose killed was Masuzoe. While he sought protection within the Yome Alliance, his insubordination for working with the Triad this entire time led him to be an untrustworthy individual, and so he too was secretly killed by Hirose. Later that night, Yuta and Kiryu have a talk. Yuta tells him how he wants to meet with Big Lo and convince him to leave everyone alone. Kiryu supports him in this idea, and so the two head back to Kamurocho together. He and Date stay behind to look after Haruto while Yuta goes off to Little Asia alone. But despite his conversation with Kiryu and what he told him, Yuta did not go there to speak about his feelings. He went to Little Asia to die. He plans on killing both himself and his father. Without them there is no one to inherit the leadership of the Triad, and the organization will come to an end. He sets fire to the place, ready to sacrifice himself. However, during this time, Kiryu began to worry that he was gone for a little too long and went to check on him. He saw the fire and was able to get to him before it was too late. He tries to ask him to let him die here so Haruka and his son don't have to live with a punk like him. But naturally, Kiryu refuses and has to teach him yet another lesson about looking out for the future of his family. Both he and Big Lo are saved. Big Lo figured that after Yuta learned that he was trying to kill Haruto, he would never agree to take over as his successor, and now everything he has is falling apart just like Tsuneo wanted. But considering just how close he was to the top, he is also the person to drop the bombshell to the two that Hirose is Iwami's close friend and personal hitman. He's taken back to New Serena to recover, and when he does, he hands over a microfilm his father had left him that supposedly holds the answers to the secret of Onomichi. He was never able to decipher it and so passed it down to Kiryu. Considering he too broke the blood law, Lo expects that an assassin will come for him and the Sao will leave Kamurocho after his death. And with that, he leaves, never to be seen again. All of these events are boiling down to uncovering the secret of Onomichi, and so Kiryu heads back to Hiroshima alone. He wants Yuta to be there for Haruka, and so Date arrests him so he can't do anything stupid. But first, he wants to tell the others about Hirose. Needless to say, it's a hard thing to simply accept out of nowhere, and so the rest of the Hirose family vow to assist in uncovering the truth about the secret of Onomichi if it means getting answers about their boss. Together, they use the microfilm Lo gave to him and follow a ton of clues that lead them all around Onomichi, but inevitably to the shipyard. Just as they're getting a little too close to unveiling the truth, Hirose finally appears to stop them. Fortunately, however, Kiryu is there to fight him himself, as the rest of the family members would have never stood a chance. Despite his age, he proves to be a very formidable opponent. However, it is the Dragon of Dojima who comes out victorious. This battle gave enough time for Takashira to reveal the secret of Onomichi and make the Yamato Mark II emerge from the sea for everyone to see. It is then Iwami shows up. With his secret blown, he goes on to explain everything, from its commission in the war to the huge waste of money it wound up being, how he met Hirose, everything. He orders him one last time to kill everyone. However, despite killing every single person Iwami has ever told him to do in the past, this time he just can't bring himself to do it. So, Iwami shoots him. As Hirose bleeds out, he is glad he got to see the ship at least one time before he died. He apologizes for everything that he's done, confesses to the others how he took them in because he killed their parents, before ultimately passing away in Nagumo's arms. Iwami would walk away unchallenged, but that's because he's already a dead man. Having failed to keep the ship's existence a secret, Minoru Daidoji authorized his murder, and he hired his very own son to do so. Tsuneo was offered the exact same partnership his father had under two conditions. First, he must cover up his own involvement in the ship's construction and pin the blame solely on Iwami, and two, he must kill Kiryu for uncovering it in the first place. And with that, Iwami is killed in his office. The following morning, news breaks about the ship as the others grieve over Hirose's death. But good news does soon arrive, as Haruka has finally regained consciousness with Yuta and Haruto by her side. Kiryu plans on returning to Kamurocho, but before he does, he gets a call from Someya. He wants to warn him that both the Yomei and Tojo clan are targeting him with all of their might right now. Someya may be an adversary to Kiryu and lack many of the same ideals of what it means to be a Yakuza, but he still respects Kiryu's legendary status as the Dragon of Dojima and doesn't see it fitting if he were killed by Tsuneo and Sugai. Plus, he doesn't actually view them as worthy of leading and wants to become the 7th chairman himself. So with that small courtesy out of the way, Kiryu and the others all return to Kamurocho. Finally, after all of this time, he and Haruka are reunited and couldn't be more happy to see each other. But they're not out of the woods just yet. So long as Sugai and Tsuneo have a target on his back, Haruka will forever be in danger. So he has to end things. He gets another call from Someya telling him that Tsuneo and Sugai are at the top of the Millennium Tower. So Kiryu, Akiyama, and the rest of the Hirose family all travel together to confront them. It's a long and arduous battle to make it to the top, one that splits everyone up one at a time until there is only Kiryu left to go alone. But when he arrives, he is only met with Someya in person. Unfortunately for him, Sugai had become aware of his desires to usurp him, and so had Koshimizu kidnap Kiyomi and hold her hostage. And the only way to free her is by killing Kiryu, and so the two are forced to fight. Unfortunately for Someya, he is unable to triumph over him and is defeated. Tsuneo offers an alternative, however. If Kiryu kills Someya, he will also let Kiyomi live, but he only has 3 seconds to decide. Someya pleads with him to kill him, however, Kiryu just can't bring himself to do it and doesn't, so he commits seppuku, hoping that it would be enough. However, it's not.
なんじゃこりゃ。
清美、あの子には、ヒロミには、俺、一度も手あげたりなんかしてねえからな。大事にしてきた。本当だ。
美しき夫婦愛を、いや、家族愛を見せていただきましたよ、染谷さん。
Everyone leaves the room but Koshimizu, and he fires his gun. Nagumo promises to take care of his child, and Someya would ultimately succumb to his wounds and die. After everyone reconvenes back in New Serena, they agree that they need to split up to make it harder to find them. Kiryu would join Nagumo on the roof, where he has gathered new info that Tsugai and Tsuneo would be at Iwami's funeral for a Yomei succession ceremony. Not wanting any of the others to risk their lives, the two decide to just go against them all together. Needless to say, their arrival isn't shocking to anyone, and they just get straight down to business. The first person to fight is Koshimizu and his men, but they are hardly resistant against Kiryu's rage. Unwilling to take any chances, Tsuneo brings out Haruka and Haruto. He had his men in the police force take her from Date, who was looking after the two, which resulted in him being heavily injured. Regardless, not willing to play with their lives, both he and Nagumo are forced to just take a beating. But fortunately, the two are saved by the rest of the Hirose family who had followed them, suspecting that they might pull something exactly like this. This allows Kiryu to finally fight back, and a man like Tsuneo was never going to be able to outfight him. He is handedly defeated, and Kiryu is infuriated to the point of willing to kill him, but he doesn't have time as he orders Tsugai to kill Haruka. Kiryu knocks him out, and as Yuta goes to protect her, Kiryu steps in to protect them both. He takes multiple gunshot wounds, and as Tsugai attempts to flee, he is cornered by the others and instead opts to take his own life. Kiryu would once again pass out in Haruka's arms and be taken to the hospital for recovery. However, unlike before, this time, Kiryu wouldn't come back. At least, not exactly. He is approached by an unnamed man claiming to be Daidoji's successor. Shortly after the failure of Tsuneo and Tsugai's plan, he had passed away. This man is doing what you'd expect from someone like himself. He wants Kiryu to keep quiet in regards to everything that he'd learned, and in exchange, they will fund Morning Glory. However, Kiryu refuses. Instead, he makes demands of his own. He agrees to keep quiet about everything, but under two conditions. Firstly, they clear all of the Tojo's leaders, Daigo, Majima, and Saejima, and clear their names so they don't go to prison. If they don't want a Yakuza war breaking out in Onomichi, they need a competent leader in control of the Tojo. And his second condition is he wants to die. On paper, at least. He wants Kiryu Kazuma to be officially dead in the eyes of the public. Being a legendary Yakuza has only continued to bring hardship and trouble to those he loves. It's a reputation he can never simply abandon so long as he lives. So if he wants to live, he has to die. So those are his two conditions. While Date is vehemently against this, the man agrees to the deal. Following the events of the game, Nagumo stayed true to his promise with Somea and began looking out for his daughter. But fortunately for him, he doesn't actually have to take care of her because Kiyomi is still alive. Despite what he was ordered to do, Koshimizu didn't actually kill her. After he saw what Somea was willing to do to protect her, he couldn't follow the orders of someone so willingly ready to kill based on a whim. So the two get to reunite. As for the Hirose family, they're all obviously staying in Onomichi. That is, except for Yuta. He's going off to be with Haruka and be a father to Haruto back in Morning Glory. And true to their deal, Daigo, Majima, and Saejima are all released from prison. While understandably the Tojo are pretty riled up about wanting to avenge Kiryu's death, he had left a note behind for Daigo. It wasn't a professional one, but rather a personal letter saying how he views Daigo as his own child and how much he has failed him as a father figure. He dragged him back into the Yakuza world, provided him with no guidance, and has hardly ever been there for him when he's needed it. And the last thing he wants to do is, in death, cause him any more hardships by waging a war on his behalf. So he asks that they make peace with the new leadership of the Yome Alliance. Tsuneo was arrested for his crimes and the organization is now in the hands of Koshimizu, and so Daigo honors Kiryu's dying wish. As for Kiryu, an official death certificate is issued by the government and all records regarding or pertaining to Kiryu Kazuma officially state he is a dead man. All of his close friends and loved ones would believe that he died that night, with only Date knowing the truth about what became of him. He was no longer the Dragon of Dojima, he was no longer a legend. He was forced to live his life in the shadows as no one. He was simply a man who erased his own name. While Yakuza 6 would technically be the end to the Kiryu Kazuma saga, the story and impact he had would carry on into Like a Dragon. And so, for this next story, we will be following different characters altogether. To first understand the story of Yakuza 7, you must understand an entirely new faction in a different part of Japan, Ijincho. Back in the 1950s, the Yokohama underworld was on the brink of being torn apart by a war between two factions, the Japanese Seiryu clan and the Chinese Liumang. However, before war broke out, the city councilman Ogi Kubo made contact with both the leaders and arranged a business agreement. He had acquired stolen plates from the Japanese treasury and offered to let both factions have access to them in order to counterfeit money and split the profits together, which worked. The Liumang would import the materials while the Seiryu clan would produce the bills. Ogi Kubo, being in politics, would use his powers to keep all of this hidden. Through this scheme, it made both organizations incredibly wealthy, and more importantly, it brought peace between them. However, due to just how serious of a crime it was, their operation had to be kept a secret held only by the leaders of each organization. All of their subordinates were led to believe that they were in conflict and always potentially on the brink of war. Anyone who came to learn of their scheme or tried to expose it was immediately gone after and silenced in one way or another. Some were killed, others kidnapped, but never were they allowed to learn the truth. But in the 2000s, a third major party would enter the picture, the Korean Gomijul. They specialized in intelligence gathering and surveillance. It's never delved in too deep as it's not too important, but they too were eventually brought into the scheme. The production of the bills was handed over to them, while the Seiryu clan became responsible for administering the network of bribes and payoffs to local and national authorities to keep them from looking into things. These three factions combined became known as the Ijin Three. Through them, they kept Ijincho safe from being taken over by larger organizations like the Omi Alliance or the Tojo clan. It was referred to as the Great Wall. It was impenetrable by anyone who tried to encroach on their territory of business. With that setup out of the way, we would begin this story following the perspective of one Masumi Arakawa. When he was a kid, Arakawa used to be part of a small but popular theater troupe with his father. While he was very loving, his mother, Yoko, was extremely abusive, even giving him a prominent scar on his cheek that he has to cover up for his shows. If that already wasn't enough, she was simultaneously having an affair with one of the other members of the troupe and stealing money from her own family as well. This primarily was a problem because Arakawa's father, Toshio, was involved in some shady dealings. While he wasn't an actual Yakuza himself, he did smuggle counterfeit money for the Seiryu clan for some extra cash. But problems arose when his wife wound up stealing a briefcase filled with 100 million yen so she could spend it with her new man. While Toshio reported this to the Yakuza in charge of the whole thing, he was instead believed to have stolen the money himself and marked for death. After the troupe's final show of the season, Toshio took his son out for Peking duck, and it was during their dinner that he was killed by an assassin. This event clearly had a profound impact on Arakawa, as he would dedicate his entire life to finding out who was responsible and exacting revenge on them. After realizing Toshio was indeed telling the truth about the money and he wasn't the one who took it, the Seiryu clan then tracked down Yoko and her lover and killed them both, leaving Arakawa an orphan. Needless to say, the troupe disbanded following Toshio's death, and Arakawa, along with a few of its members, drifted around until they wound up in Kamurocho. Now 17 years old, Arakawa wound up joining the Yakuza under the Hikawa family as part of the Tojo clan. The Hikawa family was very brutal and had no hesitation in murdering others. This actually worked in favor of Arakawa, as it afforded him the opportunity to hone his skills to track and hunt his father's murderer. While he was unfortunately unable to find out who did it, through his time here, he became a truly hardened killer. After some more time passed, eventually Arakawa was put into an arranged relationship with Hikawa's own daughter, Yuriko. They dated for some time before mutually realizing there wasn't much of a spark or connection between them. While it wouldn't be a very relevant plot point until the next game, Arakawa did wind up unknowingly getting her pregnant and she would have a kid. Because he wasn't aware of this, Arakawa would leave her and she would raise the child alone. Instead of that relationship with her, he began secretly seeing another woman by the name of Akane Kishida. Of course, if Patriarch Hikawa found out that he wasn't dating his daughter per his request, he would be quite furious. So it was something that Arakawa kept secret from everyone. And sometime later, yet again, he would wind up getting Akane pregnant. But this time he was aware of it. Because of this, he was planning on settling down with her. However, the problem still presented itself when it came to his patriarch. He never quite figured out how to tell him, and by the time he worked up the courage, Akane was already due. And when he told him, Hikawa did not take kindly to this confession. They beat Arakawa within an inch of his life and ordered both Akane and the child be killed. Miraculously, somehow, Arakawa was able to get out and call her to warn her about it, telling her to get out of the hospital and meet him at a cafe so the two could run away together. While he was able to get there, Akane unfortunately couldn't. She had gone into labor on the way and so sought safety at her former workplace, Shangri-La. The others there were able to help her out and successfully assist in delivering her baby. She tried to continue on and make it to the cafe as soon as possible, but only got so far as the coin lockers in Shinjuku Station. The Hikawa family began to catch up to her, and so she called Arakawa and he told her to put their child inside one of the coin lockers. The family is looking for a woman with a baby, so getting rid of them for the time being would allow her to blend into the crowd. And so, while not an easy decision, she did as he said. She put their baby inside one of the coin lockers and fled the station. Arakawa then rushed there as quickly as he possibly could and desperately beat open the coin locker to retrieve his child. But by the time he was able to get it open, something was wrong. It was a cold night, and the baby was suffering from hypothermia, and multiple of his organs were failing. So he rushed to the hospital with him in hand, and fortunately was able to save the child's life. But this is where the twist comes in, and an unbelievable coincidence has just occurred. The baby Arakawa retrieved was not his child. Coincidentally enough, a young couple consisting of a man named Joe Sawashiro and his girlfriend named Ikumi were going through problems of their own. Being young and coming from abusive families, the two lived life poor but together. However, when Sawashiro wound up getting her pregnant, the both of them knew that they could not financially provide for the child. By the time they learnt of this pregnancy, it was already too late for an abortion. So they started to neglect the baby, hoping it would lead to a miscarriage. But it didn't happen. Ikumi would give birth to their child. Considering their background and how they grew up, they did what they were taught and were always accustomed to do, and decided to try and sweep it under the rug and pretend like it never happened. They put their baby inside of a coin locker at Shinjuku Station and simply walked away. But Ikumi began to have doubts about their actions and went back for their child. But by the time the both of them returned, Arakawa was there busting open the locker. It was their child he retrieved from the locker, not his own. However, Arakawa's child was still inside one of the lockers. Fortunately for him, Akane had told the owner of Shangri-La, Jiro Kasuga, about the trouble she was in, how she was being hunted, and where she hid her child. So he and one of his employees went to the lockers to make sure everything went according to plan, but clearly it didn't. They wound up finding her baby and taking him in. Jiro would decide to take care of the baby for the time being until Akane could return. So there you have it, a massive mix-up which resulted in two babies being switched at birth, unbeknownst to hardly anyone involved. But returning to Arakawa, after ensuring who he thought was his child was safe in the hospital, his main concern was ensuring the safety of both him and Akane. He laid low for a couple days, but after learning the Hikawa family was still in pursuit of her and had professional hitman contracted out to hunt her down, he figured his only option to stop everything was by going after Hikawa himself. He led a one-man raid on his former family, murdering every single member who stood in his way. By the time it was just the two of them, Arakawa pressed him on everything. Most important to him was Akane. And surprisingly, he does tell him that she was last spotted on a boat headed for the Philippines, which was accurate. Akane had fled Japan for safety, where she would first head to the Philippines until she eventually made it back to her home birthplace in Hawaii. But fortunately, Hikawa and his men weren't able to track her all the way. Arakawa tries to get him to call off the hit by torturing him, but it doesn't work. Hikawa maniacally laughs through it all until he inevitably bleeds to death from his injuries. And just like that, the Hikawa family was completely destroyed. Arakawa would have no idea what became of Akane, and so the best he could do was care for their baby the best he could. He would name the child Masato after himself and his father, continuing to remain unaware for the foreseeable future that this baby was not his biological child. The next notable event in his life happened about 2 years later. Arakawa was finally able to track down his father's killer, Ryuhei Hoshino, the now current leader of the Seiryu clan. Back then, he was just a lieutenant ordered to be the one to carry out the hit. But that detail hardly matters to Arakawa. Hoshino received an invitation to meet with him, and he knew his intentions well. He didn't try to run or hide from it in the slightest, as death comes often for those in this line of life. So he simply met with him. The two sat at a table together, and he explained to Arakawa the whole reason he killed his father, the money smuggling he was doing, the 100 million yen that was stolen, and how they believed he was the one who took it. He explains all of it to him, including the counterfeit money scheme that literally no one is supposed to know. And what he expected to be his final moments to avenge his father, Arakawa spared him. Perhaps it was because he understood it wasn't personal and this is just how the underworld works, or he's just choosing to move on with his life. He doesn't really say, but Hoshino wouldn't forget this moment and feels indebted to repay his mercy. As a sign of this, he gives him proof of their counterfeiting scheme, allowing him to expose or take down their entire operation should he choose. As for Arakawa, he did start a new chapter in his life. He went from being part of a Yakuza family to establishing one himself. Over the course of the next 4 years, he started his own third-tier family within the Tojo. They became notorious for their militant nature and feared amongst the residents of Kamurocho, with even Arakawa himself gaining the nickname the Assassin. While his family wasn't the largest, it did see a few members join, including the likes of one Joe Sawashiro. Following Arakawa having taken in his baby, he stayed in Kamurocho. He and his girlfriend had split up by this time, and he had a chance encounter with him about 5 years later. Naturally, he chose to look into who he was and came to learn of his Yakuza nature and the fact that he was the patriarch of his own family. From a distance, he observed Arakawa and his son and saw just how difficult it was on the both of them. Arakawa, while an incredible Yakuza, lacked the knowledge and resources to help Masato navigate his disability. And similarly, Masato hated being disabled. He is forced to use a wheelchair and resents his illness so much that he even had to be restrained from hitting his own legs due to how upset it made him. Sawashiro saw this and naturally felt incredibly ashamed, as it was his actions that led him to being forced to live this life. It haunted his very existence, and so it felt almost like fate that he would inevitably end up in the Yakuza himself. And so where else would he go other than the Arakawa family? He pledged his absolute loyalty to him and eventually earned Arakawa's trust, becoming his appointed captain to the family. With his aid, the Arakawa family was able to reach even higher notoriety within the Tojo. As you would expect, due to his closeness to him, Sawashiro also began passively looking after Masato. He was always following him around and was very caring and attentive towards him, which caused Masato to grow quite fond of him and even trust him more than Arakawa. Despite knowing the truth, however, Sawashiro would keep this secret and never tell anyone. Over the course of many more years, as the Arakawa family gained more resources, Arakawa himself would naturally use them to try and track down Akane. He never gave up hope, believing that she was alive and out there, and was always following any leads he could to one day find her safe. But every attempt he made always ended in failure. He began to slowly give up hope, but in 1986, about 10 years after her initial disappearance, he got a lead from a Filipino gangster he had dealings with, informing him that he saw a woman resembling her appearance in Hawaii. Fearful of getting his hopes up again, he sent Sawashiro to investigate it, and much to his surprise, it was actually her. She was working at an orphanage taking care of the children. Initially, Sawashiro was planning on killing her, as if she were to ever return, she would see what happened to Masato and likely uncover the truth about what happened to her son. But surprisingly, Akane asks to keep her existence a secret and say that she's dead. She's come to form a new life and has new responsibilities. It's not that she doesn't care about Arakawa anymore, far from it, but the kids she's looking over need her, and the life he's part of is dangerous. So she doesn't want to risk it, at least for now. For Sawashiro, this was almost perfect. He doesn't have to kill her, and he gets to continue keeping Masato's origin a secret. So he honors her wishes and returns to Arakawa and reports that he found her body and the Hikuwa family got to her. He quietly has no choice but to accept this report, and from that day on, the search for her was called off and he never spoke about her again. Just to maintain some amount of control over her just in case, Sawashiro and her would exchange letters every now and then, where he would tell her about what's going on just to keep her curiosity satiated so she wouldn't have any desire to return to Japan. And that was that. Both people moved on with their lives, and Sawashiro was the only one who knew about anything going on. For now though, we would put a hold on Akane's story as it wouldn't be relevant until the next game. As for Arakawa, no longer in search of her anymore, he would continue to simply live his life as a Yakuza. The next major event to affect the Arakawa family would be the introduction of Ichiban Kasuga, Arakawa and Akane's actual birth child. Last time I mentioned him, he was retrieved by the owner of Shangri-La, Jiro Kasuga. Fortunately, they were able to rescue him before any problems arose like with Masato. Jiro waited for quite some time, hoping that Akane would return for her child, but when it became clear that she wasn't coming back, he adopted the boy himself and named him Ichiban. He would also adopt his last name Kasuga as a chosen family name instead of a biological one. Ichiban was raised in the soapland by the other employees and workers there. He was genuinely loved by everyone, but it was an industry society looked down upon and considered it and its people trash, and so he grew up in poverty and discrimination. To get away from the ridicule of others, he spent a lot of his time playing video games and RPGs like Dragon Quest, always striving to be a hero one day. Due to the nature of his upbringing and knowing he was an orphan, he grew up believing his mother was a soapland girl who abandoned him and his father was a random client. One of the events that shaped him the most growing up, however, was the death of his foster father. We don't exactly know how it happened, but Jiro died when Ichiban was around 15 years old, and following it, he dropped out of high school and kind of became a bit of a punk kid. He picked fights with anyone who looked like easy money. He'd beat them up and rob them, but karma caught up to him one day when he picked a fight with a Yakuza. He was brought into a dingy office where he was beaten to hell and was probably going to be killed. And so, in a last-ditch effort to save his own skin, he declared that if anything happens to him, they'll have to answer to the Arakawa family. Ichiban had absolutely zero ties to the Yakuza nor the Arakawa family. But despite that, even he knew their reputation as killers, and he was hoping that would scare them into letting him live. But it completely backfired. These people were actually in the middle of a turf war with their family, so they sought reparations. They called Arakawa up personally and told him to come down himself if he wanted to save Ichiban's life. Of course, Ichiban expected nothing out of this. He had just lied and used his name to try and weasel himself out of a mess that he caused. But shockingly, Arakawa did show up. Not only that, but he went above and beyond for a kid he didn't even know. He walked in there, cut off one of his fingers as compensation, and took Ichiban and left. Naturally, this was incomprehensible, and when Ichiban asked why he did it, even he didn't quite know, chalking it up to maybe wanting to impress an idiot kid who simply knew his name. Regardless, his name and his face are his reputation, and he refuses to allow it to be tarnished nor show signs of weakness. And just like that, he left. But for Ichiban, this was a life-changing moment. He literally owed his life to him, and he treated him as such. He was determined to follow him for the rest of his life, join his family, and swear an oath with him. So he began standing outside of their offices, treating him like he was already his boss and doing whatever he could to show his resolve. Other members like Sawashiro showed hostility to this young punk, but for the most part, Arakawa mostly ignored him. For 100 days, he stood outside the offices, greeting him every single time. But Arakawa didn't want a young kid to get wrapped up in the dark world being a Yakuza is, and tried to push him away, but Ichiban persisted, telling him about how he has literally no one. And this time, it seems to have gotten through to him, as he accepts Ichiban into the family. While a very young 16 years old upon joining, throughout his time in Arakawa's family, Ichiban's career would be largely unremarkable. Despite being a Yakuza, as I mentioned, he always wanted to be a hero just like in Dragon Quest. And the character Arakawa showed that night that he saved him was the embodiment of selfless kindness. As such, Ichiban fundamentally shaped his own character around these ideals and didn't have the traditional mentality most Yakuza had. As such, he didn't ever unjustly shake down money from people who didn't deserve it. It was a just thing to do, but because of it, he didn't bring in a lot of money and earned the nickname Rock Bottom Ichiban. This naturally caused quite a bit of friction between him and Sawashiro. There were many reasons he didn't like Ichiban on top of him not earning the most money, but Sawashiro's disdain for him would be rooted in much deeper reasons. At some point in time, he had connected the dots about Ichiban being Arakawa's birth son. Ichiban's not exactly quiet about having grown up in a soapland, not knowing his parents, and his foster father being Jiro Kasuga, the owner of the place, who he saw that night at the lockers. The time frames added up perfectly, so it's not like it was hard to figure out given his knowledge about what happened. Ichiban becoming part of the Arakawa family was literally the worst thing that possibly could have happened for him, as it jeopardized his entire secret. But on top of that, him being around was just a constant reminder about his own failings, and so he frequently took it out on Ichiban, being incredibly rude, beating him whenever he failed a mission, and viewing him as undeserving to be part of the family. But regardless, Ichiban never allowed any of this to affect him. It was always for Arakawa, and unlike Sawashiro, he actually grew quite fond of Ichiban, ironically viewing him as another son figure. He even began to show a bit of favoritism towards him. Because he wasn't the best at the traditional Yakuza day-to-day tasks, one of Ichiban's more important duties became looking after Masato. He would chauffeur him around, care for his needs, and overall be there for whatever he needed. In the beginning, they actually became pretty close friends, despite how opposite their personalities were. However, as time went on, he too began to resent Ichiban for reasons beyond his own actions. His own insecurity due to his own physical disabilities, his own father's favoritism towards him, how easily he was accepted into the family. He felt like no one ever cared about him. In a weird way, he believed Ichiban was privileged in that sense and doesn't understand what it's like to be ostracized by society, which couldn't be farther from the truth, but like I said, it's more of his own insecurities he's taking out on him. So he slowly started treating him more like a servant than a friend. But yet again, this was something Ichiban was always happy to do. This was the life he was happy with. Ichiban was given purpose in the Arakawa family, looked up to the man as his role model and father figure, and strove to be as good and loyal of a man as he could possibly be. But after about 7 years of being part of the family is when something would go down that would affect his life forever. Arakawa had confronted another one of the families within the Tojo, the Sakaki family, of treason by selling inside information to the Omi Alliance. They obviously feigned ignorance about the whole thing, and now the two families have clear disdain for one another. This is mostly just to set things up for what's about to happen. On New Year's Eve in the year 2000, it was a very important day for Masato. It was his girlfriend Yumeno's birthday. Per usual, Ichiban was there to look over him. However, since it was such a special day, Masato injects himself with an illegal ephedrine injector. It's a drug that functions as a temporary performance enhancer. It makes his body more physically capable, meaning it allows him to walk for a brief period of time. Ichiban is worried about the safety of it, but Masato doesn't want to embarrass Yumeno by looking weak, so injects himself. The two head to the cabaret club she works at and plan on meeting with her there. But things get a bit awkward when she is spotted with the senior commissioner of the Tokyo Police Department, Juro Horinouchi. You see, Yumeno both is and isn't Masato's girlfriend. She is undeniably using him for his money, and when she's not with him, she's cheating on him with Horinouchi. And now that the both of them are present at the same place during her birthday, it puts her in a bit of an awkward position. Initially, the two believe he's just a customer, and after a bit of convincing, he does manage to get her by his side, and per usual, he showers her with expensive gifts and speaks on moving into a condo together. But these things don't really sway her heart. Masato has always led with money his entire life, and it's clear he's only continuing to do that. So she steps away to go to the restroom for a short moment, but in reality, she is meeting up with Horinouchi. who she actually wants to be with. While she's scared about breaking up with Masato, Horinouchi promises police protection, and the two laugh at how pathetic it is to try and buy someone's love, and Yumino severs her ties with him completely. Unbeknownst to the both of them, their whole conversation was overheard by Ichiban and Masato himself. Needless to say, this hit him pretty hard. He was more than hurt from learning the truth, and so throws Ichiban money to deal with the bill, and leaves alone. But to make a bad situation worse, his medicine starts to wear off on the street, and he is forced to crawl back to his wheelchair. If there's one thing Masato hates the most, it's being perceived as weak. He's very self-conscious of the way he looks, and the way people treat him and stare at him. And so as he crawls his way back to his wheelchair, he is stopped by a member of the Sakaki family, as he believes he is trespassing on their territory. Having hit such a low point in his life, losing his girlfriend, having to literally crawl and look weak in front of so many people, and now being provoked by a Yakuza who doesn't believe he's strong, he reaches a breaking point and shoots him in the head. The first person Masato calls is Sawashiro, and he immediately tells Arakawa about this too. Of course, the murder itself is a problem, but it is because of who he murdered that things are even more complicated. It turns out he was a high-ranking member of the Sakaki family. So not only were there already tensions between the two families, but considering his position, they would undeniably have to make amends. Wanting to protect his son, Arakawa and Sawashiro came up with a plan to uphold the family name and keep Masato out of prison, but it involves someone else taking the fall. And this is where Ichiban comes back in. Arakawa tells him that it was Sawashiro who committed the murder, and if someone wasn't expelled from the family and arrested, the Tojo would surely see what happened as treason. And so he bows his head and asks Ichiban to be the one to go to prison. And he happily agrees.
俺はずっとこんな日を待ってました。親さんに恩返しできる日を。10年や20年そこらの無所暮らし、喜んでやらせてもらいます。
イチ。
Of course, by doing this, Ichiban is not only going to jail, but is also going to be expelled from the family, but Arakawa promises to bring him back into the family once his sentence is up and reassures him that he'll always have a place by his side. So he says his goodbyes to his friends and gets his final meal as a free man before heading to the police station and turning himself in. Ichiban is sentenced to 15 years in prison, which got extended to 18 following a scuffle with some inmates. Needless to say, we will be stepping away from Ichiban's story for the time being. A couple years later, Arakawa and the others would help Masato fake his death. He was looking to get a lung transplant in America, but being the son of a Yakuza boss made things difficult. So he changed his name to Ryo Aoki, as a way to not only afford himself the opportunity to cure himself of his disability, but to put his past life behind him. Masato desperately wanted to start a new life away from the Yakuza completely, and Arakawa and the others helped him do this. His lung transplant was a success, and he finally gained the ability to walk again. And he literally did begin a totally new life. From here, we're going to be jumping through time pretty fast. Masato, now Ryo Aoki, went to Harvard, majored in politics and economics, and even formed a non-profit organization known as Bleach Japan. The target of this organization was to get rid of gray zones within Japan. Gray zones are, as the name would suggest, areas in which illegal activities are tolerated, like prostitution, illegal immigration, and where a lot of Yakuza business traditionally goes on. But Aoki didn't want to just get away from the Yakuza, he wanted to control them. Bleach Japan wanted to bleach Japan white and make it clean. His own experiences within the Yakuza made him despise the world and how it made him feel. So he's taking out his hatred on the things that remind him of his past and seeks to gain power by making them feel as powerless as he once did. And he'd rather not see them ever again. But after a couple of years, he left the organization to pursue a political career still motivated by the same goals. And that brings us to 2017, 1 year after the events of Yakuza 6. 15 years after his original sentence, it was supposed to be the year Ichiban got out of prison, but due to his extension, doesn't. Arakawa had written him a letter saying how much he's been missed and how he was hoping to be there the day of his release and how they should get Peking Duck together when he gets out. This letter helps keep Ichiban comforted as he continues to serve out the next 3 years. But the reason 2017 is so important is because it is also the year Ryo Aoki gets elected as the governor of Tokyo. The Arakawa family had initially supported his political career not only out of an initial familial obligation, but also in part due to Aoki threatening to get Arakawa and the others arrested if they did not comply. Aoki ran heavy on getting rid of these gray zones and proposed what he referred to as the Kamurocho 3K plan that would drive the Tojo clan out from Tokyo so they could control the streets. The 3K plan was named after the goal to keep them hungry, keep them poor, and keep them out. Ironically, Aoki used his connections in the underworld to bribe the now police superintendent Horinouchi into going along with his support. Despite their initial quarrel when it came to his girlfriend, when he later met him again as Ryo Aoki, Horinouchi didn't even recognize him. But regardless, the two are now working together, promising the public to crack down on organized crime, and ironically began working with the Omi Alliance to dismantle the Tojo. They passed very strict anti-Yakuza legislation and ran raids on many Tojo business fronts, arresting many high-ranking leaders. This forced the likes of Daigo, Majima, and Saejima all to go into hiding together to lay low. However, while Aoki was blackmailing Arakawa into leaking Tojo clan information in order to dismantle it, instead of letting himself and the Tojo be taken advantage of, he went to Daigo to tell him all about Aoki's goals and how he was trying to have him be a traitor to the Tojo. Unfortunately for Daigo, this is something that he has been forced to contemplate for some time now. As time has gone on, more and more anti-Yakuza laws have slowly continued to get passed, and Aoki's election has only made things increasingly difficult. He's had talks with the Omi Alliance's captain, Watase, about this before, and the two agree on many fronts. While the two used to stand as enemies to one another, the future of their organizations are in jeopardy. The last thing either of them want is to see themselves slowly wither away, be forced into smaller gray zone groups, or be manipulated as pawns by those in the government. They both came to the conclusion that it would probably be best to dissolve both the Omi Alliance and Tojo clan altogether. The one thing they couldn't figure out, however, is how exactly they were going to do this. Since both organizations were huge in size and scale, disbanding either would surely cause outrage amongst its members, and things would likely break out into a civil war. But now, thanks to Arakawa's predicament, it presented an opportunity. Daigo tells Arakawa to go ahead and act as traitor to the Tojo, work with Aoki and the police department to force the Tojo clan out of Kamurocho. And that was exactly what happened. Since Aoki was using the Omi Alliance, they would move in on the now vacant territory, thus thinning out their own numbers, making a dissolution more manageable. The Three's plan for a dissolution was set in motion. However, things got interrupted when Watase got arrested and sentenced to 2 years in prison on completely unrelated charges. To fill his place, Arakawa would switch allegiances to the Omi Alliance, and Watase would name him as acting captain for as long as he was gone. The next 2 years are largely unremarkable as everyone has to wait for Watase to be released from prison. While not ideal to have to wait for him, it does give their plan enough time to come together though. By 2019, the Tojo clan has practically been eliminated and the Omi Alliance has pretty much become 2 smaller organizations. But 2019 also happens to be the year that Ichiban is released from prison as well. Now 42 years old, Ichiban has missed pretty much everything that has gone on regarding the Tojo's rise and fall and subsequent struggles. But what concerns him most upon his release is reuniting with Arakawa himself. The letter he received 3 years ago said he would be there to see his release, but after exiting the prison, he's nowhere to be seen.
本当にすみません。お待たせしました。春日一番。ただいま帰りました。あれ？
Of course, he wasn't able to keep his promise as he's busy being undercover as an Omi captain, but Ichiban doesn't know that. Instead, he is met with a man by the name of Koichi Adachi. He was originally a police officer for most of his life, but when a murder case he was working on resulted in an innocent man being arrested and sentenced to 17 years in prison, followed shortly with him committing suicide due to this, Adachi felt incredibly guilty as he fought for his innocence as he knew he wasn't the culprit. But his boss, Horinouchi, went out of his way to convict him of the crime. Adachi tried to expose this, but was instead demoted to a DMV driver. Ever since, he's been wanting to expose Horinouchi for the corrupt officer he is, but hasn't been able to get anything on him. But with everything now going on, he's figured out Horinouchi has been bribed by the Omi Alliance to help wipe out the Tojo clan. He wants to get evidence and figures the money he's receiving is from Arakawa, which brings us to Ichiban. Considering his connection to the family, he will surely want to meet up with him. So Adachi tags along with him, much to the chagrin of Ichiban. After getting his hair messed up in a salon, one of the first places he goes to is the grave of Suzumori, the man Masato killed on New Year's. He's there to pay his respects and clean up the headstone, but coincidentally, Arakawa is also there to visit the grave of one of the past Omi chairmans. He tries to call out to him and get his attention, but unwilling to jeopardize their plan, he is forced to ignore him. Before Ichiban gets himself killed, Adachi is forced to pull him back and explain how Arakawa has turned traitor to the Tojo and begun working for the Omi. Of course, this is an unbelievable thought for him, but he lays out all about the Kamurocho 3K plan and how it was through that Arakawa betrayed everyone. Refusing to accept this, Ichiban goes to Kamurocho to see things for himself. He visits the former family office to see it's no longer there, goes to some old shops he used to frequent to see the people he knew are now gone, and even the people he used to know have completely turned their lives around. Even Shangri-La, where he grew up and was raised, is completely trashed and abandoned. He's forced to accept the world he knew before being locked up is gone and things have in fact changed. Adachi is there to once again try and recruit him in his plight to expose Horinouchi. There's an Omi Alliance meeting happening at the restaurant Ichiban was originally supposed to meet Arakawa at, and they were supposed to get Peking duck. Ichiban is determined to speak with him face to face and so agrees to help out. The two sneak through the sewers and into the building where they are almost caught by the police. However, Adachi grabs their attention and sends Ichiban ahead alone. He runs into Sawashiro, who was put in charge of security, and refuses to let him pass, leading to a fight. Sawashiro is ultimately unable to stop him and he enters the room in front of everyone. While Arakawa keeps a cool disposition, to keep his cover as well as protect Ichiban from getting himself killed, he pulls out a gun and shoots him.
すまねえな、イチ。死んでくれ。
He has his body dumped in the city of Ijincho, a territory outside of Omi control. He would continue to help Ichiban by setting in motion a series of events that would further help him out, but we'll get into that later. Ichiban wakes up 3 days after the event and is in pretty rough shape. Fortunately, he was patched up by one of the homeless people there named Yu Nanba. He was formerly a nurse but lost his license after covering for one of his colleagues who was selling medication on the black market. He's actually in Ijincho in search of his brother, who last spoke of investigating one of the criminal organizations in the area. He's gone missing and Nanba has disguised himself as a homeless man to find him. But anyway, considering his injury, Ichiban is forced to stay put for at least a few more days until he can fully recover. In the meantime, he is forced to earn his keep and so goes around collecting money. But the two get into a little bit of trouble when a man named Zhang shows up to shake down the homeless in the area. Ichiban and Nanba fight them off, but the chief scolds them because they were part of the Liumang, one of the 3 major organizations that control the area. Nanba goes on to explain it all to him, but things take an interesting turn when Ichiban discovers a 10,000 yen bill in his chest pocket. It causes quite the stir amongst everyone, of course trying to claim it as their own, but it is a fake bill, meaning it's worthless. What makes it interesting to our characters is the bill is where he was shot, meaning there should be a bullet hole in it. But since there's not, the bill was placed in his jacket after he was shot. This would remain a mystery to them a while longer. Ichiban figures he needs a way to earn some money since scrounging for change isn't working, so the two go to a local job agency called Hello Work. But when they're unable to provide an address for their current residence, the two are unfortunately turned away. On the upside, the two catch a break when, unbeknownst to them, the director of the company offers them a gig, not associated with the company itself. Desperate for money, the two accept a job as bodyguards for a small bar called the Harbor Light. Here they meet Hamako. She's been having her electricity stolen by the Gomi Jewel. She grew tired of the insanely high bills it was causing and so cut her own power. She got a threat thrown through her window telling her to turn it back on, but being the stubborn woman she is, refuses to do so. Hence why she's in need of bodyguards in case something happens. And wouldn't you know it, something does. A drunkard the two saw earlier at Hello Work being turned away tries to trash the place but is stopped by the two. He was hired by the Gomi Jewel but ultimately doesn't say much before running away. He's able to escape as a sniper begins firing at them from afar, but in a completely unexpected act, Ichiban decides to go out into the open and call them out directly. Killing them would surely be more trouble than it's worth, and the bar is on the brink of closing anyway, so if they restore the power, they're just gonna lose it again anyway. So they should just leave it be. And somehow it works. The sniper backs off and Ichiban and Nanba return to Hamako, who tells them that they just got a call from Matsuo apologizing for what he did. And they don't need to worry about the electricity anymore. After receiving the reward money, Hamako rewards them with another job the next morning. She wants them to help clean her restaurant. The building is legally registered as such, but realistically, she gives shelter to foreign sex workers who have nowhere else to go. While cleaning the place, everyone gets pestered by Bleach Japan. The organization has been going strong after Ryo Aoki's leave from it, and they've only continued to grow in size and popularity, having about 500 employees and 100,000 people participating in protests. Amongst its most dedicated members is a man by the name of Sota Kume, who believes wholly in eradicating gray zones across Japan. He and his people have come here to protest Hamako's establishment for the alleged sex work going on. Obviously, having grown up in a soapland, Ichiban is defensive against those who would look down on others like that, and so scares the protesters off by threatening to dump a bunch of soiled tissues onto them. He returns later that night with some goons under the guise of wanting to eat at the restaurant, but realistically they're here to intimidate and cause trouble. Fortunately, Ichiban and Nanba are there to beat them up and fight them off, leaving the establishment unharmed. As further thanks once again, she offers the two to move in upstairs as it would benefit the both of them. It would give them a place to stay, and for her, residence rights. If people are legally living inside of the building, it does make it harder to evict her out of it. And so, after a long couple days, the two get some much deserved rest. They open up to each other about their pasts and their dreams, and grow a bit closer as friends. The following day, the two are tracked down by Adachi. After having been caught by the police on their raid to speak with Arakawa, he was fired from his job on charges of breaking and entering, assault, and interference outside of his jurisdiction. He lost his pension and now has no savings, so he set off to re-find Ichiban. But despite these setbacks, he's still determined to expose Horinouchi, and so joins the party. Hamako reminds everyone that they need to find jobs, and so they all return to Hello Work since they now have a place of residence. Unfortunately, their experience makes things hard as the only job they are offered is for a soap land. While they are waiting for their interview, Bleach Japan once again makes an appearance, hoping to get the place shut down. Despite being a Yakuza-run business, they actually can't do much against Bleach Japan due to their knowledge of anti-Yakuza laws. But anyway, they eventually leave to harass other locations, and the manager of the place tells him that he wants them to look into a woman named Nanoha Mukura. She's the Soapland's top worker, but recently she's been calling out of work more and more. She originally took the job as a means of paying for her father's medical care and bills, but now something seems wrong. The owner is worried about her, along with the potential that she might be seeing someone on the side, and so asks our party to investigate. They're advised to check out a cafe she's known to frequent, and shockingly, she is there. She's meeting with a mysterious man, and after Adachi plants his phone inside so they could eavesdrop, they overhear the two talking about money and a procedure. Unfortunately, the party get interrupted by some thugs and lose her, so they instead tail the man to a retirement home called Sunlight Castle. Unfortunately, they're turned away here as well, as they have no family currently admitted. So they return back to the Soapland and decide to dig more into the place and come to suspect that they're actually scamming Nanoha. So they all return to Kanbei at Hello Work, hoping that he can get them a job inside. And he does, as contractors. Nanba a nurse, Adachi a security guard, but since Ichiban lacks work experience, he is forced to be a janitor. They scour the whole place but are unable to find her father. The most curious thing that happens though is Ichiban spots a woman going to their excellent area. But Nanba later tells him that she died that day as well. Adachi's own investigation shows that they could be potentially scamming pension payments by killing its customers and not reporting their deaths. And so, fearing this very much could be the case considering it's a Yakuza-run establishment, Adachi takes him to a bar that he frequents so they can rest up. The place is called the Survive Bar, and it's run by one Osamu Kashiwagi, former captain of the Kazama family. He, in fact, miraculously did not die during the events of Yakuza 3, and he eventually made his way to Ijincho and opened up this bar, which he named as a reminder of that experience. This more so seems to be a way of retconning his death, as why he never returned to the Tojo despite being so fiercely loyal is never explained. In fact, he hardly speaks of his past at all nowadays. At most, he'll make small references to his past life, but for the sake of him now, he's just a bartender. He likely recognizes the character of Ichiban and likes Adachi, so he lets them use the place to rest whenever they want. The following morning, the three break into the excellent area and fortunately manage to save Nanoha's father before it's too late. But being a Yakuza establishment, it was only a matter of time before they got caught. Seeing the clear wrong in literally killing their patients and extorting their desperate families for money, he demands they release everyone. But when that doesn't work, he decides to take the matter straight to the chairman himself, Ryuhei Hoshino. After making their way to the Seiryu clan's headquarters, they do in fact manage to make it to Hoshino. But fearing that they might be hitmen, his captain pats everyone down to make sure that they're not hiding anything, where he discovers the counterfeit bill. You see, this was Arakawa's true motivation. He was one of the only people outside of the Ijin 3 who knew of their counterfeiting ring and had these bills. Hoshino has always felt indebted to Arakawa for sparing his life, and so Arakawa placed this bill in Ichiban's pocket as a means of communicating to him that he is someone who's connected to him and he wants him protected. And so, that's exactly what Hoshino does. He trusts Ichiban's word and states how they were in charge of that building, but had no idea of the practices that were going on inside. And so he disbands the family that was in charge for their actions, and our party is allowed to leave. Following these events, the group informs Nanoha that her father is safe and that she can quit her job at the Soapland. She is obviously incredibly grateful, but when our party returns back to tell her boss about everything, they are shocked to see that he's been hanged. The story then immediately cuts to the party attending his funeral, and they all talk about reasons he would kill himself. But it is then that they are approached by who they believe is Nanoha. But it turns out it's actually her twin sister, Seiko. She was actually working as a hostess in a different business Nonomiya was running. She actually had no idea Nanoha was working in his Soapland, as a while ago, the two had gotten into a heated argument which caused them to distance themselves from each other. But when Nanoha was hired, she asked that he keep her employment a secret, which he did. That was until this whole thing began happening with her father. He wanted to help out and save her life, so called Seiko, telling her about how they were going to kill him if they couldn't pay and how he was working with Ichiban, Nanba, and Adachi. But it was during their phone call he got interrupted by a man named Lao Ma, and that's when he turned up dead. So clearly it wasn't a suicide. The police immediately stopped investigating when Seiko told them about this, but fortunately, Adachi recognized the name as one of the bosses of the Liumang, Akira Mabuchi, but doesn't know why he would commit a murder on Seiryu territory. The reality of the situation is Mabuchi is dissatisfied with the stagnation that has gone on between the Ijin 3 and wants to break up the power balance by creating conflict between factions. So he's practically turned on the current leadership, hoping to take over for himself. So he teamed up with Bleach Japan and the Omi Alliance in an effort to weaken the Ijin 3 so the Omi could invade and take over. He's trying to copy what Arakawa did to obtain his high power of position within the Omi. And so, after getting Ryo Aoki's approval, he murdered Nonomiya to bait a response from the Seiryu clan. Our characters, not knowing any of this, seek to investigate him further. Wanting to avenge his death, Seiko breaks down and asks for their help, which they happily agree to. Seiko then joins the party. Their investigation once again leads them to go undercover at the largest business Mabuchi runs, which is a trading company. Yet again, our characters spot some of the peculiar things going on. When it comes to payments all being done in cash, the fact that they purposefully avoid banks, and that they sell below market price yet continue to grow. They eventually come to the conclusion that they're printing and distributing counterfeit money, and it's all one big money laundering scheme. To get real proof so they can threaten Mabuchi, our party comes up with a plan to steal a fake bill from the site. However, unlike last time, this plan doesn't go so smoothly, and they wind up getting caught. This leads to a fight breaking out and a member of the Liumang trying to ram a truck into Ichiban. He misses, leading it to crash and causing a leak, and everyone is forced to run for their lives before it catches fire. Our characters just barely manage to escape the initial blast, but are caught up in the shockwave as the entire place goes up in flames, all while a mysterious man watches on in the distance. By the time our characters wake up, they have all been captured by Mabuchi and his men. To further the war he wants to start, he uses Ichiban as proof of the Seiryu clan having broken their promises of peace and declared war on the Liumang. After recording video evidence of Ichiban quote-unquote admitting these things, he orders all of them to be killed. But the same mysterious man who was watching them from the warehouse is once again here and frees Ichiban from his chains before whispering that the rest is up to him and fleeing. Ichiban would go on to defeat the workers present and free everyone else. They manage to make it out of their underground prison, but when Ichiban calls Hoshino to tell him of Mabuchi's motive, it's already too late. He and other Liumang members publicly kill 2 Seiryu members on their own turf, and Hoshino's own captain has gone out for revenge. Wanting to stop things before they continue to get worse, Ichiban and the others head there to stop him and try to explain everything. But despite it, Takabe hardly cares. 2 of his own young recruits were senselessly killed, and he cannot just do nothing about it. And so, Ichiban, in response, challenges him to a fight. His anger won't let him stop, so Ichiban's offering him the opportunity to be the one to take his anger out on. And it works. Takabe and him fight, with Ichiban emerging victorious, but the situation turns from bad to worse as the leader of the Ryumang shows up, Zhao. He shows them the video Mabuchi filmed and threatens to kill Takabe, but our characters try to tell him that the video is fake. However, considering Mabuchi is his right-hand man, it's quite a bold claim to make with no evidence to back it up. But still, they beg, and ultimately Zhao is willing to hear them out. He says if Mabuchi really has betrayed him, he's going to need proof, and the only place he can reliably get that is from the Gomi Jewel. So our party heads to Yokohama's Koreatown, where, unbeknownst to them, they run into Sun Hee, the leader of the Gomi Jewel. Their run-in wasn't a coincidence, however, as she leads them straight to where they want to be before disappearing. Our party is attacked by many members of the Gomi Jewel on the way, but are able to make it through, where they run into the same mysterious man who saved them from Mabuchi. He introduces himself as Jungi Han. If that name sounds familiar, it's because it is the same one that took over the Jingwan Mafia and built it anew, along with having had several run-ins with Kiryu. However, he was shot in the head and killed. This was his body double. After the death of his predecessor, he had fled Kamurocho and sought safety in Korean communities, but he was similarly ostracized. That was until Sun Hee took him in and gave him a place where he found new purpose. He shows our characters their base of operations, the security cameras they have all over town, their undercover agents, and why they have such a need for electricity. Information is what they gather, and it is through that they maintain balance between the Seiryu and the Ryumang. As for Mabuchi, they do in fact have footage that places him at the scene of the crime at the time it happened. However, he doesn't just hand it over just yet. Instead, he leads everyone to a different room to show them their other operation, counterfeiting bills. Sun Hee once again returns, and this time it is revealed to our characters that she's actually the leader of the Gomi Jewel. You see, the money printing scheme Mabuchi was running wasn't actually his scheme. He quite literally just so happened to stumble into it, as one of his men used to work in that business and gave him the idea when they saw the paper that they were shipping. So Mabuchi ran his own smaller circle, while the Gomi Jewel prints them on a much larger scale. Which brings her to the topic that she's interested in. If hardly anyone is aware of their counterfeiting scheme, why does Ichiban have one of their misprinted bills in his possession? They can't pin any rhyme or reason he's in Ijincho, and so are trying to get anything out of him. But Ichiban, quite literally, also doesn't know anything about what's going on or why he has the bill. He's able to convince them that he does actually know nothing. However, the same can't be said about Nanba. The Gomi Jewel are aware that he's been spying on them ever since he first arrived and want answers as to who he is. Nanba comes clean about his past and motivation, how his brother went missing after investigating a counterfeiting operation, and how he's been searching for answers this entire time. The truth also comes out about how he's been using Ichiban, hoping that he'd eventually tell him how he got the counterfeit bill, and that would lead to answers. But it became evident that he has no idea where it came from. He was planning on leaving everyone and just disappearing, but now they're here. He begs Sun Hee to tell him what happened to his brother, and then they can do whatever they want with him, but instead of killing him, she instead tases him and knocks him out. She orders her men to take him away to be made an example out of. However, Ichiban doesn't let that happen. He is as fiercely loyal as he always is, and has come to consider Nanba a friend. More than a friend, he's like a brother to him now. He saved his life when he was left for dead, and for that, Ichiban forever feels indebted. Not the first time it's happened, but his character hasn't changed since then either. He understands why Nanba did what he did, and he's not gonna hold it against him. And so, our party fight to protect him. They help him escape and send him off alone while they hold off their forces, and Nanba successfully manages to get away. Obviously, Sun Hee is quite angered by this, as she claims that he puts all of Ijincho in trouble. If he leaks their secret operation, then there's no telling what would happen to the city. Because of this urgency, she arranges an emergency meeting and tells Ichiban and the others to be there. When they arrive, they are met with the Ijin 3. While it certainly is a sight to behold, and a confusing one at that for our characters, Hoshino goes on to explain the history of the Ijin 3, from Ogikubo's founding of it, how it brought peace between the Liumang and the Seiryu, how the Gomi Jewel eventually got brought into it, everything. It never was the perfect solution that was equally beneficial for every single person involved, but through it, it allowed Ijincho to be a place where they could all coexist without being overtaken by other larger Yakuza organizations like the Tojo clan or Omi Alliance. All of Ijincho is quite literally one big gray zone. They all practically owe their lives to it, but Nanba's knowledge of the counterfeiting puts that all at risk if he chooses to expose it, and the Omi Alliance could invade their territory. So while the Ijin 3 seek to silence him permanently, they afford Ichiban the opportunity to stop him as well before he's assassinated. They haven't seen him leave the city, and he can't go to the police as he doesn't know whether or not they are sympathetic to the Ijin 3's cause. So there realistically is only one place for him to go with his knowledge: Bleach, Japan. They do in fact find him there along with Kume and the director of the organization, Ogasawara. By this point, Nanba has already told them everything. Ichiban tries to plead with him to escape and save his life, but Nanba is only interested in finding his brother. Mabuchi then comes out, allowing Ogasawara to make his leave, but he is incapable of stopping our group. He's the one who reveals to everyone that Bleach Japan is working with the Omi Alliance. Nanba returns once again, but this time to rescue Mabuchi. He says he needs him if he wants to find his brother, and so they all leave. But as the party begins searching the offices, a newspaper clipping catches Ichiban's attention. It's of Bleach Japan's founders, Ogasawara and Ryo Aoki. Adachi tells him that that's the governor now, but Ichiban immediately recognizes him as Masato Arakawa.
Arakawa? Masato?
News of the counterfeiting operations does in fact reach him, and he orders Omi Alliance forces to Ijincho. Things would only continue to get much worse from here. After initially returning to the Survive Bar to research more on Ryo Aoki, Ichiban is positive that he's Masato, but just doesn't understand what's going on. The following morning, they get a call from Hamako, who's being harassed by some Yakuza about his location. Against her warning, they arrive to defend her and beat up the men. As you would expect, news of Ijincho's counterfeiting scheme has gotten out, and all sorts of people are rebelling. Members of the Seiryu clan have defected upon learning Hoshino was friendly with Zhao, in spite of the two killing their own men. The Liumang has a coup d'etat going on with Mabuchi trying to overthrow him, and the Gomi Jewel are having to deal with over 1,000 protesters, most of whom are Omi Alliance members, marching towards their base trying to get their machinery. They go to one of their protests where they spot a man named Reiji Ishioda, one of the 3 Omi Alliance lieutenants. He recognizes Ichiban as the man Arakawa shot, and the protesters also out them, leading to our characters being chased and trying to escape with their lives. Fortunately, they are able to get away, and Jungi Han tells them to go through a secret entrance the Gomi Jewel has that leads them straight to their base. Unfortunately, by this point, their barricade has fallen, and Omi Alliance members are making their way to them right now. The only option they have now is to torch the place. She doesn't want to leave any evidence that could incriminate Ogikubo as thanks for everything that he's done for them. To prove she's serious, she bows her head and asks for help, and our characters agree. Ishioda and the Omi Alliance goons show up, and Ichiban and the others prevent them from going any further, forcing them to run away. Ogasawara is abandoned, and so he too is grabbed as well. The entirety of the Gomi Jewel's operations go up in flames, leaving Nanba feeling defeated on the floor. But Sonhee reveals to him that his brother is actually alive. His talents were much too great to let go to waste, and so she wanted him on their side. So he's been in a residential district this entire time, though he's not allowed to leave. She only tells him this because Ichiban and the others helped her out so much just now. They are good friends, and so Nanba would be wise to remember how much they risked for him. And so, with that, everyone takes Ogasawara back to the homeless camp to interrogate him. Nanba would go off to confirm his brother's safety. Meanwhile, Sonhee and Han threaten to torture him if he doesn't talk. And talk he does. He tells them everything he knows about Ryo Aoki, how he was Masato Arakawa, how he founded Bleach Japan, got elected governor, and how he set his sight on Ijincho. That's why he greenlit Nonomiya's killing in hopes to break down the Ijin 3, and right now, it feels like he's already won. Omi Alliance members show up looking for them, and Ogasawara manages to escape. Sonhee then gets a call from Hoshino asking if she can locate Zhao, as he's gone missing. Unfortunately, now that their base is up in flames, she no longer has cameras to find him. Fortunately, Ichiban remembers the call he had with him and wants to help out. Considering he was concerned about Sonhee's safety, she too wants to repay the favor, but Ichiban asks that she stay behind for now for the Gomi Jewel's sake. So instead, Han joins the party. They go to where he was last seen, and they are met with many Liu-Mong along with two of the Omi Alliance's lieutenants, Ishioda and Tendo. While Mabuchi wants to get his revenge on our party for everything they've done to him, he's ultimately once again beaten and left on the floor. Tendo then takes his leave. He has no desire in fighting a weakened opponent as he considers it dishonorable, and so wants our characters when they are at their best. Ishioda, on the other hand, disagrees. He too gets up to fight our party, but too is similarly defeated. But just as they're getting ready to search for Zhao, he shows up. Turns out he was saved by Mitsuo, one of Ichiban's old friends. He had caught wind of Arakawa's true plan and so went against his orders and saved Zhao, though he knows that by doing this he'll be killed if he's ever caught. Regardless, he tells him that Arakawa is planning to make a big play and is going to need allies, but is very vague about the details. As for Zhao, he's deciding to step down. He's lost quite a bit of his power and influence because of Mabuchi's coup d'etat. Plus, he never felt like much of a leader anyway. He's planning on leaving things to Sonhee. It'll even give the Gomi Jewel who've lost their home a new one. In the meantime, however, with each of the Ijin 3's heads accounted for, Ichiban takes the opportunity to visit Hoshino to ask him about the bill that was in his pocket, as he never fully told him all the details. The two discuss Aoki's political motivations, and he tells him all about his past with Arakawa, how he was the assassin who killed his dad, how he hunted him down, and how he knew of their money printing scheme. He learns all of it, and slowly but surely, Ichiban's faith in Arakawa is renewed. Not that it ever really left. Anyway, fast forward in time a little bit, and sometime later, Ogi Kubo's health rapidly declines. He is forced to retire, leading Aoki to take his position. He gloats in front of him in the hospital, promising to get rid of all of the people who fell through the cracks that he was protecting. Other developments are that Ogasawara is being reported as having died in a fire. Realistically, he was killed by Omi Alliance members for his failure and getting captured. In his stead, Kume is set to take over his position and carry on Bleach Japan's legacy. Even Hamako's own girls left because Bleach Japan supposedly opened up a free facility for those in the nightlife industry where they would receive training and get their visas. Too much is going on in Ijincho right now, so Ichiban wants to talk with Aoki himself. While it certainly is not an easy task, he does eventually manage to get in front of him, and the two have quite a talk. He tells Ichiban all about how he got the medical help he was looking for all those years ago, how he became Ryo Aoki and entered politics, everything. But he is not the same person Ichiban once knew. He talks so carelessly about other people's lives, he tosses them away like they were just assets to be used, and that just doesn't sit right with Ichiban in any way, shape, or form. Aoki tells him that he'll let him live if he never comes near him or his father ever again, and Ichiban responds with a counter of his own. He wants him to leave Ijincho and have Kume pull out of the election. But Kume is just a pawn for Aoki to use. Regardless, neither of them agree to the other's terms, and Ichiban leaves. As you might expect, the shelters Hamako was talking about are also revealed to have been traps for mass deportations, and all of her girls are deported. But the day inevitably comes. Masaru Watase is being released from prison, and the plan to dissolve the Yakuza can finally commence. Mitsuo calls Ichiban, telling him that Arakawa is going to need as many allies as he can get and soon, and without any of the details, Ichiban is ready to head there alone. But everyone else is ready to stand by his side as a friend. The party sneaks into the Omi Alliance headquarters disguised as caterers. However, the group is caught by Majima and Saejima.
くせ者、出会い出会い、ちゅうとこか。
They're mistaken for intruders, and so the two decide to deal with our party themselves. They brawl for a little bit, however they are interrupted by Arakawa and Daigo. Now that they are finally able to set their plan in motion, he is finally able to come clean as to how and why he turned traitor, and their plan to dissolve the Yakuza. That's why he needs as many allies as he can get, because how the Yakuza reacts when this is announced is uncertain. So, our characters are ready to stand by his side when they do. In the meantime, however, we must take a step away from this story and return to that of a familiar face. The last time we saw Kiryu Kazuma, he had faked his own death in order to protect himself along with the children of Morning Glory. Since then, he had been under the watchful eye of the Daidoji faction, a secret political organization that controls much of the government from the shadows. Kiryu has spent much of his time quietly living in a Buddhist temple, but every now and then, the Daidoji will send him on random jobs they want done, some more important than others. One such example is that he was a bodyguard to Madoka Ogikubo, the granddaughter of the politician who started the Ijin 3 in Ijincho. To keep his identity a secret, he goes under the new name of Joryu, and is watched by a man by the name of Hanawa. But you see, despite all of that, despite just how secretive of a government organization the Daidoji are, there are still plenty of people out there who believe the dragon of Dojima is still alive. And one of those people is Masaru Watase himself. He wanted Kiryu as part of his plans not only because he's a very strong ally to have by their side when a potential civil war breaks out, but also because of what Kiryu represents to the Yakuza as a whole. There were many reasons to want him involved, but being in prison, Watase himself couldn't exactly do anything. So he put that duty on his family captain and acting patriarch of the Watase family, Yuki Tsuruno. While it's never quite delved into, through their own investigations, they came to semi-learn/suspect that Kiryu was part of the Daidoji and so planned to lure him out. One of their methods of doing so was that they tipped off the CIA about terrorists and a gold shipment for some revolutionary resistance, and naturally, as the government wanted to quietly deal with this problem, they sent the Daidoji to guard it. But much to their shock, it was an ambush. The whole thing was meant to be a way to kidnap Hanawa as they were looking for a handler who could give them information about Kiryu. But their efforts are thwarted because of him. Not knowing who this group was, Hanawa wants to investigate the Seiryu clan and see if they were behind this. And so Kiryu is sent to Ijincho to investigate, but is ultimately unable to find any involvement from them. But having been found out that he's still alive, Tsuruno goes to confront him personally. He tries to ask him to come with them and he'll tell them what's happening, but Kiryu being Kiryu doesn't like vague answers that feel like threats and so fights him and his men. Hanawa shows up and the two flip the script and plan on taking him for interrogation. But as they're driving on the way back, they are hit by a car driven by Kosei Shishido. He is the acting captain of the Watase family. He was initially part of the first ploy to draw Kiryu out at the docks, but now that Tsuruno has been captured, he acted quickly to intercept him. Again, Kiryu plays dumb about being himself and continues to say his name is Joryu, before Tsuruno finally gets that the Daidoji have a tight leash on him and he can't just go along with whatever he wants without their say. So he tells Shishido to kill Hanawa. He's the only Daidoji member there, so he's the only witness. But Kiryu doesn't let that happen. He may not be a free man, but he's always willing to repay others' respect when it's given to him. And he and Hanawa have always been very cordial with each other, and he's had no reason to just let him die here. So Kiryu and Shishido fight for the sake of it. But before things get too out of hand, Tsuruno takes Hanawa hostage and they return to their original plan of using him to blackmail Kiryu to comply. He gives him a burner phone and expects him to answer lest forfeit Hanawa's life. Kiryu's situation is made even more complex when another Daidoji agent confiscates the phone and brings him back to the temple. They have no qualms about letting Hanawa die as it's part of what they do, but clearly Kiryu has never been that type of person, and so with the help of the priest, Kiryu fights back against the other members, retrieves his phone, and gets a call telling him to meet at the Yokohama Survive Bar. Tsuruno once again tries to plead with Kiryu, promising the Omi's protection against the Daidoji, protection with the orphanage, and how they can fake his death yet again. But Kiryu is unswayed by the proposition. He just wants to rescue Hanawa. So instead, Tsuruno figures he'll go about things differently. He gives Kiryu a small red tiger and tells him to meet an information broker in Sotenbori named Akame. She escorts him via helicopter to a location known as the Castle. It's a full-scale replica of Osaka Castle built on a bed of shipping containers packed with gambling, clubs, and boutiques, all run by the Omi Alliance's Kijin clan's third patriarch, Nishitani III. He's not actually the descendant of the original Nishitani, but rather embodied many of his characteristics of strength and brutality and craziness and merely adopted the name. His main draw, however, is his Colosseum, where fighters across the spectrum compete for entertainment and money, mostly against their will. Here he runs into Shishido, who used to be a competitor before Tsuruno freed him from his slavery. He tells Kiryu that he has to fight in the Colosseum if he wants to know where Hanawa is being held. He complies, continuing to fight under the guise of Joryu, and as promised, he tells him that he's being held in Sotenbori. He arrives to see Hanawa bloodied and beaten, and so fights everyone for his freedom. But after Tsuruno's defeat, he finally comes clean about why they want him. He tells him about the dissolution planned between Watase and Daigo, how the Yakuza are dying out, and how there's going to be many people upset about the whole thing who don't want the dissolution to happen. It's the Yakuza versus the government, and Hanawa represents the government, so they'd have to kill him so he could be free. He tells Kiryu that he has to pick a side, but yet again, Kiryu refuses to forfeit Hanawa's life, leading to Tsuruno being taken in. When asked why, he says he's known plenty of people who've lost their lives pursuing what they believed in, and he doesn't want to be ashamed of himself when he sees them again.
俺の周りにはそうやって自分を貫いて死んでいった人たちが大勢いる。いつかあの世でその人たちに会った時、恥ずかしくねえようにしときて。もう俺にできるのはそれくらいのもんだ。
They are all taken to another secretive Daidoji base where Kiryu is given direct orders by the boss of the faction to kill every single person who is aware he is alive, starting with Tsuruno. But just like he expressed, killing has never been in his character, and he's not going to change now, even if it costs him his own life. So he takes Hanawa hostage and allows Tsuruno to escape. He fights the other Daidoji members yet again, hoping to stop them from going after the children, but he is forced to stand down as he has no leverage of preventing them from targeting the kids. Kiryu is beaten and locked up in confinement for 3 days before he is set to be executed. This time around, they are forcing Hanawa to do the job. While Kiryu was always aware of the consequences of his own actions and is more than ready to die, Hanawa just can't bring himself to do it. Kiryu has had so many opportunities to get rid of him with promises of freedom, and yet he was always there for him. He feels indebted and so just can't do that to him. What they expected now to be both of their executions turns out to be a surprising test of their friendship by the boss himself. Apparently, according to him, a bond like theirs is stronger than any loyalty the Daidoji could attain from just being workers, and that's more valuable than their typical agents. However, this decision was also influenced by Tsuruno himself. If they couldn't steal Kiryu from the Daidoji, they would instead hire his services. The Omi Alliance is paying 50 billion yen for Kiryu's cooperation during the dissolution, a price so high that even the Daidoji were willing to bend their rules. Kiryu agrees to the deal under one condition, that the Daidoji stop spying on Morning Glory. He'd rather die than continue letting them be used and threatened. And so, the Daidoji agree. When it comes to making promises, Kiryu does trust them. So, the two once again meet at the castle where Tsuruno explains everything about the dissolution and how they want their help against people like Nishitani. He stands as the most dangerous individual who will reject the dissolution when it's announced, and that many Yakuza would rally behind. And so he wants Kiryu to take care of him, at least long enough to remove him from the picture when the announcement's made. So basically, beat him within an inch of his life. The problem is, the castle is his turf, meaning everyone here is basically under his family. So Kiryu has to figure out a way to make him leave. Nishitani was quite interested in Kiryu, or Joryu as he was only been referred to, after his domination in the Colosseum. And so even despite Tsuruno telling him that he's off limits, Nishitani tries to take him personally. He does manage to escape after Tsuruno pulls rank on everyone, but it is also revealed that Nishitani also figured out that he's the dragon of Dojima, and so wants him even more. So seeing just how invested the Kijin clan is in getting him, to get them away from the castle, Kiryu goes on a whole spree of fun and spending across Sotenbori to get their attention. It pulls away enough of them that the group is able to return to the castle and take over the place by force. Afterwards, the group are eventually able to get Nishitani's location, and as promised, Kiryu beats him up quite well. But being the man he is, he tries to save his life. But when he turns around, Shishido is there stabbing him. With a fire burning and nothing he can do, they are forced to leave the building. You see, this whole ploy with Nishitani was more than just stopping him from intervening in the dissolution. It was undeniably part of it, but for Tsuruno and Shishido, it was personal. Men like Nishitani were too deranged to let find a new path to carve out into the world. There are many reasons Tsuruno agrees with the dissolution of the Yakuza, especially after what he's seen Nishitani do to others. Regardless, there's nothing they can do about it, and so everyone makes preparations for the dissolution. Time would pass, and the day of Watase's release and the day of the dissolution is here. As everyone is going over the itinerary, Watase arrives and is ready to get right into things. The faster it's done, the less Ryo Aoki can do against them, but just as they're getting ready to head in, Shishido begins filming everyone. It turns out he was amongst the Yakuza greatly against the dissolution. Outside of slavery, the Yakuza is the only home he's ever known. If it's gone, then he's back to having nothing. So he's fighting to keep it and rule it along with the help of Nishitani. It turns out he did not kill him when he stabbed him. Instead, it was all an elaborate ploy to fake his death so no one would worry about him anymore. He had his men save him in the building after they left, and the two agreed to work together under the agreement that he would have the Kijin clan's support. And so, they're here to stop them. Yet despite years of planning on his part, they are all incapable of stopping the Dragon of Dojima and the captain of the Omi Alliance. Shishido is knocked into a pit and Nishitani unconscious. But just when they think it's all over, Nishitani gets back up and tries to stab Tsuruno, but Watase jumps in front of him, protecting him. Nishitani is then hit by a car driven by Akame. Watase is injured, but it's not lethal. He's able to get patched up, and they all head to the Omi Alliance headquarters to commence with the dissolution. And thus, both storylines converge into one, as Arakawa, Daigo, and Ichiban and his party are all there to stand in support of the great Yakuza dissolution.
わずかな人数で私たち関西近江連合が立ち上げられたのは100年以上前になります。創世紀には敵対する組織との抗争も引き起こし、多くの人命が失われた歴史もあります。地域住民の皆様におかれては、我々に対して恐怖感、威圧感を抱かれた方々も多く、誠に申し訳ございませんでした。 つきましては現会長および組若頭渡瀬勝の連名により本日をもって関西近江連合を解散いたします。
嘘やろ。
大阪府本部長殿。
どないなってますんや頭。何言うとるんや。
東上会六代目堂島大吾だ。
東上会？なんでそんなんがここに。
東上会も近江連合と同じく本日をもって正式に解散する。俺と渡瀬さんは互いに今回の組織解散の見届け人だ。このことは病床にある近江連合会長並びに若頭代行荒川真澄も了承している。
アホ抜かせ。なわけあるかいボケ。ほらほら。どれ渡せ。この裏切り者が。
今日のために念入りに研いできたんやで。最初の餌食になんのは誰なんや。
やっぱ東上会伝説の幹部は一味ちげえな。
感心してる場合かよ。こいつらが全員近江の幹部か。神室町に半分行かせてもこんなにいるんじゃねえかよ。
そんな嬉しそうな声あげんなって。
嬉しかねえよ。
わしらはこれから大阪府警に解散届を出しに行く。文句が出るのは百も承知や。せやけどな、踊ららも僕をやったら力ずくで止めてみるや。
なるほど、そういうことやったんですが荒川。
天道
こないな喧嘩一生に一度きりや。そしたらとことん楽しめる方につかなおもろないわな。
お前も裏切るんか天道。
味方になると頼もしいね。
それでも全然手が足んねえって。
だから俺らまで駆り出されたんだろう。
ここで俺の都政も終わりだな。でもそれを一世一代の大喧嘩で締めくくれるわけだ。伝説の極道たちと一緒によ。くそー、血がたぎるってもんじゃねえか。
なんだやっぱり生きとったか。
帰ってきよったな、堂島の龍が。
あんたが見つけたのか、あの人。あの人何を言うとるんや。そいつは臨時雇いの
ただの用心棒や。名前も知らんで。
こっちは任せろ。お前ら前だけ見てりゃいい。後ろは俺が死んでも守る。
誰だか死ねえが美味しいとこ持っていけやがる。
よっしゃ、おかわりといこうか。まだまだ食い足りねえぞこら。
While Ichiban and his party would rest following the announcement, Kiryu and the others would all head out together. While Daigo desperately wants to acknowledge his return, Watase gives the message that Kiryu Kazuma is dead, and they all pick up on it. But outside, all of our characters are once again met with Shishido, who will fight till his dying breath to keep the Yakuza alive for people like himself who have nothing else.
Oh. やっとるんや真島。なるほどな。話さんかい。こんなもんかいな。見てみ、まだ死んどらんで。この俺も近江連合もせやろが。
こういうしぶといところがうちの強みやったな。渡瀬さん、その傷。親父、これは警察行く前にまた着替えなあかん。
お前らいいか。ここでこいつらの弾取らな。極道はほんまにしまいや。たったこんだけ相手に本部潰されて、この先惨めに負け犬の楽園をされて生きるんか。俺らは最強の近江連合やろが。そうや。強さと恐怖が人を支配するんや。極道の意地見せたらんかい。
クソ、あいつを黙らせねえと。
いいんだ、気が済むまで言わせてやる。こいつらの裏切りは何年も前から始まっとったんや。ずっと裏に隠れながら糸引いとった。俺らを踊らせて高みの見物決め込んどったんや。そんな奴らに好き放題されてええんか。言い訳あるかい。解散届け。わしがケツ吹く神にしたれ。登場界のチンカスどもも殺したれ。邪魔するもんは皆殺しや。血の雨降らしたるわい。
あちらさん盛り上がってきたの。
だからこうなる前に黙らせようと。
これでいい。
は？
全部吐き出させなきゃあいつらだって受け入れられやしねえよ。宍戸も西谷も言ってみりゃ王道のヤクザだ。力を誇示して周りを操り、てめえの欲望と野心を満たすためには手段を選ばない。組織としての極道はああいうやつを
便利に使ってきたはずだ。それを清算しようってんなら俺たちは真っ向から受け止めて叩き潰さなきゃなんねえ。引導を渡すってのはそういうことだ。今ここでそんな真似俺ら以外の誰にできる？
用心棒の言う通りや。わしらはあいつら力でねじ伏せてなんぼ。せやろ堂島さん。
これじゃまるで俺だけ臆病もんだ。
何言ってる？こいつは全部お前と渡瀬で始めたことだ。日本の二大極道に幕を引く。臆病者がそんなの思いつけるかよ。
わかりましたよ。なら
これが登場回最後の花火だ。なんやこいつら。
上等やないかい。
行くぞ
As Daigo, Majima, and Saejima all fight the others outside, Kiryu confronts Shishido inside and defeats him in a one-on-one fight. Daigo and Watase are able to make it to the police station and officially submit the paperwork to the police, disbanding the Yakuza. As for what happens to Shishido and Nishitani, they are both taken by the Daidoji, where they would be forced to work under them as agents for the faction. But anyway, returning to the others, following the dissolution, Ichiban and Arakawa would finally get time to themselves where they can just talk. They chat about what they're going to do now that the Yakuza are no more. Arakawa says how he wants to help give ex-Yakuza a place where they can find legal work, while Ichiban tells him that he still wants to be part of his family as it's the happiest he's ever been in his life. Arakawa feels unworthy of such admiration due to how he's been treating him, but it hardly matters to Ichiban. He goes on to tell him how he's had dreams where Ichiban and Masato had actually swapped places in their birth, and it's actually Ichiban who's his child. It's never quite solidified if Arakawa knew Ichiban was his son or not, or if it was just a hunch. But regardless, their night is cut short as Arakawa has a dinner plan with Hoshino. So for now, the two's conversation has to be put on hold. After their dinner, Arakawa would walk home alone where he would get intercepted by Tendo. I barely talked about him and only mentioned how he was one of the 3 Omi Alliance lieutenants, but during the dissolution, he did wind up joining our character's side for what he said was a fight of a lifetime. But in reality, he was already planning ahead. You see, the Omi Alliance lieutenants were naturally very against the dissolution and so quickly sought to fill in the now vacant power vacuum it left. Initially, Aoki had ordered Sawashiro to kill Arakawa for his actions. However, it was unfortunately something that he just couldn't bring himself to do. Arakawa was the man who saved his son's life and raised him, and while his loyalty to his son is nearly absolute, this is perhaps the single order he could not follow himself. So instead, he ordered Ishioda to carry out the assassination himself. He was trailing Arakawa with a sniper, but during so, saw he and Tendo meet, also believing him to have become a traitor as well. But before he had the chance to kill either of them, they were stopped by Tendo's own men. The two go to confront him about the age of Yakuza being over, but Tendo flips the script and says how it's usually in situations like these that Yakuza get a chance to reach the top by doing something big. And so he pulls his gun on Arakawa and shoots him.
Tendo.
His body would be dumped in the river, where it would be found the next morning by the police. The following day, Sawashiro meets with other patriarchs of the Omi Alliance families to apologize for his family's actions. During so, Ishioda comes in, making it clear that he's not letting anything happen to the Yakuza, and that they're basically gonna have to start fresh with a new name. He gives tons of money to everyone to ensure their loyalty, and while everyone starts accepting, it actually winds up infuriating Sawashiro. He hates Yakuza who are all bark and no bite, and so instead of lowering his head, also seeks to take control. He says how he'll be the one to form the new Tokyo Omi Alliance. So now you have all three lieutenants seeking Aoki's favor to become the new head of the Yakuza. But anyway, word of Arakawa's death reaches Hoshino, who calls Ichiban to tell him about the news, and he rushes over to see for himself. While such an emotional heartbreak for Ichiban, losing the man he literally viewed as his father, Hoshino tries to quell his sadness by offering to help in avenging him. But of course, that's never been Ichiban's MO, so instead, to get closer to Aoki, Hoshino recommends running for election himself. He funds him with the money and resources he needs, and overall, it's a pretty successful campaign, gaining the support of many people. It actually gets under Aoki's skin enough to the point that he orders Sawashiro to assassinate Hoshino. Without his support, his campaign dies with him. He tells him that if he does this, he will verify his position as the chairman of the new Tokyo Omi Alliance. But in reality, Aoki had no faith Sawashiro would do this. After his failure to kill Arakawa on his orders, he stopped believing in him and could no longer trust him to carry out on any order, which proved to be right. Sawashiro anonymously leaked to Han that Hoshino's life was in danger, hoping that he would be stopped, but when he arrived, Hoshino was already dead. Aoki had sent another assassin in his place to carry out the hit. It is here he is forced to accept the tragedy that he's lost his own son. He failed him at birth, he tried to look over him as he grew up, but now he's become a monster who simply uses others and throws them away. So he too gives into despair. By the time Ichiban and the others arrive, they all believe Sawashiro to have done it, but he doesn't correct any of them because, quite frankly, he's given up. He fights Ichiban and the others as some form of punishment, and after he's defeated, he reveals his deepest, darkest secret that he's been holding on to practically his entire life at this point, and confesses that Aoki is his son, and that Ichiban is Arakawa's. The remorse he's felt since that night has finally boiled over, and he just couldn't take it anymore. It's a hard thing to believe, but at least the truth is finally out there. While he doesn't confess about what happened to Hoshino, he does tell them that he didn't kill Arakawa. He suspects it was Ishioda as he's Aoki's new favorite. Regardless, he doesn't try to escape and thus is arrested by police and thrown in jail. As for Ichiban, while he was devastated by Arakawa's death, that compiled with Hoshino's death, the revelation of his birth, being uncertain if Arakawa actually knew that he was his son, everything Aoki's doing, ruining Ijincho, killing his own family, it's a lot of emotions that he's feeling right now, and it all begins to manifest as rage. He doesn't have time anymore to play politics, and so he decides to just march straight down to Bleach Japan's offices to find Kume so he can beat Aoki's whereabouts out of him. But when they arrive, no one is there. Some Yakuza part of the new Omi Alliance are there, and so Ichiban decides to take his rage out on them. He is relentless, pummeling him over and over again until he eventually tells him Kume fled to Kamurocho. But Ichiban doesn't believe that that's all he knows, and so continues to beat him nearly to death. He is only stopped by the intervention of Kiryu. He had gotten information from the Daidoji about what Aoki's next move was going to be, and he was going to tell Ichiban about it. But after what he just witnessed, is deciding against it. At least in this moment, as he'll allow him the opportunity to prove himself later. He has them meet at the Gomi Jewel, where he wants them to prove themselves worthy of the information he has. Kiryu is someone who's always gotten to know others through his fists, and so everyone dukes it out. Ultimately, they are incapable of even coming close to Kiryu's strength, even as a group, but really it was all just so Ichiban could blow off some steam. He was blinded by rage and needed to be calmed down, and so after he beats some sense back into him, he tells everyone that he suspects Sawashiro's life might be in danger. Considering how much of a liability he is to Aoki, there's next to no chance that they'll let him keep living. And thanks to the Gomi Jewel surveillance that they got back up and running, they narrow it down to an assassin by the name of Mirror Face. He is able to perfectly imitate another person down to their appearance and their voice. He's working alongside Ishioda, and so to stop them, our party launch a counterattack. The two are confronted inside an abandoned building where Adachi is attacked by Mirrorface disguising himself as him. Ichiban is able to deduce which one is the real one by quizzing them about traffic laws, which Adachi knows nothing about, much to Mirrorface's shock. Regardless, with him out of the way, Ishioda is also defeated, and Ichiban questions him about who killed Arakawa, for which he tells him about that night and how it was actually Tendo who pulled the trigger. Before our characters can question him further about his whereabouts, both he and Aoki give the order to blow up the building. All of our characters, along with Mirrorface, were able to survive, but as for Ishioda, his fate would remain a mystery. All of this would remain unbeknownst to anyone, allowing them to form a plan and utilize the element of surprise to ambush Aoki, which is exactly what they did. The day before the election is set to take place, the campaign trail for Kume is in full swing as they are out and about gaining public support. But during so, Ichiban makes his dramatic reveal as having survived the explosion. He too is using the opportunity to gain public support, but his main purpose here was to get close to Aoki. Once close to him, he lays out a bluff, telling him that they have recordings of him giving Sawashiro the order to kill Arakawa and that they're going to release it everywhere and ruin his political career. With the trap set, our characters wait for everything to fall into place. The next morning, the election results come in and Ichiban did in fact lose, but their trap worked perfectly. Tendo was sent to the Arakawa family offices to search for the incriminating evidence only to turn up nothing. He's then confronted by our characters who get revenge for his murder of Arakawa. This is where the next phase of their plan is set in motion. A breaking news report appears on screen stating that he's under suspicion of incitement to murder. This obviously causes a ton of chaos, and amongst it, one of Ichiban's other allies, who I haven't really talked about too much, named Nick, calls out his past as Masato, his relation to Arakawa who was just murdered, and demands an explanation in front of everyone. This forces Aoki to abruptly leave, and he begins to stress out about the incriminating evidence Ichiban told him about. So he goes to Millennium Tower to investigate. When he arrives, he sees our characters laid out on the floor with Tendo sitting victorious over them. When he asks what he wants done with them, he plainly says, "Kill them and anyone who's ever assisted them." And it is then our party jumps right back up, revealing this whole thing to have been yet another ruse. You see, our characters had actually beaten Tendo in their fight, and the man who is here right now is actually Mirrorface. He wanted revenge on the two for trying to have him killed in the explosion earlier, and so switched allegiance to Ichiban's side to trick Aoki. This whole thing was filmed by Han and Seiko, and so, feeling backed into a corner, he has no choice but to fight back. But he is no match for Ichiban in a one-on-one fight, and so is beaten. Ichiban is heartbroken to see how far his young master has fallen, and so begs him to start his life over again. When the police arrive and they're shown the footage, Aoki continues to dig himself deeper. He takes one of the cops hostage so he can escape, but even he realizes how pointless it all is now. Footage of him telling the others to be killed is put out, and Ichiban finds him where it all began.
言ったでしょう。俺は若がどんな人間かよく分かってるって。もしかしたら若何もかもリセットしちまいてって。どん底からでもやり直してって思ってくれてるかもしれない。そう考えたらここを目指すんじゃねえかって、そんな気がしたんです。
分かったような口聞きやがる。ふざけんじゃねえぞ一番。
ここにいるのは俺と若だけだ。 だから銃なんか必要ありませんよ。そいつは俺に預けちゃくれませんか。
俺はここから始まったんだ。夢のって女覚えてるか。
夢の？
俺とお前の人生が大きく動いた18年前のあの日、俺を捨てたあのホステスだ。
ああ、
堀之内の神さんになってたよ。都知事になる前、奴の警視総監就任パーティーに呼ばれてな。そこで知った。当然俺は素性がバレないよう装ったかな。そんな俺にあの女なんて言ったと思う。あなたには持って生まれた知性と品性を感じます。だとさ笑えるだろ裏で俺のことを下品だの怖いだの見下してたあいつがそんなこと言うなんてよどうだ傑作だろ
若
所詮そんなもんだったんだ。俺が名前を変え体を変え人を殺してまで追いかけた権力ってのは誰も本当の俺のことなんか見てくれちゃいなかった。まあ俺自身弱くて醜い自分が嫌で必死にもがいた結果がそうなったんだろうけどな。
そりゃ違いますよ若。おやっさん、荒川の親父と沢城の頭だけはずっと本当のあんたのことだけ見てたんですよ。俺もそうです。無所出て最初に青木亮って人間を見た時、それが荒川雅人だってすぐ分かりました。間違えるはずがない。大事な人なんですから
またお得意の家族愛でも語るのか。
ちげえ、そんなんじゃねえ。あんたがどんなに悪いことしてもなんで最後まで荒川のおやつさんも沢城の頭も俺も放っておけないのか。そりゃな理屈じゃねえ、心の根っこの部分で繋がっちまってるからなんだよ。好きとか嫌いとかそんな割り切れた感情じゃねえ。誰も本当の俺を見てねえだとふざけんなよ。みんな放っておけねえんだよ。放っておいたことなんて一度もねえんだよ。あんたのことよ。おやっさんや沢城の頭の気持ちいい加減分かれよ、このバカ野郎が。
一
あんた嫌がるかもしれねえけどよ、やっぱり若と俺は兄弟なんすよ。だから若には死なないでほしいんですよ。俺お願いです。
願いですから分かってください。お願いです。
もしもし、父、今どちらですか？
心配かけて悪かった。私は今から自首する。後の整理は、いや、もういい。好きにしてくれ。
ひどいじゃないですか、青木さん。私は信じてたのに。青木さんの正義は漂白された真っ白なものだと信じてたのに。でもまだ間に合う。本当の正義は勝つんです。
Just like how his life began, Aoki, in critical health, is being carried away from the lockers held by a man hoping to save his life. But unlike before, this time he wouldn't make it. Following these events, Adachi would confront Horinouchi with evidence of his corruption and he would also be arrested. Meanwhile, the others all attend Arakawa and Masato's funeral along with Daigo, Watase, Majima, and Saijima. The two talk about their plans for the future. Daigo and Watase were planning on starting up a security company to help out all those Yakuza who've lost their homes. Arakawa had also mentioned this before as well and was going to help them out. Daigo offers Ichiban the opportunity to join them, but he politely declines and says how his place is in Ijincho. Similar to how he felt about Arakawa, he has found new friends that he values equally as much. So while sad, he reminisces on Masato's words, determined to continue living. As for Kiryu, since he did have a role in helping take down Ryo Aoki along with disbanding the Yakuza, he was given a little reward by the Daidoji.
初めて見るでしょう。そこは沖縄のあなたのお墓です。我々の隠しカメラが撮影していました。桐生一馬の大事な子供たちを監視するために。その日はあなたの命日でした。ハルト君は4歳でしたか。かわいい盛りです。 カメラが遠いのは我々の監視がバレないためなのであしからず。最後にお参りしている二人は太一君と綾子さんです。ところがこの後レンズが反射してしまったのか、綾子さんがカメラに気づいてしまいます。
ねえ太一、これカメラだよね。
うん、そうみたい。
おじさんのお墓に向いてる？
隠し撮りしてんだ。多分俺たちのこと。
じゃあもしかしてこれおじさんが仕掛けたとか？
おじさんがやっぱり死んでなかったとしたらそうかもな。ヤッホーおじさん。
あんた何やってんの？
だってこれおじさんが見るかもしんないんだろ。ダメでもともと別にいいじゃん。ねえおじさん、俺のことわかる？太一、それに綾子姉ちゃん。こっちはみんな元気。はるか姉ちゃんもハルトもね。
シロも泉もコウジ、ミツオ、リオナ、エリ、みんな元気だし、それに実はみんなおじさんが死んだなんて信じてなかったりする。本気でだよ。
おじさん、俺消防士になったんだ。何かあってみんなが勇気を出せないでいる時、真っ先に人を助けられる人間になりたいと思ってさ。多分おじさんの背中を見て育ったからだよ。
私はね、小さな会社で事務やってる。ちゃんと就活も頑張ったんだ。
コーチもサラリーマンになった。
リオナはアパレル業界、エリは今保育士目指してる。泉はトリマーになったの。豆で練習してた。
ミツオはとりあえずフリーター、シロンは理系を専攻してる。ハルトは今やんちゃなんだよね。目離すとすぐどっか行っちゃって、はるか姉ちゃんとゆうたさん困らせてる。きっと何か事情があるんでしょ。生きてたら絶対俺たちに会いに来るもんな。
もし本当にこれを見てたらさ、何か合図をくれない？もう私たちは自力で何とかやってるし、おじさんに面倒見てほしいなんて言わない。ただ、もしかしておじさんは一人で寂しいんじゃないかなって。
合図が来たとしても朝顔のみんな以外には内緒にしとく。それでいつかおじさんが帰ってきてよくなるまでおとなしく待つよ。
そうそう、私も太一ももうお酒飲めるし、絶対楽しいよ。いっぱい話すことあるんだから。
あ、そうだ、俺たち明日また来るよ。おじさんに渡したいものがあるんだ。はるか姉ちゃんたちもカメラに話してもらいたいし。
おじさんに渡したいものって？そっか、それいいね。
じゃあまた明日。
じゃあね、おじさん。
あいにくカメラは現地のエージェントがすぐに取り外しました。監視対象にバレた以上妥当な判断です。
そうだな。
あなたにこの映像を見せることが果たして褒美になるのか検討をしました。
いや、見せてくれて感謝する。
太一君はさっきあなたに渡したいものがあると言っていましたね。 隠しカメラを回収した翌日、その場所へ朝顔の子供たちがやってきて、絵の入った筒を置いていきました。ですが、死んだはずの桐生一馬が絵を持ち帰ったと思われるわけにはいきません。そこで現地のエージェントは中の絵を撮影だけして元に戻しておきました。ハルト君が描いた絵です。真ん中にいるのがあなたでしょうか。
うまい絵だな、ハルト。見ろよ、4歳ってのはもう字が描けんのか。最後に会った時、あいつはまだ喋れもしなかったなのに。
立派にやってますよ、はるかさんも他の子たちも。
まったくだ、あいつらはとっくに自分の足で立って歩いてる。なのに俺が一人で寂しいって口に出すことさえできずにいた。子離れできてなかったのは俺だけだったんだな。
In addition to this, he is also being given vacation time. He is still bound by the Daidoji's rules, but he is being given some leniency for all of his hard work. He's given his former identity as Taichi Suzuki and sets back off into the world. Three years following the events of Like a Dragon, most of our characters would see a drastic change in their lives. While he didn't pick Daigo up on his offer to join their security company, Ichiban did carry out Arakawa's dream in his own way by getting a job as an employee at Hello Work. Here, he hires ex-Yakuza and gets them legitimate jobs to help turn their lives around. Adachi now runs a security consultant company, Nanba has become an inspector for medical equipment, Seiko is now the co-owner of a club called Club Silky Queen, Zhao had previously stepped down as leader of the Liu Meng and has found passion in working as a chef, whereas Sonhee continues to lead with Han as her second in command. But things would get quite a bit awkward for Ichiban, for as time has gone on, he began to develop a bit of a crush on Seiko. Obviously, through the events of the previous game, their friendship grew to be very strong, as it did with everyone else as well. But there was just something about Seiko that Ichiban took a liking to. Perhaps it was how grounded she was compared to his insane, out there and wild personality, or that she is very supportive of him and his dreams, probably all of it. And the others could plainly see that as well and encouraged him to make a move. So after building up the courage, he asks her out on a date and, much to his shock, she says yes. Adachi and Nanba not so helpfully give him advice on what to do and how to act, which winds up being very not like himself at all. But all things considered, the date goes decently. But it is what happens after the date things go downhill. You see, Ichiban is never someone who shies away from his emotions. He unabashedly wears them on his sleeve and always makes what he's feeling known to others. And that completely backfires when he proposes to her on their first date as well. He speaks about how she'll never have to work, how he'll take care of her and her family, and how he'll be the one to do the cooking and cleaning and stuff. He's willing to do literally everything for her. Wanting to do all of those things isn't necessarily bad, but proposing on the first date definitely was. And outside of that itself, Seiko is a very independent person. She worked hard to attain the things she has in her life now, and while that has led to her being rather hesitant when it came to her own love life, Ichiban's proposal was all rather premature. Like very much so. It was so overwhelming of a moment that it genuinely frightened her and caused her to shut down. She politely thanks Ichiban for the date, rejects his offer, and leaves. To say that he messed things up would be an understatement. Adachi and Nanba tell him that he has to apologize, which he does, but things still remain quite awkward between them. She tells him that they'd be better off continuing as just friends, and then completely ghosts him. She doesn't respond to his texts, they no longer hang out. Things have seemingly been completely ruined between them. Like I said, the proposal for her was extremely overwhelming. It caused her to shut down, and instead of communicating her feelings to him, she wound up just ghosting him and not talking to him at all for over a year. But what would be the driving force of this game's story would be a man by the name of Masataka Ebina. If you recall, during the events of Like a Dragon, I talked about Arakawa's life before he met Akane, how he joined the Hikuwa family, was arranged to marry Patriarch Hikuwa's own daughter Yuriko, but ultimately how they decided to split as there wasn't much chemistry. I also mentioned how he unknowingly wound up getting her pregnant. Ebina was that child. He grew up under the care of his mother, who struggled greatly to raise him. The other members of the Hikuwa family paid her no mind or care at all, leading to her having to bear the responsibility of caring for a child all to herself. Because of this, Ebina grew up despising the Yakuza. They always espoused that bonds are thicker than blood, but yet actively ignored both he and his mother. It was when he was in middle school that she unfortunately passed away. She used her last moments with him, asking that he not hate the Hikuwa family. But despite her wishes, he didn't understand why he shouldn't. And more than just hating them, he wanted revenge. And that entirely shaped his character into his adult life. He became a bureaucrat of the Tokyo Metropolitan Police, wishing to eradicate the Yakuza, but he never got the chance as 2019 was the year of the Great Dissolution, and to add insult to his vengeance, Arakawa was also killed. So he couldn't get revenge against the Yakuza anymore, nor could he kill Arakawa with his own two hands. But unwilling to let the need for revenge go, he started theorizing other ways he could still go about it. And one of the ideas he came up with was rallying up other smaller Yakuza organizations and dealing with them that way. But with the Tojo clan and Omi alliance disbanded, it left only the much smaller factions still around. So he chose to enter enemy territory and become a Yakuza himself. He joined the Seiryu clan in Yokohama. Takabe has since taken up the mantle as its new chairman following Hoshino's death, and Ebina quickly rose up its ranks and got promoted to captain solely based on the earnings he was bringing in. Coincidentally enough, Takabe was also recruiting former Yakuza affected by the Great Dissolution. However, he was bringing them in so he could help reintegrate them into society by giving them job opportunities. However, Ebina sought to take this idea and twist it for himself. That is why he allied himself with a man by the name of Eiji Mitamura. He originally used to work for a newspaper company but was let go after he was charged with vehicular manslaughter. He claims he was framed by the Arakawa family and so ever since has held an intense hatred for the Yakuza as well. He wound up joining Bleach Japan for their cause against them, and it was at some point during so he met Ebina and the two became allied in their hatred. Another ally the two had made was a woman by the name of Chitose Fujinomiya. While not much is actually known about her family business, the important thing about it is that it was incredibly successful, making her family very rich and prestigious. As such, Chitose grew up under a very controlling household where her whole life was decided by her parents. From the clothes she wore to the friends she made, there was no freedom she had over her own life. And yet, despite being controlled by them, she wasn't even raised by them. Her father was always so busy dealing with his business that it left their family servants to effectively raise her. That's why, when she grew up, she eventually created her own online VTuber named Tatara. Here, she was able to escape her controlling life and be somebody different. While she would only reach an all-time high viewership of 10 people, it hardly mattered as she got to do whatever it is she wanted, and at least she was free. But the moment that changed her life forever was when she found documents on one of her family's cargo tankers that sank. Apparently, it had killed everyone that was inside, and her father tried to cover it up to avoid a scandal. Chitose had found the documents relating to this and decided to expose her own father on her channel. It didn't actually gain any traction, however, but it was seen by Eiji. Using his own research skills, he was able to deduce her real identity as someone close to the Fujinomiya family, where he was able to find her in person. They talked for a bit, and it all culminated when he gave her a script to read on her stream about the scandal. His script was much more provocative in nature than her usual self, but he was confident it would expose her father's scandal, so she did it. The script contained the names of every wealthy elite and media personnel, and this time it got picked up. It spread over the internet, and not even mainstream outlets which were bought off could ignore it anymore. The scandal only continued to grow until her father was no longer able to avoid the public's outrage. Unbeknownst that it was his own daughter who exposed him, he sent her out of the country to Hawaii until things cooled off. It was nice for her to get her life to herself now. Because of this, she viewed Eiji as her savior and some kind of modern hero fighting for the sake of justice. Because of this, they continued to run her channel together, putting all of their focus on calling out corrupt public figures. Eiji would unearth the scoops and write the scripts, while Chitose was the voice and messenger to the people. Politicians, CEOs, celebrities, they went after anyone in power with something hidden in their closet. This led to the Tatara channel becoming very successful and gaining a large following. But once her channel was seen as a legitimate news source to the people, Eiji was able to enact his true plan. Slowly but surely, the scripts began changing, focusing more on ex-Yakuza. It started with only one story about a guy still double-dealing in secret, but at the time the story seemed legitimate to Chitose. However, as time went on, she was able to recognize that more and more stories he wrote were about former criminals who had already paid their debt to society. It didn't sit right with her, as she started to feel like a puppet for his stories, and so tried to leave their partnership. But Eiji wouldn't let her. He threatened to go public with her real identity if she ever left, and he started throwing around Ebina's name, hinting to his Yakuza connections. She got scared and so simply obliged. She shut her mouth and simply read the scripts as they were given to her. She went from one controlling life to another. Since they were exposing plenty of former Yakuza, it ruined any opportunities they had to reintegrate into society and find legitimate work, leading to them being drawn to joining the Seiryu clan, making them now the largest Yakuza organization in Japan. Amongst the Yakuza the Tatara channel made a hit piece on was that of Daigo and Watase's security company. They had exposed various of their backdoor deals Daigo had made with the government and media to mitigate some of the risks to the company, and as a result, it went under after only 1 year. This forced Daigo, Majima, and Saejima to give up that dream, where they now all lay low in a small village where they would live as fishermen. But anyway, returning to the Seiryu clan, Takabe ends up taking the fall for one of his subordinates and gets arrested, leading Ebina to become the acting chairman. Initially, he sought to gain credibility amongst the Yakuza by recruiting former veterans to his side, like Daigo, Majima, and Saejima, but they had no interest. So instead, he decided to go with the former captain of the Arakawa family, Joe Sawashiro. Eiji had since learnt the truth that he wasn't actually responsible for Hoshino's death and informed Ebina of this, and so he arranged for his release from prison and got him to join the Seiryu clan under the pretense of carrying out Arakawa's dream. The forward story that Ebina was presenting to the public was that he was collecting as many Yakuza as possible so he could carry out a second great dissolution, getting rid of the smaller families who weren't initially part of the first one. It was through Sawashiro Ebina learned of a man by the name of Bryce Fairchild. He is the sage of a Hawaiian religious group called the Palekana. The reality of him, however, is that he actually stole that title. Bryce was a former member of the Mafia who had the then sage and his wife assassinated in their car. He stole the Palekana pendant, which represents the rightful proof of leadership and authority for the organization, thus making him the new leader back in 1953. He's been around for a long time. However, that that is a separate plot point altogether. But the pendant he wound up stealing wasn't the real one. It was still enough for him to trick everyone, but he always feared the real one turning up and exposing his lie. Bryce's motivations here are pretty simple. He is just someone who wants to have immense power, wealth, and influence over people and society, and running a religious cult outside of government control was a great way to go about that. His biggest idea was offering world governments a location where they could dump their radioactive waste. For the longest time, the Polycana owned a hidden piece of land known as Nele Island. It was named after the goddess they worshipped and used as a sanctuary for their sages and most devout religious classes. But the prior sage of Polycana was initially planning on selling the island and using the proceeds to help fund their charity work. It's why Bryce had him killed in the first place, so he could get ownership of this island. Due to its religious affiliation, it was outside of government control, meaning he could do whatever he wanted with it, like store nuclear waste. He had come into contact with Ebina, who was a big fan of this nuclear waste disposal idea and offered him a perfect business opportunity. He would supply Bryce with a workforce to help manage and handle all of his nuclear waste, while Ebina would get his revenge on the Yakuza. Ebina's ultimate goal in all of this isn't money, power, or recognition. It's purely out of revenge. He wanted anyone who was ever a Yakuza in the past to die. After he recruited ex-Yakuza back into the Seiryu clan, he would pretend to get them legal employment in Hawaii on Nele Island. They would handle the radioactive material with no safeguards in place, where they would develop cancer and die slow deaths, a punishment he saw fitting to every single Yakuza. The plot of the game comes in when a young girl by the name of Lani Mililani turns up with the true Polycana pendant and a will from her grandmother stating that she is the rightful heir to the Polycana. After her grandma got sick and she became hospitalized, she sought safety in one of the Polycana orphanage, which just so happened to be where Akane Kishida was working, Ichiban's mother and Arakawa's ex-lover. She has been part of the Polycana ever since starting her new life in Hawaii. She wasn't privy to any of the nefarious dealings Bryce was taking part in. To keep his image, Bryce did have the Polycana continue to give a lot to charity and keep up with what they were known for prior to him. But when Lani arrived and showed the will to Akane, confused, she did perhaps the single worst thing she possibly could have at that moment and called Bryce directly to ask about it. He immediately showed up in person and, upon reading the will himself, pulled a gun on the two. Before she even had time to think, Akane took Lani and ran. All of a sudden, the entirety of the Polycana were searching for the two, and she couldn't trust anyone. I didn't mention this, but because Bryce has been the Sage of Polycana for over 66 years, he's had a lot of time to control the territory and make allies in high positions of power. So any gangs that popped up, he was able to strong-arm them into being under him. This includes the Japanese Yamai Syndicate, the Chinese Ganja, and even the homeless Barracudas. Bryce mobilized all of the gangs, including his own religious group, to help in his search to hunt the two down. Ebina, hoping that Bryce's whole charade doesn't crumble either, does what he can to help out as well. And that involves sending Ichiban to Hawaii to draw Akane out. At some point in time, probably due to Sawashiro telling him, Ebina had learned of Ichiban's connection to Akane and Arakawa and the fact that he's even his half-brother. Realistically, being his half-brother is a plot point Ebina hardly cares about, as his hatred for Yakuza is truly what drives him. But regardless, knowing that he's Akane's son, he had the Tatara channel make an expose on him, claiming that he was trying to recruit ex-Yakuza for crimes. This resulted in him getting fired from Hello Work, and Nanba and Adachi lost their jobs as well. This gives the three free time to investigate the Seiryu clan as they got nothing else to do, and see for themselves why they've been recruiting so many Yakuza as of late. They arrive to meet Ebina, who is very respectful with our group. He explains what he's been doing in terms of his outward lie about getting them legitimate work and hoping to carry out a second Great Dissolution. He shows them proof, but also brings Ichiban to reunite reunite with Sawashiro. You see, he also wants to send Ichiban to Hawaii, but for a completely separate reason. Sawashiro is not privy to Ebina's motives. Rather, after he was released from prison, he felt incredibly remorseful for what happened with Arakawa, and so wrote a letter to Akane confessing everything that had happened and the truth about Ichiban being her true son. And she had written back asking if she could see Ichiban in person. This was all before her running away with Lani. But Sawashiro is merely trying to fulfill her desire to see her son, which is why he tells him all of this. And so now that he knows his mom is alive and out there, Ichiban is excited and ready to head to Hawaii to finally meet her. And so after saying goodbye to the others, he boards a flight straight to Hawaii all by himself. Or so he thought. To keep watch over him during his travels, Ebina had Eiji trail him, but not as his normal self. To gain his sympathy, they preyed on Ichiban's past kindness, and Eiji pretends to be wheelchair-bound just like Masato used to be. And wouldn't you know it, it works. Hook, line, and sinker. He helps him out a bit before the two part ways. He winds up getting into the taxi of a man by the name of Eric Tomizawa. I'll explain his backstory a little bit later, but basically he's half Japanese and part of the Yamai syndicate. He's made a living preying on Japanese tourists by gaining their trust and speaking the language before robbing them point blank. He tries to do the same to Ichiban, but fails as he's not a killer, and Ichiban can see that. He tries to use the police to get Ichiban arrested as he doesn't speak English and can't explain himself, but he is saved by Eiji, who has still been tailing him. He shows the police pictures he took with his camera, which forces Eric to run away. The two then go to Eiji's hotel where they chat for a little bit and learn more about each other. But the two get ambushed by Yamai. He's here to get revenge for interfering with one of his men and costing them money. He does punish Eric himself by beating him with his crowbar, but Ichiban fights in self-defense before taking Eiji and fleeing the scene. The two would part ways once again as Ichiban would go to his mother's home address to meet her for the first time. But when he arrives, he is only met with Chitose. Amongst the various people sent out to watch over and manipulate Ichiban in hopes of finding Akane, Chitose was one of them. She poses as Akane's housekeeper and welcomes him in with open arms while they supposedly wait for Akane to return the next day. In the meantime, as they chat, Chitose butters him up quite a bit, flirting, being extra kind, and making him feel comfortable. When he's feeling nice and relaxed, she feeds him a spiked drink, which knocks him out. While Chitose's goal is to find Akane and was ordered to do that through Ichiban, she isn't actually aware of Bryce's connection to everything, and so suspects that one of the other gangs, the Barracudas, might have info on her whereabouts, and so to get in with them, she steals Ichiban's passport. She doesn't stop there as she takes him to the beach and strips him naked. By the time Ichiban wakes up, it's already day and the beach is crowded. All part of Chitose's plan, Ichiban would get arrested for public indecency and brought in for questioning by some corrupt cops. Before he gets framed for a crime he didn't commit, he breaks free and runs away, where he just so happens to bump into a familiar face.
Freeze! Hold up.たく、浜の英雄が何やってんだ。荒川真澄が泣いてるぞ。久しぶりだな、春日。
Kiryu is also in Hawaii for completely separate reasons. He was originally given vacation time by the Daidoji following the Great Dissolution. He spent his free time doing a lot of different things, but undeniably the most significant thing that happened to him was that he developed cancer. As a form of self-imposed punishment, he took on a dangerous manual labor job handling nuclear waste. But an accident at the factory led Kiryu to play the hero like he usually does and save one of his fellow workers, which came at the cost of his own health. He was exposed to the radiation and developed cancer, and so began to view his time on this earth limited. He ultimately came to Hawaii to place Yumi's ring on an altar. She always dreamed of getting married here, and so Kiryu wanted to pay his final respects to the woman he loved before his time was up. While he was here, however, the Daidoji decided to send him on a mission to find Akane. The Daidoji believe she has something in her possession that they could use to leverage against political leaders, as they suspect their connection to the Polycana. Kiryu had caught wind Ichiban was in town and just so happened to run into him. Considering their mutual interests, the two team up. They first stop by a bar Kiryu has been frequenting known as the Revolve Bar, and the establishment is run by one Andre Richardson. Similar to Kashiwagi, his death during the events of Yakuza 3 have been retconned, and he is now just running a bar as well. Similar to Kashiwagi, he doesn't make any reference or note to the man he used to be, as he has merely just started a new life. But that's besides the point. I just wanted to make mention of him as he was relevant in the story before. The two return to Akane's home to search for evidence about her or Chitose, as Ichiban wants to get his passport back, but as they are searching, they are yet again interrupted by Yamai and his goons, forcing the two to flee. They try to get out through the back alley, but run into Eric once again, holding them at gunpoint. Against Kiryu's advice, Ichiban talks him down, saying how he should join them rather than follow the orders of a man who doesn't even respect him. You can see how clearly he's conflicted about his own past traumas about asking for help, but before he knows it, Yamai and the other members show up. He demands Eric shoot them, but he instead fires a shot at him. They all fight together before ultimately escaping in Akane's truck. They return to Kiryu's hotel, hoping to continue investigating. Tomizawa tells them how dangerous it is to go out at night thanks to the Barracuda's gang. They witness firsthand just how dangerous they are, and so agree not to take any unnecessary risks. But since Tomizawa has joined the party, allow me to now explain his backstory. You see, his history with the Barracudas goes far back, as he was framed by their boss, Dwight Mendez, for a robbery of a real estate CEO. He spent 5 years in prison for this, and his girlfriend at the time had a miscarriage due to the stress. He never saw her again after, and so on his release from prison, bought a gun intending to kill Mendez for this. But he just couldn't bring himself to go through with it. He wound up going into debt to the Yamai Syndicate, which is how he became part of their group. He then spent the next foreseeable years robbing tourists, and you know the rest. That's all to say that Tomizawa is quite knowledgeable about the criminal underworld. They use his knowledge and visit a taco truck owner named Jeff who buys and sells stolen passports. After paying him off, he does reveal that he saw Chitose with his passport, but used it to gain access to District 5, the Barracuda's hideout. Considering how dangerous it is, they are advised to seek out a corrupt police officer named Roman Reynolds to guide them and give them safe passage. He says he'll do it for $50,000, but naturally our characters refuse and instead beat him into submission. He ultimately agrees to help out and gets them to their secret underground shopping center before he is ultimately stabbed for being a traitor. The place goes on high alert and our characters seek safety inside a nearby storage closet where they miraculously run into Chitose. She reintroduces herself very kindly, much to our character's apprehension. She goes on to explain that the reason she stole the passport is because it gave entry to the Barracuda's hideout. She tells them that she too is also wanted by the Barracudas. Apparently she did in fact manage to get close to Dwight, where he decided to keep her around for a bit. He never made a move, but Chitose used the opportunity to dig around for info on Akane, where she found some evidence that they were at the very least looking for her. And so she figured that they might have hidden her somewhere. She snooped around where she was caught and branded a traitor. She's been hiding since, but now she's met our party. She tells Ichiban all she knows about Akane and what's going on. She agrees to help guide them out of District 5 if they serve as her bodyguards until they're out. But if there's even a chance Akane is here, Ichiban is not gonna risk leaving her behind. Plus, Tomizawa's got his own score to settle. And so, instead of guiding them out, he has Chitose guide them straight to Mendez's penthouse. He makes his dramatic appearance revealing to everyone that Chitose was actually supposed to lead them into a trap. Turns out that she had lied earlier. She was in fact caught while searching for clues about Akane, but Dwight gave her an ultimatum of either dying right then and there or leading our characters directly into a trap. She agreed to do that, but along the way saw how genuine Ichiban was and decided against it. So in a roundabout way, now she is in the Barracuda's bad graces. Mendez pulls out 2 machetes and our party is forced to fight him. After being defeated, he admits that they were unable to find Akane, but feigns ignorance about not knowing the person who hired them to do so. Tomizawa then gets his turn at revenge. He intimidates him with his own machete, threatening to kill him if he does not have his name cleared to the police. He also has them clear what they have on Chitose to keep her safe as well. Dwight ends up pissing himself out of fear, and he also blackmails him, threatening to share it all over the internet if he does not comply. And he does. Our group then returns to their hotel, where Chitose joins the party. They go over the file that they had on Akane and practically gain no new or useful information. Fortunately, she mentions how Akane is the director of a Polycana orphanage. And so, with no other leads, our characters head there to investigate and run into some of the workers who knew her. She goes on to tell everyone about what Akane did around here, as well as inform our party about the Polycana and their traditions. They decide to spend a bit of time here helping with the charity work while also getting a sense of just what it was Akane was doing day to day, hoping that they would get any sort of lead. They do a ton of different work and even have a run-in with Bryce, who de-escalates a violent situation from unfolding. They have a brief talk with him where he also pretends to be worried about Akane's safety, but ultimately no new information is gained from their conversation. Chitose then instead proposes an alternative plan. If they can't find Akane, why not have Akane find them? They have Ichiban record a public video about who he is, what he's been through, what he's doing here, and his ultimate desire to meet his mother that they decide to put out onto the internet for all to see. But this strategy is a double-edged sword. Because literally anyone can see the video, many people do. The first person to make contact is Eiji. Now that Ichiban is seemingly getting closer to find his mother, Eiji is taking the opportunity to get even closer to him. He offers to help out their cause since he knows the internet and maybe he can help out. The second group of people to track him down are the Chinese Ganja. In addition to Ichiban's plans to find his mother via this video, he also wanted to lure out any other groups that were potentially looking for her as well. And now he knows the Ganja are involved. After beating up a small group of them, the third group to track them down is Yamai. But his motivations have now changed. He is now primarily interested in just fighting the Dragon of Dojima. After their encounter at Akane's place, he recognized him in spite of his disguise, as Yamai used to be part of the Tojo clan. In fact, his backstory actually closely mirrors Kiryu's own, which is why he's so obsessed with him. Yamai used to be part of the Tabata family. He wound up falling in love and having an affair with the patriarch's wife, Yui. But her love was not genuine. Not only was she sleeping with him, but the captain as well, she was just using others. And she used Yamai to murder his own boss at her behest. But once he did so, she tore up her own clothing and accused him of assaulting her as well. He was forced to go on the run and into hiding. He was banned from the Tojo clan and completely exiled, all while Yui, following this, lived a very happy life with the former family captain. When he saw this with his own 2 eyes, it literally traumatized him and gave him chronic shivers. It became a physical manifestation of the cold and lonely life he was suddenly being forced to live. He didn't know what it was initially and thought it was the weather, and so that's when he ran away to Hawaii, hoping it might cure him of his shivers, but it never did. He became incredibly emotionally cold and founded the Yamai Syndicate. He's still a Yakuza through and through, but because of what they did to him, he didn't want to follow their standard traditions, thus he is not a patriarch. Because their group is much smaller compared to the other gangs around Hawaii, he's helping Bryce, hoping that, if successful, it would get his family a seat at the table, so to speak. The reason he's so obsessed with Kiryu are the parallels to his own life. They both killed their patriarch, but reacted in completely different ways. Yamai ran away and fled to Hawaii, while Kiryu faced it head-on. He views himself as a coward for what he did and greatly admires the strength of Kiryu's character, which is why he wants to fight him. In a way, it's him being able to confront his own past. It's a way for him to prove himself to himself. And so more than anything, he just wants to fight Kiryu. They give him a taste of what they've got, but he can tell that Kiryu isn't as strong as the legends say, and so leaves disappointed. With Kiryu's room compromised, they have no choice but to seek safety in one of the Daidoji's safe houses where Hanawa is. He's come down to assist Kiryu in his search for Akane, but considering how much information our party has on her, they agree to help out. They decide to investigate the Ganja and talk directly with its leader Wang To. In a similar fashion to those before him, he demands our party tell him what they know about Akane before threatening them if they refuse. Per usual, he and all of his men are beaten up by our group, but unlike those before, he actually reveals that every group is being controlled by an overseer. But before he can say more, one of his own men reveals themselves to be a spy and gives the signal about his betrayal and jumps out the window. Wang reveals to everyone how his son is being held hostage for his compliance and now fears for his safety. Our characters try to help him out, seeing how sincere his plea for help is. However, his son winds up getting taken. Wang To would also be stabbed in the leg during an altercation, and everyone would carry him into the woods for safety. They talk more about the man controlling everything, and it is here he finally makes the dramatic reveal to everyone that it has always been Bryce Fairchild. He has even more information that is revealed to the group, like the existence of Lonnie and how she ultimately has something that could take Bryce down. But the group is yet again unfortunately tracked down by Yamai, still interested in fighting Kiryu. To draw them out, he sets fire to the entire forest. Kiryu decides to give him what he wants and hold them off so the others could escape. Everyone would successfully manage to get back to the Daidoji hideout, worried about Kiryu's safety. But Ichiban then gets a call from Nanba and Adachi telling him that they are now in Hawaii too. They got pretty bored being unemployed in Japan and so are now here to help out. Their search for Kiryu eventually leads them to an old cabaret building Yamai runs things out of. But it is revealed the true nature and intentions Yamai has here. He did want to fight Kiryu, but that's because he idolized him. Kiryu is the true definition of what it means to be a Yakuza, and Yamai wanted the honor of battling against that. But because he's suffering from cancer, he saved him from the forest and got him medical attention. Ichiban is grateful and tells him about Akane and Lonnie running away from Bryce. Yamai was initially planning on using whatever it was that Bryce was after as a bargaining chip to get his group more influence, but he wasn't aware that he was hunting a child this entire time and so decides to stop pursuing them. Ichiban gives him his thanks and Kiryu is taken back to the Daidoji hideout as he is being sent back to Japan. His decreasing health is putting the mission at risk, and so he's being sent to get medical attention. Being a nurse, Nanba is going back with him. He entrusts the rest of the mission to Ichiban, who promises to tell him when they've succeeded. With the knowledge Bryce has been controlling all of the gangs in Hawaii to hunt down a child, our characters all return to the orphanage to confront him. This time around, their interaction is much more ominous. As he reads the story of Nele to the kids, Ichiban asks him directly if what Wang told him was true, and he does indeed control the gangs and is hunting down both Akane and Lonnie. He continues on with more of his god complex and religious speak, all while two Polycana warriors are there to protect him. And so are various gang members. Needless to say, it's all revealing itself right now. But as Ichiban and the others fight, Bryce is able to sneak away. Everyone would return to the hideout where they would once again commence their search for Akane. They decide to ask a tattoo artist in the area named Kyo, as she seemed knowledgeable about a lot of things going on, and long story short, she does actually know where Akane is. She apparently helped hide them when they were on the run. And so, seeing how sincere Ichiban was, she took everyone out to the middle of the ocean where the both of them are.
Akane-san?
ええ。初めましてになるのかな。春日一番さん。
They are taken to Yamai's place, where he helps escort them back to their own safe house. On the way, Akane tells him all about what she's been through and how Lonnie is the true heir to the Polycana. The group would then be taken back to the Daidoji hideout. For now though, let us return to the story of Kiryu. Upon his arrival back in Japan, he completely refuses any medical attention. He tells everyone that the Daidoji have already looked into ways to help his cancer and turned up nothing. He doesn't want to spend all of his time in a hospital and just wants to help out in any way he can. And for him, that's trying to dig up more information on the Polycana, but it doesn't go so great. Sonhee shows up to see the legendary Dragon of Dojima in person, and their whole interaction turns into helping Kiryu with what little time he's got left. If he's not gonna go to the hospital or try to increase his health in any way, the least they can do is make sure he doesn't have any regrets once he's gone. So they take him around town, enjoying some recreational activities. Seiko joins them for some fun, and he even has a brief reunion with Kashiwagi at the Survive Bar. But as I mentioned before, Kashiwagi has moved on with his life, and Kiryu more than anyone understands what that's like, and so respects his secrecy while also reminiscing with him. But Sonhee eventually gets a business call as she's worried about the Seiryu clan's growth and business. She expresses her fear of Ebina having ulterior motives, and so our characters go to investigate. The Seiryu have since taken up residency in the Tojo clan's former headquarters, which Kiryu is vehemently against. What he's even more against is Ebina sitting in the chair for the rightful chairman, which he is not. After changing chairs, both he and Sawashiro are questioned about their business in Hawaii, their connection to the Polycana, and the manhunt going on. While Sawashiro doesn't actually know anything, Ebina feigns ignorance about the whole kerfuffle going on over there. He confesses his business dealings and arrangement with the Polycana, but says it's all legit. Without any proof to back up their allegations, our characters are forced to leave. While it's not what they were hoping for, at least they were able to confirm the two's connection. But being at the Tojo clan's headquarters gave him a reminder to add something to his bucket list. He goes to the gravesite of Nishiki, Yumi, and Kazuma and pays his respects to all of them. While here, he also runs into Date. The two go to New Serena to catch up. Kiryu gives him an update on his worsening health and how he's trying to hold out for the others. Date gets an idea after hearing about his bucket list and so comes up with a scheme of his own. There are many people that Kiryu has affected the lives of, many people who still care about him, and while he's not able to see them personally due to the Daidoji, Date arranges a sort of workaround. He has him meet at a cabaret club where a young man by the name of Taichi Miyazaki just so happens to be. Since his time at Morning Glory, he has become a fireman. He was visiting a friend in Tokyo, and so Date called him up and offered to give him a tour around the place. But really, he wanted Kiryu to see him with his own two eyes at least one more time. While that was supposed to be that, a group of thugs come up to him trying to take the hostesses. They wind up getting aggressive, and so Taichi stands up for them, but it doesn't go too well as he gets knocked out. Kiryu understandably gets up and beats them up himself. Taichi does get a faint, blurry glimpse of him, even calling out to him, but not enough to be fully certain. And after he's back up, Date brushes it aside further. Either way, Kiryu is gone by the time he wakes up. Date still feels indebted to see that Kiryu has no regrets by the time he dies, and so plans on doing more stuff like this before it's too late, for which this generosity is not lost on Kiryu. But before then, he winds up in a bit of a predicament. His visit to the Seiryu clan wound up being a trap, and now Ebina has had the Tatara channel post a video about his survival. He and Sawashiro appear on it to spread further propaganda about how he's probably trying to revive the Tojo clan, and even calling out the Daidoji. For the most part, Kiryu handles it pretty well. He doesn't know how the Daidoji are going to react and just awaits Hanawa's response. But he figures that since he's gonna die soon from his cancer anyway, he's just playing with the hand he was dealt, as there's nothing he can do with the video now. But anyway, returning to Kiryu's bucket list, Date would continue to arrange a series of encounters with important people from his past. This time around, bringing in Kazuki and Yuya. They have since reopened Stardust to its former glory. Kiryu gets to see that through his impact on people like them, it has inspired them to be just as resilient as he was and to fight for the city in the best ways they can. He can ensure Kamurocho is in good hands thanks to people like them. Afterwards is Matsunaga and Takashira of the Hirose family. Amongst all of the Yakuza organizations Ebina is reaching out to absorb into the Seiryu clan, the Yome Alliance is one of them. The two were sent on their behalf to investigate Ebina's offer. The two go to the bar they're currently drinking at, where, per usual, Date takes the lead to talk to them. Needless to say, they feel pretty unwelcome in this territory, so much to the point that they almost get into a fight with some of the Seiryu members. Before they get themselves dragged into a situation they can't get out of, however, Kiryu actually steps in to fight everyone himself. Date tries to play it off by claiming he's his junior partner, Kiryuin, but how effective that lie is debatable. Regardless, if the two had gotten into a fight, it would have dragged the whole of the Yome Alliance into a war with Ebina that they could not win, and he wasn't going to allow that to happen. They all go back for more drinks where they talk about his similarities to Kiryu. One of the biggest things he's wondered since his time in Onomichi was whether or not he had a positive impact on the others there. And while there is definitely much for them to feel sad about, losing their patriarch and everything, meeting Kiryu is not one of them. They make sure that sentiment is known, and after they say their piece, they proceed to leave. They can tell Ebina is full of it and have no intention of getting involved, but Kiryu and Date are left with the feeling that they saw through his disguise. And they probably did, but they respected his secrecy and played along anyway. The next person on Date's list is Chief Nakajima. He was the man who gave Kiryu a job as a taxi driver when he was trying to live a civilian life as Taichi Suzuki. He really did give him a bit of light when he was at his darkest in life. He had actually seen Tatara's expose on him still being alive, which is why he accepted Date's offer to come down to Yokohama. He feeds him a whole story about investigating Taichi, but when Date starts asking more and more questions about his identity as Kiryu, he defends him, refusing to implicate him in any way possible. But once Date makes it clear to him that he's actually a super close friend of his best friend actually, Nakajima drops his act and expresses the utmost concern about him. And shockingly, Date does give him a bit of a wink and a nod, implying to him that Kiryu is still alive. He lets him know just how much he did for him during that time, and Nakajima leaves happy, always ready to give Kiryu a place to come back to should he want it. The penultimate person Date brings down for a chat is Sayama. It's been 17 years since the two had fallen for each other and they said their goodbyes, and honestly, not much has changed with her. She's still married to her job. She's now part of the juvenile division, working on prevention of young kids entering a life of crime. She figured if Kiryu were alive, he'd be cleaning up the aftermath of the dissolution and she could reconnect with him. Similarly, she too has heard the reports of the Tatara channel exposing he's alive, but she believes it's nothing but continuing to blame him for other people's problems. Date also wants to tell her the truth about his survival, but this time, Kiryu stops her. He doesn't want to stand in the way of her dreams and so lets her continue chasing them. For now, at least. But she is waiting for him. Someone who wasn't on this list but also makes an appearance is Akiyama. He never truly believed that Kiryu had died when he was told and knew Date was hiding something, but he just couldn't prove it. So he used his resources to trail him and ultimately figure out their little secret. He's pretty pissed off, but after he cools down, he wants to get aboard Date's mission. He wants Kiryu to get treatment for his cancer, but if he's not going to do that, he at least wants to help him get closure on parts of his life. And so he helps arrange a meeting with Haruka. They were actually supposed to see each other in person at New Serena, and he was meant to surprise her. But after hearing her talk about how she doesn't know if she's emotionally ready to face him after having just grieved his death so recently, he decides against it. She wants to be strong, and he's allowing her the opportunity to do so on her own terms when she's ready. That's about as far as Date can go for helping him. He too tells him how he wants him to keep living, to fight against death, and he was hoping seeing all of the people whose lives he's positively affected would give him that motivation to keep going. But at the end of the day, Kiryu is a stubborn man, and he knows he can't do anything to change his mind. So he simply expresses how much he means to him before saying his goodbyes.
俺の親友
Our characters then come to suspect that Ebina has been pulling the strings to the Tatara channel this entire time, and so he calls Hanawa to ask about Ichiban's purpose in Hawaii, but he doesn't answer. You see, back in Hawaii, they were going through their own troubles. After bringing Akane and Lani to the Daidoji safe house, a scene began to unfold between Chitose and Eiji. Now that the two had been found, Eiji was contacting the others to confirm their mission was a success. But Chitose had been feeling quite a bit of guilt build up within her throughout this time. She never enjoyed her and her channel being taken advantage of by them, and Ichiban and all of the others' kindness has only made her feel worse about tricking and betraying them, especially since Ichiban is just a man who wanted to see his own mother, and Lani is just an innocent girl being hunted by dangerous criminals. She plainly saw the injustice that was happening, and so exposed it to everyone. She shoved Eiji onto the floor, revealing that he's been faking his handicap this entire time. He laughs in the others' faces as it's too late. He got his text out to Dwight's men, who raid the safe house, killing both Wong and Hanawa while successfully kidnapping Lani. This is why Hanawa doesn't answer Kiryu's call. Instead, Ichiban picked up and tells him everything that just happened. On the upside, the connection between Eiji, the Palikana, and the Seiryu clan are completely transparent. While the situation is rough and Ichiban is being hard on himself, Kiryu is able to keep headstrong and keep him from giving up. She's not lost just yet, and they can still save her. He brings up being suspicious of Sawashiro since he was the one who sent Ichiban to Hawaii in the first place, but Ichiban defends him wholeheartedly and believes he didn't actually know anything. And so Kiryu and the others go to confirm it. Zhao and Jungi-han also join the party as well, as they'll take any help that they can get. Unfortunately, Sawashiro is a busy man, and he simply can't just leave his position without people noticing. So everyone goes to the docks where he's currently training some new recruits. Our characters fight everyone, and Sawashiro quietly asks to get him out of the warehouse. Since he's being watched, Kiryu drags him outside, and the two agree to meet at Ichiban's old place, where he throws him into the ocean. True to his word, Sawashiro would disguise himself and meet with our characters, where he confirms that he had no clue of Ebina's true motives when he initially sent Ichiban to Hawaii. He goes on to further explain the nuclear waste deal that they have with the Palikana, but he doesn't know Ebina's true motives or what he gets out of it. But that's all besides the point. Sawashiro's motive is seeing that a second Great Dissolution does happen. It was Arakawa's dream, and he wants to honor it. And Kiryu agrees. The dissolution was supposed to open up a path for ex-Yakuza to find an honest living. And if they want to see a second dissolution through, he figures that they would need the support of some of his old friends. Daigo, Majima, and Saejima may have settled into a much quieter life after their security company went under, but considering just how well Kiryu knows them, he has no problem tracking them down. He and the others hitch a ride on a trailer to a remote fishing village outside of the city. He barges in on Majima and is soon accompanied by Daigo and Saejima, who were out fishing. The four take the time to catch up with each other. They talk about their security company, how it went under due to Tatara's expose, Kiryu tells them about his cancer, and they talk about Ebina's goals for a second dissolution. It is through Daigo that he also learns Ebina is Ichiban's half-brother. But ultimately, Kiryu asks them to help Sawashiro carry out the second Great Dissolution. But they're just not up for it. They figure if they have to swoop in to help Sawashiro due to their names and reputations, then it's going to be exactly because of that the Yakuza will become reinvigorated. When it comes to it, they have charisma, and that charisma is infectious. If they get back into the spotlight, all eyes are gonna be on them, and who knows how many more people are gonna wanna rejoin the Yakuza or try and build it back up. They feel like their time in the limelight is up, and they want it to stay that way. But Kiryu doesn't agree. He feels like since they started the whole thing, they should see it through to the end. He is philosophically opposed to their thought process, and so tells them that he will continue supporting Sawashiro the best he can, while they can all keep rotting away. This riles the three up quite a bit, and so they decide to settle things like they always have, with their fists. It's a close fight, but not one that was necessarily looking for a winner. They all once again plead with him to not throw his life away, but fighting for what he's believed in is what Kiryu has always done, and he knows no other way. He even admits that maybe the whole reason he came to see them wasn't for their help, but just for one last fight before he died. And with that, he says his final goodbyes and leaves. But things would only continue to get worse from here. Turns out the driver who took them to see the others secretly filmed and leaked the video to Ebina, who is once again having the Tatara channel make a video about it. She announces to the world that she'll be hosting another live stream from the Seiryu clan's offices, and so our characters go there to stop it. But as they're on their way, another one of her live streams comes on with Ebina and Sawashiro appearing once again. This time they discuss their plans to the public about dissolving the Yakuza via a second great dissolution, and for them it starts with officially disbanding the Seiryu clan right then and there, and they are instead rebranding to Bleach Japan. They are becoming a non-profit organization who assist in charity work. He talks about their collaboration with the Polycana and their need to manage nuclear waste, their whole sales pitch to make themselves seem legitimate in the eyes of the public. While they do go to the offices and fight through plenty of Seiryu forces, they are shocked to see that no one is inside. Turns out their whole video was pre-recorded, all to just lure them into a trap. And by the time they all go outside, fans of the Tatara channel are all there recording, further pushing the narrative that he's trying to revive the Tojo clan. They would manage to get out of there, but not without news of what happened spreading. Anyway, for now though, returning to Ichiban's side of the story, after Lani's kidnapping, Akane, who was injured in the raid, was taken to Yamai's cabaret club to recover. Chitose winds up disappearing as she feels quite guilty about being the cause of a lot of our characters' hardships, so to make up for it, she's hunting down Eiji herself, hoping it would make up for what she did. She manages to track him down to a cabaret club, having snuck a GPS tracker in his bag. Ichiban and the others arrive, confronting him about Lani, who he does still have. Our characters try to fight to get her back, but ultimately they are unable to as Eiji also gets away. As our group re-welcomes Chitose back into the friend group, letting her know that she's always been one of them, Ichiban and his mother would get a heartfelt moment to themselves, and Ichiban is finally able to deliver Arakawa's ashes to her.
Arigato. Arigato. やっと会えた。ますみさん。
The search for Lani would once again commence, this time with the aid of Jungi Han, who Sonhee has sent out to assist them. Thanks to him, they're able to figure out their means of transportation and track her down to a secret dock. Our party arrives just in time to see Mendez in possession of her now. They're able to use the fact that they want Lani alive to help her escape, and everyone is able to defeat Mendez and his men. Lani is successfully brought back, but they need to figure out a way to get out of the country. Surprisingly, it is Yamai who offers them a boat so they can literally sail into international waters. With it being their only option, everyone gets aboard. Out on sea, they are yet again pursued by Mendez, who's trying to get revenge for the humiliation he's been suffering. But he is once again defeated and ultimately eaten by a shark when trying to flee. Our characters would eventually make land in Japan, but when they arrive, they are greeted by Date. Much to everyone's shock, Yamai is turning himself in on his past murder charge in exchange for our character's safe passageway into the country. He's been marked for death by the Polycana, so not only will this protect his own life, but if he can help out the others, then it's worth it. He does initially run, but it was just so he could see Yui one last time before she died. He originally planned on exacting his own revenge for being framed by her, but her Alzheimer's has caused her to forget everything. He leaves his overcoat with her and returns to Date to face his prison sentence.
いいのか？ああ。もう寒くない。
With everyone now in Japan, the two stories would once again converge. They all meet at the homeless camp where they seek refuge for the night. Ichiban gets a call from Ebina, who is there to mostly gloat. His plans have been slowly commencing as well. He's since burnt down the Tojo clan's former headquarters as a symbol of its demise, and he's also taken Sawashiro captive. He's since figured out about his betrayal and outright tells Ichiban that he is using him as bait. With time running out, everyone would rest up for the night as they have a very big day ahead of them. Kiryu and Ichiban would have a talk on the roof. He starts things off initially telling him that Ebina is his half-brother. They talk about why he despises the Yakuza so much before Kiryu asks that he be the one to deal with him. He still feels like the weight of the Yakuza falls on his own shoulders. He's taking responsibility for what happened to Ebina, for what traumatized him, feeling like he could have done better and steered the Yakuza in a better path in the past. So he should be the one to set things right with him. He wants to deal with the past, while he wants Ichiban to carry the future. Ichiban cares about the well-being of the former Yakuza. He doesn't know any of these people, but he's always tried to support them the best he can, whether that be getting them jobs or now trying to prevent an injustice of letting them all die to radiation poisoning. The Yakuza deserve a future, a sentiment that they both share. But Kiryu wants to stop Ebina from crossing the point of no return. Ichiban agrees, but asks him not to throw away his life so easily. Kiryu has been talking this entire time as if he's going into this with the expectation that he's not gonna make it out. So he asks that he live every single second he can and go out strong.
Kiryu-san, あんたは生きて、生き抜いてから死んでください。死んで生き抜けたなんて俺が許さねえ。
Ichiban and Seiko would also awkwardly reconnect during this time as well. It's been quite some time since she's ghosted him, and Ichiban just asks that she hear him out when it's all over so he can explain himself, which she agrees to. Everyone rests up for the night, and come dawn, Kiryu gets ready by putting on his old suit.
Kiryu-san.
準備はできてるようだな。ハワイに行く者はこの車に乗れ。
ご無事でみんなのこと頼みます、桐生さん。
お前もな。またここで会おう、春日。
Ichiban, Tomizawa, Chitose, Adachi, and Han would all take a flight back to Hawaii, courtesy of the Daidoji to stop Bryce and the Polycana, while Kiryu, Sonhee, Zhao, Seiko, and Nanba all stay in Japan to confront Ebina. Starting with Ichiban's group, thanks to Han's intel, they are able to find Nele Island and get there via boat. Their goal is simple: find Bryce and shut down the whole operation, figure out what's really going on with the nuclear waste disposal business, and 3, they all walk out of there alive. Needless to say, the Polycana's resistance is in full force, and our characters have to fight their way through many of its dedicated warriors. Eventually though, they do make it to the underground bunker where Bryce's mask completely comes off. He confesses to using the religious group for his own personal and financial gain, how he killed the previous sage. He airs it all out and plans to make this the site of their graves as well. But Bryce is inevitably defeated, and while he's confident that his scheme can't be stopped due to how many governments are vested into this, Chitose takes back control of what was taken from her and uses the Tatara channel to expose the whole thing to all of her viewers. She even brings her own father on, who's part of their shipping, to comment on their use of using the place as a dumping ground. And finally, she ends things by taking accountability and exposing her true identity to her viewers as well, apologizing for the misinformation her channel was used for and all of the lives that were ruined because of it. She's finally gained the courage to face things head on, and everyone is proud of her. Bryce then sneers at our character's ideals, saying what he was doing was a necessary evil, before trying to throw himself into the lake below, but Ichiban catches him, refusing to allow him to get off so easily. He's thrown back up on the platform, where Adachi handcuffs him so he could be handed over to the police. With one half of the scheme thwarted, all it left was Ebina in Kamurocho. Poetically, he is waiting atop Millennium Tower, where many past historic Yakuza events have gone down. Similar to Ichiban's group, Kiryu is faced with a seemingly endless horde of opposition. The party fights their way up the many floors of the Millennium Tower. They even begin to get quite exhausted. But when an attack helicopter launches a surprise attack on them and they get pinned down, they are saved by some familiar faces. Daigo, Majima, and Saejima just couldn't sit back after what Kiryu said to them, and they just got that itch to fight again. So they join our party's plight and fight with everyone. Due to the sheer amount of enemy forces, the three stay back to hold them off, allowing everyone else to continue. They eventually make it to the top, where Ebina awaits with a very injured Sawashiro present. Here, it finally comes to light that he doesn't actually have any grand aspirations for money or power or all the other things Kiryu has been used to dealing with his entire life. Ebina just wants revenge. To kill every single Yakuza for simply being a Yakuza. And whether he likes it or not, Kiryu represents what it means to be a Yakuza. He shoulders the weight of their existence on his own two shoulders, and so he too finds it fitting that he be the one to face him. Of course, the others are there to support him and wouldn't let him do this alone. And so they all fight Ebina together. As you would expect, Kiryu emerges victorious. Daigo, Majima, and Saejima all arrive, which only further reinforces Ebina's views on them, that whether they retire or disband, they'll always come crawling back. Being a Yakuza is who they are, and they can't erase that fact no matter what they do. They'll always find a way to justify their actions, and they'll always promise a better future. It's the same thing over and over again. There will always be someone who's looking to rid the world of Yakuza, even if it's not himself. And so he tells them that they would have to kill him if they ever want him to stop, because he won't ever stop trying to kill all of them. And so Kiryu walks up to him, falls onto his knees, and begs to give them a chance. He understands where his hatred comes from, and he's not trying to deny how he feels or what he's been through. But he wants him to at least give them an opportunity to prove that they've changed. Realistically, this whole moment is bigger than just this. It's representative of Kiryu's entire life, what he's been fighting for so long. He was a Yakuza who for the longest time has been trying to put his past behind him. He just wanted to take care of his kids at Morning Glory, but society kept demanding recompense. He was ostracized, harassed, and never allowed to be treated like a civilian despite not being affiliated with the Yakuza. He went to jail hoping that it would pay his debts to society and he would finally be cleared of that label. But no matter what he did, he was never absolved of his past. He started to feel like the only way he could be free of it was through death. Throughout this entire game, Kiryu has been barreling headfirst towards his own death, hoping to find some kind of meaning that would justify his existence. Yes, the cancer made things bleak for him, but that was just an excuse to give up and stop fighting. Ebina in this moment is just the personification of society's hatred for Yakuza, and Kiryu is begging at a chance for forgiveness. He wants to live. He wants a world where anyone can atone for their past sins, including Ebina himself, because you can't change if you're dead. So he begs for him to live. He begs to let the Yakuza live. He begs for forgiveness before his body passes out. With the Polycana and Ebina defeated, there was only one loose end left to deal with: Eiji. His apartment was swarmed with protesters and journalists who wanted him to answer for his aid in this whole scheme. Ichiban tracks him down to see his usage of lidocaine caught up with him, and now he's having real problems with his legs. Similar to Kiryu, Ichiban has come to give him a second chance. He wants him to turn himself in so he can start anew. He doesn't want him to rot in jail for the rest of his life, but similar to the Yakuza, he wants him to pay his dues to society for the trouble he caused so he can start over and they can be friends again. Ichiban doesn't hold his betrayal against him. He viewed him as a friend before, and while the truth about him definitely sucked, those feelings he had towards him are still there. If he doesn't pay his dues, people will make him pay. The Yakuza will want revenge against him and go after him. So Ichiban promises that whether it be years or even decades, he will be there for him when he gets out. While undeniably a foolish sentiment to believe, Eiji knows Ichiban too well as well at this point, and knows that he's being earnest, and so agrees to go in. Due to his mobility issues, Ichiban carries him through wades of people, all of which who want answers, who are shaming him. It's an endless barrage of noise and attacks. Trash is being thrown at them, physical violence is cheered on, but Ichiban stands brave through it all, not letting a single thing affect him or get to Eiji. He is brought to the front door of the police department where the two say their goodbyes one last time.
Bon voyage だぜ! Bon voyage!
意味わかってます？はい、ボンボヤージュ一番
おお頑張れよ、エイちゃん。
Ichiban would then get hit by a bottle, which finally knocks him out.
さて、飯でも食うか。
The story then cuts to 1 month later. Ebina, Eiji, and Bryce have all but practically vanished, and the public have already moved on to the next big scandal. For the most part, most of our characters' lives don't change drastically in any way. Tomizawa plans on going to the States and helping Akane and Lani with their charity work, and Chitose has since become the chairwoman to her family's business. Ichiban and Seiko, however, are taking the moment to reconnect as promised. Ichiban apologizes for proposing on their first date, and this time is much more thoughtful in considering her feelings. He does dial it back a bit, but confesses to her that he is still in love with her. And that goes over much better this time. Seiko apologizes herself for ghosting him out of fear and agrees to start anew. But Ichiban does proceed to ruin the moment with an overwhelming display of love bombing once again.
こいつだ！どうだいこれ、さっちゃんへの愛を言葉だけじゃねえ、文字にして表現してみたんだい。もちろんさっちゃんのも用意してやる。一緒にこいつ来てさ、横浜を練り歩こうじゃねえか。二人の愛の旅路をよ。
As for Kiryu, after he collapsed, he was rescued via helicopter and taken to a hospital to begin his cancer treatment. After his interaction with Ebina, he found his will to live. He wants to live, not as the dragon of Dojima, not as Taichi Suzuki, not as a man who erased his own name. He wants to live his life as Kiryu Kazuma, and he wants to live it with the people he loves most. Like a Dragon, Pirate Yakuza in Hawaii is a very simple story in its setup and overall execution. On the surface, this whole story revolves around Kiryu's desire to keep living as we saw at the end of Infinite Wealth, and the lengths Majima is willing to go to help him. The relationship between Kiryu and Majima cannot be understated. There is a profound brotherly love and respect the two have for one another, realistically for most of their lives at this point. And it's not just between them either. All of them, Daigo and Saejima included, have a lifetime bond that will persist with them until the day they die. But this story follows Majima, so I'm putting more emphasis on him. After the whole Nele Island nuclear waste scandal, a former Tojo clan captain named Shigaki had proposed to the Hawaiian state government, as well as former Tojo clan higher-ups, that they could still use the former Yakuza as a workforce to help send the nuclear waste back to the countries they came from, with safety standards put in place this time, of course. And they agreed. Other remaining Polycana members like Rodriguez also joined to help. This plan's idea was ran by Majima, who had no interest in playing babysitter. But as he was looking into it, he found an old tale about the treasure of Esperanza. According to legend, it contained an elixir to everlasting health. Anyone who took it would be gifted a long and healthy life. And Kiryu needed something like that. So while it was a crazy tale to believe in the first place, it took an even more mad dog to chase after it. Majima had gone down to Hawaii for a brief time to oversee the work being done, even reuniting with some of his old family members like Minami and Nishida, and during so began his search for the treasure. But when he was out at sea, his boat was attacked by a giant squid. Both Minami and Nishida abandoned ship, but Majima stayed on board to fight it. The squid proved to be too powerful and knocked him aside, which caused him to hit his head quite hard. So hard, he got amnesia. He completely forgot who he was, where he came from, what he was doing. His memories were all knocked clean from his head. Naturally, he fell into the ocean and got lost at sea, where he would eventually wash up on Rich Island. He was found by a kid named Noah Rich and his pet tiger, ironically named Goro. Despite not having any of his memories, Majima's instincts and character were still ingrained into him. He helps defend Noah against a group of pirates before being introduced to the rest of his family. There's Moana, his sister, and Jason, his father. Jason surmises that if he washed ashore, he was probably headed to Nele Island. So Majima stays the night, hoping to figure out a way to hitch a ride off the island. But you see, Noah wants to join him. He's been stuck on the island his entire life and not allowed to leave. Jason is too worried about him because of how dangerous the outside world is, along with the fact that he suffers from severe asthma. You see, Jason in his past used to be a notorious treasure hunter, and too once sought the treasure of Esperanza, hoping the elixir could cure his son. But after he was betrayed by his right-hand man, it cost him his ship, his fortune, and his only chance to cure his son. And following it, he lost his spirit. He established Rich Island as a means of isolating and protecting Noah from the dangers of the outside world, and for the most part doing so, drowns his sadness in alcohol. But years of isolation have caused Noah to yearn for adventure in the outside world, and Majima is all for adventures and so agrees to let him tag along. He decides to hitch a ride from the pirates that were terrorizing the island, led by the Collector. But after quite an unwelcoming visit results in him trying to take Noah hostage, his bodyguard Masaru turns on him and saves Noah, leading Majima to dethrone the Collector. He is forced to run away, and Majima is named the new captain. But without a navigator, they're dead in the water. Fortunately, Masaru just so happens to be an old crewmate of Jason's. The two reconnected, but he couldn't be more against setting out to sea once again. But he is eventually convinced to not stifle his own son's dreams. Masaru is also the one who retells Majima about the treasure of Esperanza, which subconsciously reinvigorates him to search for the treasure. They naturally make their way to Nele Island, where the Polykhana protect the place, but things are calmed down by Shigaki, who tries to re-jog his memory about why he was here in the first place. He fills him in on everything, along with the fact that Saejima has booked a flight and is coming down to get him. Kiryu's words during the events of Infinite Wealth did wind up getting through to them, and they're all continuing to help see the rest of the dissolution through. So while the adventure seems like it's already coming to an end, Majima decides to spend his final night showing Noah an island Rodriguez tells them about called Madlantis. It was actually originally founded by Bryce. This was his own lawless zone outside of the public's eye, where he could hold his shady meetings and entertain his even shadier guests. It's a social hub for thieves and scoundrels, but with Bryce gone, it's fallen under the control of a bunch of shady organizations, the biggest one run by Queen Michelle. She is the one who opened up the Pirates Coliseum, where pirates battle for entertainment. But Madlantis has tons of other things as well, like casinos, brothels, bars, the usual stuff. They decide to partake in some of the fun, particularly the Coliseum, and so go around collecting a ton of not too noteworthy crewmates. They compete in the Coliseum and gain the attention of the Queen, who wants their help in finding the treasure. They are approached with their offer by Naomi, another one of Jason's kids. She's since been estranged from her father and has come to work under Queen Michelle as a very trustworthy ally. It is through her we basically learn that everyone is interested in finding the treasure, including the likes of Shigaki. Their presence on the island isn't actually because it was a nice job for the Yakuza, but rather they were approached by a rich New York moneylender named Spade Tucker. He had gotten into his possession a journal written by one of the original crewmates of the Esperanza, which detailed the atrocity they committed as well as where they hid the treasure. He wants the elixir of life and so is dumping a ton of money into finding it. Even Rodriguez is trying to find the treasure, but for different reasons. His father's apparently a descendant from one of the pirates who hid the treasure, and he wants to settle his family debts by finding it. Basically, everyone who's ever heard the story is gunning for it. Saejima eventually comes down and tries to bring him back home, but is unsuccessful in convincing him and decides to just join him until this adventure is out of his system. And along with Queen Michelle, Spade Tucker also asks Majima to find it for him. Thanks to the journal, he's the only one with knowledge of where it could be, and he's willing to split the profits. Honestly, a lot of the back and forth when it comes to the power struggle of searching for the treasure is largely unimpactful to the overall narrative, and there are tons of back and forths. Inevitably, Queen Michelle dies and is overthrown by another man named Raymond Law, who also eventually dies trying to claim the treasure. But through it all, they once again encounter the same giant squid which bested Majima before, which triggers his memory, and he gets them all back. The adventure comes to a close when they do in fact find the buried treasure hidden in a cave, but there are no signs of the elixir. Everyone is returned and reunited together, but Majima doesn't take any share of the treasure, instead opting to take a picture with everyone who made the adventure possible.
財宝っちゅうのは追いかけるうちが花やからの。手に入れた後に残んのは退屈だげや。せやから、そうなる前の一瞬を切り取って手に入れたんや。俺はそれで満足やっちゅうての。
He would return to Japan and likely film a very dramatized retelling of his journey at sea. But as it would turn out, there's actually a big twist to this whole story. Rodriguez's father was actually the man who wrote the journal Spade Tucker was using to find the treasure. He was aboard the Esperanza over 200 years ago. And while our characters only found treasure, the elixir of life actually existed, but not in the way anyone expected. It's something known as ambergris. It is a rare substance that is formed in the intestines of sperm whales. It's used in teas and is said to have many healing properties. And for the sake of this universe's story, it very much did. It explains how Bryce, despite being 130 years old, was still very young and strong for his age. This elixir prolonged his life, as it did with Rodriguez's father. After he was told how the treasure was found, he had realized that eternal life wasn't all it was chalked up to be. He hadn't lived a very fulfilling life. Instead, he just lived a very long one full of shame and regret. What was really worth it in the long run was the time he spent with his loved ones. And so he used his final moments to collect the ambergris that had been hidden in plain sight this entire time around his cottage, which to the untrained eye just looked like normal rocks, but he took them all to the ocean and dumped every last one of them. Our characters never learn that this existed, that he ever had it, none of it. Masaru talks about the theory about ambergris and is correct, but is not privy to the fact that it actually existed. And so, Majima would return to Japan with Saejima empty-handed, but at least he's got one hell of a story to tell Kiryu as he's getting better.
ほな、始めようか。半年前んとこから話すでな。
While the Yakuza may be a shadow of what it once was, just like with its players, the lives of those it has affected will be with them forever. The characters throughout this journey have shown what it means to maintain their own humanity with honor and integrity in the face of so much violence and corruption. They've shown what it means to love, to protect, and to help others in need. They've shown what it means to be a true Yakuza.